All right, good morning, folks. We're here for some vintage today. Let's get a little bit of hype in the chat. We're looking to see, we're waiting on round one pairings. I've already got the random number table generated to figure out what tables we're going to have. We're going to have tables 39 and 21 in the feature match area. Don't know who those people are yet. We'll figure it out here soon. As soon as we have some folks, as soon as we get pairings done, they're still entering in the buys that were all done from the trials. As soon as they get that done, they'll get the first round generated, and we'll get our folks in here. We'll be right back here soon. Just stick around with us. We'll have round one up here soon. All right, folks, here we go. We got Daniel Summerfeld back on stream again today. I want to reiterate, we did randomize these table numbers before I even got to see what players, before the pairings are even made. I just asked how many table numbers we were going to have. I generated the number generator for 2. We got tables 39 and 21 in here today. So we got Daniel Summerfield. He's on Raker Shops today. He's playing against Gabe Hoppy, who's on Dredge, which I'm a big fan of this deck. It's going to be really awesome to see. And then on our backup game, we have Charlie Stein, who did top 8 yesterday against Kyle Dillon. And we'll see what decks that they have here after a while. If we do get to that match, that'll be Jeskai Paradoxal Outcome against Oath of Druids. But for now, we're going to watch a little bit of Raker Shots versus Dredge. They're resolving mulligans. They did have to sit in on the player meeting. It was a few minutes past time, so we're at 10:11 a.m. Central Time. My name's Caden Ford, and I'll be your one host today. There may be somebody else joining later on. Somebody doesn't do well in the tournament and they're interested in joining, or if they're just ends up being somebody that has at least some amount of knowledge of the vintage format, we'll have them come in with us. So good luck to these gentlemen today. For what it's worth, we did break the 100 player mark. We have 100 players playing vintage today. This is the highest number we've had here at Oklahoma Landrun. We broke 144 players yesterday, and there's 11 people that got buys today. So there was only 44 tables that actually ended up sitting down playing Magic, and so technically that meant 12 people got a buy. And we're looking to fire off some games. Looks like both players are opting to mulligan. The Dredge deck does typically have to mulligan until they find a Bazaar Baghdad. And we're going to see if Daniel was able to do anything. I am going to go ahead and take a look at their deck list. Unfortunately, we don't have the overlay to be able to showcase those. And also, because we are in a smaller tournament, it would be a little inappropriate to just show those out there for people to just copy and paste or take a picture of. But as soon as I get internet access again, I'll take a look at these decks. Looks like Daniel is opting to mold a 5. We have a Serum Powder hand from Gabe. It looks like there's a hollow one, a prize amalgam, a couple other cards that were in there. I don't see a Bazaar in his. I do see a Bazaar, so it looks like this is going to be a keep 6 for Gabe. And he has a Grief and a couple of Narcomoebas. Those Narcomoebas are obviously probably going to be forced pitch fodder or discard fodder to Bazaar. So for Gabe, he's playing the 1 copy of Karn that he's able to play for the full 4 Flesh Raker, some Scrawling Trawler, 3 Golos, 3 Patchwork Automaton, 2 Stone Coil Serpent, an Argenta Masticore, a Lodestone Golem, and a mass amount of limited artifacts that you're able to have, and then a couple of Dettle Cysts. He's playing 3 Null Rod on his own, I'm guessing for the opposing matchup, and he does have a turn 1 Sphere resistance, so that means any Griefs or any hollow ones, those are not going to resolve. Those are not even going to be able to be put on the stack anymore. And Gabe did draw a Mind Ray Trap, but he would have to pay 1 for it if it was ever to resolve, so he's not going to be able to cast that either this game. And we do have a hollow one, but there's a Sphere resistance in play, so he shouldn't be able to cast that unless that's a Null Rod that's in play. Oh, so it does cost 1 more to cast, but it costs 2 more to be cheaper for every card that's been discarded, so it costs 6. It costs 6 less because the 3 cards being discarded, so he was able to cast the hollow one. That is how that works. My apologies. Looks like that's a Cabal Therapy in the graveyard now. So we did have a wasteland on that bazaar. We have dredge for Thug. And it still looks like the only lands in play are Wasteland and probably a City of Traders or an Ancient Tomb. We have Daniel going down to 6 for a Glaring Fleshraker. So he has a blocker for the Hollow One. Looks like we have an Ichrid exiling a black creature that looks like a Shambling Shell. We have a Stinkweed Imp dredging 5. Puts an Archimedes into play. If there's any prize maggots in the graveyard, it'll trigger those. Alright, well, that's game 1 going to Gabe on Dredge. That's typically how sometimes how vintage work does happen. Whoever ends up winning the play draw, even though Daniel won the one to play, he had a turn 1 sphere resistance. It still wasn't enough to be able to stop the turn 1 Hollow One play because of the discount, the inherent discount from it. So we'll get the text updated for you folks to show the round 1 win or round 1 game 1 win going to Dredge. Now, out of the sideboard for Gabe, looks like he has a 4 Force of Vigor. He keeps his Creeping Chills in the sideboard as opposed into the main deck, which is definitely an odd choice. But that means that he's playing more Cabal therapies than most Dredge lists are running. He's also running 2 Dread Returns because he's opting for the Thassa's Oracle way of playing instead of the normal aggressive Dredge approach. And he's running a couple of Poxwalkers as well, and 2 Grizzleprints. Definitely an interesting take on the Dredge deck and Vintage. He also has a few Ravenous Trap. I don't think that's going to be appropriate here. He has a couple of Sickening Shoals. I don't think that'll be appropriate here. Usually those are reserved for the Containment Priest. We have a Spinning Darkness, a Strip Mine, and a Tormod's Crypt. And then we'll take a look and see what Daniel House. So most of his sideboard might be artifacts that are used for Karn board, but it does look like he does that Daniel does have 4 Leyline of the Void in his sideboard. I imagine those are immediately coming in. There are a few Dismembers, a couple of Mind Break Traps. I can see the Dismembers maybe coming in to replace some Sphere Resistances or a Thorn. Especially probably maybe even the Null Rods, because Null Rods are no good here. He has a couple of Wormcoil Engines. Those are usually really good against the Dredge deck. Maybe not this particular style of Dredge deck, but your typical traditional Dredge it would be good against. He also has a copy of Grafdigger's Cage, which would be really good to have. If it just depends on if he's wanting to try to wish that off a Karn or if he's wanting that in his main deck. And then he has a copy of Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale. For those of you that don't know, a copy of Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale, it says at the beginning, each creature has at the beginning of your upkeep, destroy this creature unless you pay 1. Notably, the Dredge deck doesn't have any mana to pay for those creatures. They will just die. So it looks like we have finished up sideboarding, so we're getting ready to resolve some mulligans. So while we're waiting on those mulligans to happen, we'll just take a quick peek at the other match. The overlay will be a little different. It won't have the correct names, but just taking a quick peek at what there is to come. We do have an attraction to play from the Oath of Druids player. So it looks like there is some exciting magic happening on that side of the table as well. And once mulligans happen, we'll go right back over to our main match of Daniel versus Gabe, Breaker Shots versus Dredge. Looks like we do have a powder mulligan from Gabe on Dredge. Daniel taking a quick peek to see what those cards are. Alright, looks like we have a turn 1 Mysteries Workshop. Notably, for every event that happens here at the Oklahoma Landrun, everything that's on the reserve list is able to be proxied. And as you can tell, that Mysteries Workshop is proxied. I can't tell if that looks like that Bizarre Baghdad might be real, but everything that's on the reserve list is able to be proxied as long as it's the same thickness. There's no like cards or like pieces of paper written in the cards. They could be either write on cards or you can have them printed up yourself. As long as they're the same thickness of a magic card, it's absolutely fine. Looks like he did bring out the Creeping Chills out of the sideboard. And he happened to have one in his opening hand, but whenever you have a Bizarre Baghdad in your opening hand, almost doesn't matter what those other 6 cards are. Thankfully, no opening Leyline of the Void from Daniel, but we do have 2 copies of Glary Fleshraker, a Lodestone Golem, and a Nettle Cyst. That Lodestone Golem would have made problems, definitely would have caused issues. That Mysteries Workshop not doing anything to be able to cast those Glary Fleshrakers. The Stone Coil Serpent for 3 can certainly be a problem. We also have a Nettle Cyst coming into play. The Stone Coil Serpent was going to be coming in for 3. Looks like he'll be going to 17. Gabe indicating that he probably doesn't have a Force of Vigor in hand with a green card. So we're going to dredge 4 for our first draw from Bizarre Baghdad. And it looks like we'll just take a natural draw off the second one, discarding a Thug, a Narcomoeba, and another card. And then he'll get a natural draw as well. And he's going to... okay, so this is all during the upkeep. So we have a Nicrid that's going to be exiling that Grief coming into play, and then we're going to dredge 4 again. That's another Icrid going into the graveyard and a Dread Return. Coming in for 3. Notably, the Nettle Cyst is just a 2/2. So it wouldn't be able to block the Icrid profitably. And we have a second Bizarre from Gabe. Wow. This game could snowball really quickly if he's able to put some things together here. As of right now, he does just have no Dredgers in the graveyard. He did draw a Stinkweed Imp, though, so he's going to have 2 Dredgers put in to be able to start looping next turn. Land for Daniel. Coming in for 5. Looks like that is a Force of Vigor pitching a Noxious Revival. And both of those artifacts are destroyed. I almost feel like the writing's on the wall already for Daniel, but we'll see if Gabe is able to piece this together. It's going to be a Dredge 5 for the first draw. And we have a Creeping Chill trigger. It's going to drain for 3. And then we have a Dredge 4. Notably, these triggers will go on the stack and they'll happen, but they won't resolve until the Bizarre Baghdad happens, or finishes resolving. And still in the upkeep, we have these Icrid triggers. Imagine he's going to probably want to activate Bizarre Baghdad before he lets those triggers resolve. You see if he finds any more Griefs or Shambly Shills exile to him. Looks like he feels comfortable enough to just go ahead and exile some Griefs anyway. Have 6 power in play. Any prize amalgams that are in the graveyard, they'll trigger for the end step. Still before a draw step, we're going to dredge 6 for the Golgari Grave Troll. And Stinkweed into dredge 5. Finds nothing of note. Does go ahead and just dredge 6 for a natural draw step here. There is a Dread Return in the graveyard. There is a world where he could get a third creature into play next turn if he has either a third Icarid or something of that sort. Looks like we're going to cast a Cabal Therapy sacrificing this Icarid. There are a couple of grave returns in the graveyard, so he's going to make some number of zombies. Looks like that is 3 zombies. And he's going to name Glaring Fleshraker, making Daniel discard both of those. And he has a Leyline of the Void in his hand, so Gabe can see that Daniel cannot do anything on his coming turn unless he draws something spectacular, which he could. This game will likely go to Gabe. And that will be the game for going to Gabe. So we'll go ahead and switch over to our other match that's currently in play. I currently don't know what the record is. I will try and see if I can get that updated for you all here in a second. We'll go and transition over to that game. I'll be right back with me trying to get that record updated, okay? Alright, so I'm back with some updates for you folks. Looks like they are actually still in Game 1. This game has gone on for quite a while. Looks like those are some Thunder Trap Trainer tokens. And looks like a fourth Earling Ghost is cast at some point. This Oath of Druids trigger is on the stack. And he's milling most of his library to reveal this Atraxa. Not even sure if there's 10 cards left in his deck to be able to reveal to the Atraxa. His opponent does get the opportunity to just go and take a peek at what is in his deck. Apologize for that. I'll silence my phone now. So there were just enough, 3, 4, 5, 6, looks like there's 16 cards left in his deck, with the 10 that are revealed here. There is an Atraxa left in that pile, so if he needed to use Oath again, he could reveal another Atraxa. Looks like there's a couple of stock ups, got another Oath of Druids, a Force of Will. Looks like he is okay with taking the Oath of Dreads out of the deck. Grabs a Besagio. Makes sense against the Paradoxical Outcome deck. Gataxian Probe. Force of Will. So there's our Sorcery, Instant, Enchantment, and Lands. For those of you at home that may not know what Atraxa does, whenever she enters the battlefield, you reveal the top 10 cards of your library, and you may take a card of every card type from amongst those and put it into your hand, and then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. It does have the arena text of doing the random order. Opts to go ahead and keep the Oath of Druids in the bottom half of the deck. Keep that library size a little healthy, just in case. There is a world where he could mill out. Slight risk with Oath of Druids. So you have Gataxian Probe, Fluster, Stormbed, Besagio going in the hand. It looks like that's a pile of cards that are already known to Kyle, either from probably past Thought Seizes or past Atraxas. It is a very hefty pile. Atraxa does have Summoning Sickness, so I won't be able to just outright attack this turn. He's going to go ahead and cast a Gataxian Probe, deciding if he wants to pay 2 life. Decides he does. We have a Flame of Anor, a Lorien Revealed, and looks like a Paradoxical Outcome in Kyle's hand. Flame of Anor, it's a 3-mana spell. It's blue, red, and 1. It costs you could choose. You choose 1, or you can choose 2 if you control a wizard, which he does at this time because that's Thunder Trap Trainer. Target player draws 2 cards, deal 5 damage to target creature, or destroy an artifact. So if he wanted to do 2 modes, he could deal 5 to a creature and destroy an artifact, or draw 2 and destroy an artifact. Any of those options. Do have a mana crit flip. Most players typically opt for odd takes damage, and there was a 2 rolled, so there was no life total change, so I'm guessing that's what Kyle has opted to do as well. Looks like we have a lot of mana about to be tapped. Looks like a Paradoxical Outcome. Try to draw some cards. Most likely targeting the artifacts in some number of the Thunder Trap Trainers. We do still have about 27 minutes left in the round. These folks got a few minutes time extension, so even though they're in game 1, they do have a lot of time left. Got a Brainstormer response to that. He gets to look at the top 3 of those 16 or 17 cards left in his deck. do see a mental misstep in that pile, but it's not going to help here. It could help to counter the mana vault later. Do want to apologize that for this side. There is a little bit of glare on the right side for the players. He is double checking, counting his cards in the library, making sure he won't die to some random spells that would make somebody draw too many cards. I'm going to go ahead and double check the Oracle text on the Flame of Venor. Make sure it doesn't say target player draws 2 cards and it says you draw 2 cards, because if it does say target, that could be relevant. So Flame of Venor does say target player draws 2 cards. So Flame of Venor could, in the world, at some point in this match, be relevant to be able to make Charlie draw 2 cards. Apologize for the glitch that's happening here. I'm not sure what's happening. I'm guessing that's an internet delay of some kind. Not sure what's happening here. Never comes the internet delay. So it is a Soul Ring being cast instead of the Mana Vault. Charlie might be interested in wanting to counter that. We're going to move over to our other camera real quick while we try to figure out this issue, try to resolve it. Well, the person that would be responsible for trying to make sure that this equipment's fixed will get him in here after this round's finished. All right, so it seems like we did finally get. Yeah, so there has been some commentary. We have been trying to like fix the cameras. There was a really bad glitch earlier on this particular camera, and so we were unplugging and plugging in unnecessary and necessary equipment, and we finally been able to get some stuff going. This is game one still of this match. We have already watched Daniel Summerfield and Gabe Hoppy play against each other. That was Shop's Fleshraker against Dredge, and Dredge has already won those games. And then we have Charlie on Oath of Druids, who made Charlie Stein was in our top 8 yesterday. He was in on the 8th seed. And then we have Kyle Dillon on Jeskai PO. And right now they're still in game one. Looks like we are going to be taking a little bit of damage to that mana crit flip. And looks like there is a Vexing Bauble in play now. So anytime something's cast for 0, it's going to get countered, such as that Mishra's Bauble. Charlie taking a quick peek at his graveyard. He has a set face down for, unless that's his hand. He might have, that might be his hand. Kyle trying to figure out if he can still win through this Atraxa. Is a Snapcaster Mage coming into play. Now he's looking to see what he's going to flash back. It looks like it's going to be Ancestral Recall. Looks like we have a mental misstep from Charlie to counter the Ancestral Recall. You can see that Charlie's taking up a die there. That's because he has a Flusterstorm in hand. So he's keeping track of all the spells being cast. Like we have a hard cast Force of Will from Kyle. Does let that resolve. There is this Ancestral Recall still in the stack. Looks like that's where we will see the Flusterstorm being cast. And we have an opposing Flusterstorm to counter each of those Flusterstorms. Ancestral Recall will resolve. Now, Kyle's probably... Alright. See what Charlie's able to put together here. Charlie's going to gain 7. Kyle's going to go down to a measly 2 life. So you have 1 force of will pitch cast that he'll have available to him. That's going to be it. Charlie now has to discard a hand size. See what Kyle can put together on this turn. This feels like it's going to be the penultimate turn. Does not die to his mana crypt. Oh, it looks like he opted to do the even route and did take the 3. Or no, he's taking 1 here from something. Oh, there might be a tapped mana vault in play. There is. Sometimes a little bit harder to try to parse these complicated board states, especially whenever there's a little bit of glare on the right side player board. Looks like we are going to crack that vaccine bubble, get it off the field, draw a card, so you can start casting some 0 drops. And that's going to be a concession from Kyle. Game 1 will go to Charlie. Yes, folks, that was just game 1. And we currently have 6.5 minutes left in the round. Now, they'll probably have a couple minute time extensions because of how long it took them to get situated and get settled. But at most, they have probably 9 to 10 minutes left before they get time around. So we're looking at we're going to take a look at these player sideboards, see what they have access to. So for Kyle, coming in his sideboard, he does have a few Soul Guide Lanterns. That probably won't matter much here. He does have 3 Swords to Plowshares. If he's looking to just try to win this in a 1-0 fashion, or try to maybe find a win here, maybe try to get a draw. It might be too difficult for him to be able to pull out a win here with so little time left. He has a couple of portable holes. Those aren't going to be helpful here. He does have 2 Pyroblasts, which will likely be brought in. He has a Force Negation to help counter that Oath of Druid, so that'll probably come in as well. And there is that's probably about it that we're going to see out of Kyle. We'll take a peek over at Charlie's sideboard and see what he has access to. At a Charlie sideboard, he has three copies of Null Rod, 2 copies of Force of Vigor, and 2 Pithing Needles. I can see any of those cards coming in. He also has an Interrupt Decay, so I can see that coming in. He does have a Mind Break Trap. That's usually pretty good against his Paradoxical Outcome decks. I could even see a copy of Sarah's Emissary. Maybe even a copy of Thoughtseize, but since he'll be on the draw, it may not be as good. But we shall see what Charlie's able to put together here. Charlie, so Kyle will be on the play here. Very decisive win for Charlie. Kyle's deciding he doesn't like that 7. He's going to go to 6. Charlie agrees. He also doesn't like his 7. So they will both be starting with 1 less card. And as you can tell, Kyle has the Hunter Burton Memorial Open Life Pad. That is a fantastic event. That event always happens right around where spring break is if you have any kids or if you're still in school. It's going to be around March. The reason that they keep it around that time because that's when Hunter Burton, the namesake of the event, that's when his birthday is. It's a tournament that's for suicide awareness. It's gaming for suicide awareness, trying to bring awareness to the communities, and just trying to have an event where everybody's nice and kind to each other. The main event has traditionally been modern. I don't see that changing for next year. And they usually always have a vintage side event, a legacy side event, and those events are sanctioned, so those are non-proxy friendly, unlike our events here at Red Dirt Gaming for Oklahoma Landrun. But they are still very fine events. They also put on games for other card games that are not just Magic. It's usually like a Flesh and Blood event. I believe there was also a Lorcana event last year. There's always several different artists there in addition to several different vendors, and this will be in Hurst, Texas, and it'll be sometime about the second, third weekend of March. Looks like we have a turn 1 Black Lotus Mox Pearl Ancestral Recall from Kyle. And that looks like a Mind Braid Trap. See what Kyle's able to respond with here. He's going to sacrifice his Black Lotus. Looks like for red mana, the Pyroblast, the Mind Braid Trap. So he has 2 red mana floating. Draw 3 from Ancestral Recall. So I could see there being a world where if he's able to make enough mana more, he could cast a 4th Earlingus with the mana available to him. He could also just buy Luris. Looks like that's what he's opted to do. And we have a lot of pieces of power in play. My goodness, Kyle. That is 4 pieces, 5 pieces of power, and Mana Crit being a bonus piece. That is a lot of power for Kyle for turn 1. We have a turn 1 Vexing Bauble for Charlie. So even if Kyle's able to stick the Luris, he's not going to be able to buy back Black Lotus over and over again, as these decks traditionally like to do. There should be a Mana Crit flipped. I'm guessing they've already done so. Okay, now they're doing. He has taken the damage from that. I'm glad the judge is able to keep. I'm glad they were able to track that. So that's a Tolarian Academy in play for those that are wondering. The glare is a little hard to see. That appears to be a Merchant Scroll. We're going to be looking at for Paradoxical Outcome. We're going to have a really large Paradoxical Outcome coming in here. There's Volcanic Island as a land. Trying to keep track of all the mana that's being put in. So we have reached time in the round. I don't know if we're necessarily in time in this match yet, because there is a little bit of a time extension for these folks because they had to take the time to be able to get in here. Take a seat. And this is only game 2. So Paradoxical Outcome is going to bounce 4 things, draw 4 cards. There is still a bit of mana left over from that Tolarian Academy being tapped earlier. See what Kyle's able to put together here. If he could put together a very large 4th Earlingus, this could be a very fast game. Looks like that is a Brainstorm. Looks like Charlie is opting to go in and write down the cards that he saw Kyle put into his hand. See what Charlie's able to put together here. Looks like there is a null rod. That is a Thunder Trap Trainer with a copy of it. That's where all that extra mana went. Have an attack for 2. So Demonic Tutor with Forbidden Orchard. Kyle now gets a 1/1 Spirit, and see he decides to surveil and attract into the graveyard. Let's see what Kyle's able to do here. I do imagine that we've got to be on turns at this point. We are 6 minutes past time. We do have a judge sitting on standby, making sure that things are going smoothly. We're in turn 2. The portable hull likely will be targeting that Oath of Druids, I imagine. Of course, we won't know what it targets until it hits. Looks like it does resolve. Let's see if it targets resolution of the Oath of Druids. It does. So this is turn 2. That means Kyle's only going to get one more turn after this. So he's going to have to find his... So it looks like that's going to be a stock up. 2, 3, 4, 5. That is a stock up. So he's going to be able to look at the top 5, put 2 of those cards in his hand. If he could find his copy of Fourth Year Lingus and spend enough money to be able to cast it, he could be able to find one here. That Vexing Bauble in play does make it to where you can't just recast all of the 0 drops. Got an attacker 6. Charlie's going to 9. Can he find a win here? Charlie's going to 9. Can he dig himself out of this hole? It did look like he had a Besage in his hands. Looks like he has a Forbidden Orchard, but anytime he taps it, he's always going to be giving a creature to Kyle. Looks like he opts to just pass and put Kyle in the driver's seat. Kyle must find a win here on this turn. Nothing else will do. Otherwise, Charlie will be winning this match 1-0-1. Because this is still just game 2. Did he find his copy of Fourth Year Lingus? Does not look like it. Looks like we have another copy of Portable Hull. Likely going to be trying to target this Vexing Bauble. He just lets it go. Looks like he wants to save his mana. Looks like Charlie was going to try to activate the Vexing Bauble to be able to draw a card, but because he has no Rod in play, he can't do so. So in response to that, he's going to Besage the Null Rod, targeting the Vexing Bauble. See what Kyle has in response to that. Looks like he's going to tap his Tolarian Academy in response, float 3 blue, and then he's going to go search up a land. Looks like a volcanic island. See if Kyle is able to piece together a win. Looks like we're going to be casting Thunder Trap Trainer from the graveyard with Luris. Gets to look at the top 4. Does he have Fourth Year Lingus in that top 4 cards? Does it look like he just immediately grabbed a card? And it looks like it's the white seal. It's a seal of cleansing that's being cast. And looks like he's just going to attack for 5 again, or for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be for 5. Going to 4. Turn 5. And folks, that does mean that Charlie will be your game winner of this match with a record with 1-0-1. And that is, we're already well past time in the round, so I'm going to go ahead and get those random table numbers generated, and we are going to have tables number 22 and 12 in here for y'all in the next round. Stick around, stay with us. We'll be right back. A little bit. But we'll go ahead and have the camera over there on that side while I got the overlay fixed with the player's information. So as y'all heard me say, I did go ahead and randomly generate those player numbers, or those table numbers, and we still managed to get yesterday's winner, Jacob Milchman, in. And on our backup camera, we have Edward Bonar. Okay, so it looks like, okay, I have these names flipped. I will, I'll get that fixed for you folks. Let me,
That's the names table. That's the other table for the names.
there we are. Okay. Yep.
There you go.
We had it down the wrong table, but we got it figured out, folks. Looks like we're still resolving mulligans from Jacob and Will. You know what? That's a great question, Atismo, Landon. We will certainly probably. I've just been doing the random number generator. We had a bizarre gamer last round actually, and their match finished so fast we went over to the other game. We had last round we had Bizarre Dredge versus. Oh, what was it, chat? Let me look if I can see if I remember what it was. It was table 39. We had Colorless Dredge versus Raker Shops, and the Bizarre Dredge player won so fast we went over to the other match, and they were still in game one. To be fair, their game one lasted about 30-35 minutes. It may have been 40 minutes because there was 9 minutes left in the round when they went to game two. But Dredge did win that match. I did have the random number generator give us tables 22 and 12, and table 22 that we have here on screen. We have yesterday's winner, Jacob, playing against Mono White Initiative Will. We do have a turn 1 Archon of Emeria, so it does make it really difficult to be able to cast any kind of... and we do have a little bit bigger initiative token here for us, folks, to be able to make it easier to keep track of. And it looks like Jacob's had enough. It's really difficult for the Luris control deck for them to really do too much whenever there's already an Archon in play. So we have game 1 going to Will on initiative. Which, if Will does take this game, that will be the first time Will have had Jacob on camera and him lose. Because he won every time he was on camera yesterday. And he was on camera probably at least 4 or 5 times. In the other matchup, we have Edward on Oath of Druids playing against Sean on Mono White Initiative himself. And we do have an Oath of Druids putting in a Atraxa into play. We'll go ahead and take a quick peek at that while we're waiting on sideboard. And there is a couple of Clarion Conquerors in play, so making it so you can't activate abilities of any artifacts or creatures. It looks like there's also an Archon of Emeria in play on that side of the table. It doesn't matter too much when there's an Oath of Druids just putting in an Atraxa into play. We have an Oko, probably turning off that Archon. That is what it does. It becomes an Elk. See if we have the Arcade Post Elk overlay. We do. Very nice. And as soon as I see that the other match's sideboard is over, they're starting to play their match. We'll go back over to that match, folks. And Edward having to discard a hand size, discards a couple of boxes that can't be used in a Thoughtseize. And it looks like we do have a concession. Clarion does stop the Planeswalkers, you're correct. So that's why the Archon wasn't able to be turned into an elk. Alright, we'll go ahead and take a look at the other table. Our main feature match. Looks like they were able to catch it in time. Not sure if that ended up resulting in any kind of game warnings, or if not, maybe they decided to just go ahead and move forward. Alright, let's see what Jacob and Will are able to put together. It looks like Jacob did keep 7 and Will had to mold to 6. It does look like he has a mold to 5, because that hand was not casting any creatures until turn 3. No mana accelerants and nothing able to speed out a 3 or 4 drop. Looks like we do have a Null Rod in the opener for Will. He might decide to keep this hand just because of that. And he has second copy of Null Rod in case first one gets countered. And a White Plume Adventurer. So it looks like he's considering putting back at least an Archon or a Null Rod. He has a few mana sources, nothing to speed up the play. Opts to put back extra Null Rod. And extra Wasteland. Alright, we have Will on 5 going against Jacob on 7. We do have an Archon effect, so the first spell that Jacob casts will be countered unless he pays 1. See how Jacob decides to play this. Got a fetch down to 19, likely grabbing either an Underground Sea or a Tundra. If I remember correctly, those are his Underground Seas from yesterday. A turn 1 bauble that gets paid for 1 to the Archon trigger. Here's a look at Will's top card. We'll get to see that card here in a second. He draws a Cavern. Not unclear if Jacob drew a card for his bauble. He likely did so immediately. We have an Ancient Tomb, casting an Null Rod. This will likely elicit a force of negation. It does. Pitching looks like a reserve list card. Probably Time Walk is what that looks like. Which Jacob won an Ancestral Recall yesterday, so you shouldn't have to proxy that up. We do have that Ancestral Recall that was won yesterday. Draw 3 cards. Notably, he is doing that on his turn. Turn 2 Urza Saga. Only allowed to have 1 copy of that card in your deck. Got a Soul Ring. And we have a pass. Let's see what Will's able to put together here. Likely any proxy that he did have Ancestral Recall on definitely paled in comparison to the one that he won. We have a mental misstep on a Mox Emerald. I'm unsure, unless no, that was a Force of Will on the Mox Emerald. My apologies. He pitched pitched a Mental Misstep. It does not work that way. We do have a White Plume Adventure immediately following that can't be countered. Cavern naming either Orc or Cleric. Cleric isn't the most likely named card. Opts to put 2 counters. So now we have a 5/5 White Plume Adventure that'll untap every upkeep. Jacob can make a 2/2 construct at the moment. Plains for Will. Looks like we have 4 mana, probably a hard cast Witch Enchanter. And that's what it is. Imagine this is immediate throw out a contract token, lest the Urza Saga be destroyed. So you have a 2/2 contract token. Will said, "Don't worry, I got you." And then we have an attack for 5. See what Jacob decides to do here. Orcish Bowmasters. So that'll be able to ping the. They could ping the. So he decides to ping Will for 1 instead of. And then he takes the 5. Well, there was a world where he could have pinged the White Plume Adventure and then threw all 3 creatures in front of it and killed it. But he opted to not do so. Looks like that is a stock up for Jacob. like we have a Mox Sapphire, Mox Pearl. Cast another stock up. Trying to decide what cards he wants to take. Now, if Jacob wants to take the initiative, he's going to attack with all 3 of his creatures and likely sacrifice all of them but the Orc army. Otherwise, he will be taking 5 from Trap. I doubt that Will will be choosing to go to creature. He'll likely just go with Trap. Jacob double checking to see what rooms that Will has access to. If he did decide to go Goad, he could have the option of either drawing a card or making a 4/1 Skeleton with Menace. That the most likely choice is going to be target player loses 5. Jacob does make a selection of the 2 cards to keep. Stock up much more popular in Vintage than it is in Legacy because you do get access to these Moxen that make it to where it's much easier to cast a 3 mana spell. Only having 2 generic mana as a part of the cost in addition to that blue. He does opt to go ahead and throw all 3 creatures towards Will so that he could be able to try to take the initiative, search his library for a basic. Notably, he has not played a land yet, so he could search up a land and play it for turn. Will trying to decide how he wants to block here. I imagine this is Witch Enchanter blocks Orcish Bowmasters and the White Plume Adventurer blocks the contract token. But that is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5/5 construct token. Because we have a Black Lotus in play, a Soul Ring, and a couple of Moxen. Looks like he opts, instead of trading with the contract token, lets the Witch Enchanter jump the contract token. Kills the Orc army, or kills the Orcish Bowmasters and lets the Orc army live. Gets him for 1, gets search the library for a basic. Imagine it's for a basic island. It is. That might be a swamp though. I believe that is a swamp. We'll find out based off of whatever spell he casts off that land. Decides to pass. Draws another Cavern, so he could make a different creature type uncounterable. We do know about the Archon that's in his hand. If he was to eventually get to that, it would cost 7 mana. 3 white, 4, if I remember correctly. Plays a Cavern. Unclear what he names. Decides to attack for 5. Consigns the trigger to take the initiative. So that was a basic island he searched up. He'll untap. So that means that Jacob will still have the initiative, and he can have the choice of of either scrying 2 or putting 2 counters on a creature. Opts to scry 2, 1 top, 1 bottom. Opts to buy back Luris and cast Luris. Casting a Mistress Bauble from the graveyard. Attack with a construct token before he sacrifices the bauble. So it's going to be a 6-power creature. We have 6 to 8. It looks like a Clearing Conqueror, perhaps. Attacks for 5. Blocks of the army. Plays Ancient Tomb for turn. Passes. Has a trigger to untap the White Plume Adventurer. It looks like Jacob has something at the end step. Swords is the Conqueror. He has to go to 9. So you can either go to creature, opts to go with the third option. Which third option is make a treasure token. Jacob is now further in the initiative in the Undercity than Will is, the initiative 6 name. And opts to attack for large amount. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be 7. It does 7. There's a few Moxen in there that are also proxied on helper cards. Wastelands, one of the caverns, naming some creature type. You draw a card at the upkeep. Let's see if he drew a way out of this. He drew another White Plume Adventurer, so he can take the initiative back, put Jacob back to 3. And I don't think he wastelanded the cavern that was naming Orc. Do a block, going up to 11. Does mean that he's going to have to tap his Ancient Tomb in order to cast that Orc army, which he's unable to. So Jacob gets to make a skeleton. It says treasure token. Please, folks, that is a 4/1 skeleton with menace. See what Jacob draws here. Cast a Socko. I do see his swords in that hand. That would be for lethal. So you cast swords on the White Plume Adventurer. Let Will gain 7. And then attack him for lethal. Looks like he opts to just let the White Plume Adventurer die. Wastelands the last cavern. Because he knows that he has an Orc in his hand. And Will said, I'll go out on my own terms. Alright, so we'll get you over to the other game. I'll see if I can find out what the record is over there. We do have, while we're waiting on the other match to go to game 3. And Will be on the play for that game. So on screen right now we have Ed on Oath of Druids playing against Sean on Mono White. Once the sideboarding is done from our main match, we'll go back to that game. So it looks like sideboarding is complete for the other match, so I'll go ahead and flash back over there. As they resolve mulligans. So I do see a Black Lotus and Will's opener, in addition to an Archon Wasteland. I imagine this will elicit an immediate keep. Decides to put back the basic planes. Reveals the Archon, so that means that any counter spells that would be potential problems, we don't have to worry about. Black Lotus into Archon and a Wasteland. That means from now on there would not be able to be more than one spell cast a turn. Even if Jacob does have a Swords of Plowshare on turn 1, he's going to have to pay 1, otherwise it gets countered. So he might feed a 0 mana artifact into the counter spell and then cast the Swords, unless he has a Mox Pearl in hand. let it be clear this is not a sanctioned event. Hence why there's proxies allowed to be used in this tournament. Proxies of reserved list cards. Just an independent group. Independent tournament done by an individual group. In the state of Oklahoma. And this is not done at professional, it is done at competitive. If this was professional rail, it'd be a different story, but because this is just competitive rail. Considering the person that has their lands in front his name was Edward, and he is the person that created this tournament, I imagine that he might be able to have a little bit more say, and this is not a WotC legal event, because that would require it to be sanctioned. That's why the tournaments ran through Melee and not through Companion. There are proxies. We appreciate the feedback, Funky Mink. We will continue to enjoy our fun Landrun event. Like I was leading with my thoughts earlier, the person that you were complaining about is the person that created this tournament 5 years ago. I would say that if he wishes a tournament to allow lands in front, I'm sure that can certainly be done. Preach the good word, Bent Branch. Turn 1 Archon does seem to be doing a lot of work here. Still doesn't look like Jacob has cast a spell into the Archon, into the other Archon effect. We have a Tundra and a Strip Mine in play. I believe Sean did not win that game. I believe he did lose to the Other Druids deck. I can double check and see if they have submitted. I can check the results real quick. Looks like that match has not been reported yet, but it does look like that they're having a nice chat. We had 101 players registered for the event, and we currently have exactly 100 players playing. So it seems like there were 101, that there was probably one person that registered and just simply donated a entry. Just like yesterday, we had one extra person registered and paid for, but did not register a deck list. So we had 101 paid entries and 100 players playing today. which is the most amount of players that we've had at the vintage event for the Landrun. So I did miss, though. It looks like there was a swords on that Arcanum area while I was checking those statistics and that data. Still waiting on that match to be submitted from the other table. Know for certain that I'm pretty sure Edward did win that match against Sean. Looks like we have a force pitch. Zek attacks it. No, that's a mind break trap. Pitching a mind break trap on the Clarion Conquer. And Jacob quickly makes a construct token. We do have a trigger on the stack. See if he elicits to go ahead and make another construct token. He does. So it looks like we have Wasteland, Strip Mine, take Will off of all of his resources, and we do have a concession. So that will be round 2 going to Jacob Milchman. He is on a tear. Can he do it one more time? His team won the Trios event on Friday. His team, he himself won the Legacy event yesterday. We saw the Ancestral Recall that he won yesterday in play today. Can he do it again? I'm sure we'll see him on camera again later on in the day if he continues to do as well as he is. Jacob improves to 2-0 while Will falls to 1-1. Well, folks, we still have about 9-10 minutes left in the round. We will be back whenever round 3 starts. I'm going to go get me something to eat as I'm here by myself. Thank you all for tuning in. Stick around with us. Hey there, folks. We're getting sideboards done. We're getting game one ready to go for round three. We got Ross Haley playing against Charlotte Legacy League, is the name that he goes by and has for our stream here. And we have Initiative versus Azorius Midrange. And whenever I say Azorius Midrange, it's we'll take a look at his list and see what he's got going on here. He has 4 Guida Souls, 4 Mockingbird, 4 Ocelot Pride, 3 Johnny, 2 Voice of Victory, a couple pieces of power for the on-color Moxen, Ancestral Recall, Time Walk. It looks like it's just straight up a blue-white creature deck with a couple of counter spells, a couple, some Force of Wills, Force of Negations. Just good stuff. And then we have Initiative out of Ross Haley, and we have a turn 1 Vexing Bauble, meaning that none of the Moxen will be able to be cast just quite yet. And that is a Skull Clamp DC from Charlotte. And that is a turn 2 White Plume Adventurer with an Elvish Spirit Guide pitch to it. The Vexing Bubble still doing good work, and that is a 1 of for Ross because has been restricted. Then if we end up making it to our backup match, which is table 6, we would have John Serrata on Dredge versus Mike Salimasi on some kind of Izza deck. Looks like it's Vivi Emery and a bunch of artifacts, a bunch of spells. So if we get over to that match, we'll be able to watch some Vivi action. So that is a Voice of Victory coming into play for Charlotte. Thankfully for Ross, I don't think he'll be casting any spells on Charlotte's turn normally anyway. That is an Ancient Tomb, so he'll be taking 2. So we got 4 mana. Imagine this has got to be a Seasoned Dungeoneer then. It could be a Witch Enchanter if not. It is indeed a Seasoned Dungeoneer. He'll take the initiative again. Looks like he's opting to trap, so Charlotte will be losing 5 down to 15, down to 14 because of the fetch. And then he'll attack for 5. It'll explore because of Seasoned Dungeoneer. It'll get a counter. Sees a second Seasoned Dungeoneer. Oh boy, folks, this is already looking like a really aggressive start for Ross. He'll be taking 6 because it's unblockable, because it's a part of the party members, because it's Cleric. I guess untap at Charlotte's upkeep. Opts to keep the Seasoned Dungeoneer on top, of course. Now, Charlotte does attack with that Voice of Victory. It will mobilize 2. It'll put 2 1/1s tapped and attacking in play, meaning that he could steal the initiative back, but he would be throwing away his Voice of Victory to do so. He does have a Swords of Plowshare in hand, so we'll see what Charlotte's able to put together here. Moxen currently uncastable. It does opt to Swords to Seasoned Dungeoneer. So Ross will gain 3 for that. Back up to 21. And he does decide to go ahead and throw the Voice of Victory into the Abyss to put 2 tap tokens into play and steal the initiative back. So he'll be able to search his library for basic plains, or it could be an island if that's what he chooses. Looks like it is an island. Alright, moving turns, Charlie does have to sacrifice those tokens because of the mobilize mechanic. He does opt to go ahead and wasteland that ancient tomb. Let's go to Raw Straws here. We do know that that's a seasoned engineer. Did not draw another mana source, so he's only able to attack for 6. So he can draw a card. Maybe he'll draw a mana source. Does draw planes, so you can cast a 3-drop if he chooses. The most aggressive 3-drop would likely be another White Plume Adventure. Opts to not play anything, just untaps the Seasoned Engineer, or the White Plume Adventure. See what Charlotte's able to put together here. Play the Meticulous Archive tap, so he gets to Surveil 1. Decides he likes it, lays it on top. I do think that is a Time Lock in his hand, so he could opt to just explore here. Does choose to do so. So he'll get to untap, take another turn, draw whatever card he decided to keep on top. Looks like it was a land. Looks like a Flooded Strand to me. Does have a Guide of Souls in hand, so he could like churn out some creatures and try to gain some life here. Does have another Voice of Victory in hand. And he has an Ajani. Ajani Nakatl Pariah. So for those of you folks that aren't unfamiliar with Ajani Nakatl Pariah, it's a 2-mana 1/2 legendary creature that when it enters, it creates a 2/1 cat. And if the Ajani's controller has another cat die while Ajani's in play, you can exile it, transform it into the Planeswalker on the backside. So you will gain 1 up to 3 as the Ajani comes into play, gain energy, and then you'll go up to 2 energy and 4 life as the cat token comes into play. Let's fetch back to 3. Imagine this is probably for a Tundra. It is. Blocks with the cat, or the cat token does end up dying to the Skull Clamp, so he'll be able to flip his Ajani. Gets to draw 2 cards from the Skull Clamp. So he could. So most likely option is just going to be 0, make another cat token, gain a life, gain energy, which he does choose to do so. And that is a pass. So because the initiative was not taken from Ross, he gets to reveal the top 10 cards of his library, put a creature card from amongst them into play, and he'll be able to... And it'll have 3 counters on it. So I imagine this should be Windmill Slam, put a Seasoned Engineer into play. Yeah, and that is the case. So that will, game one will go to Ross. That's also what happened last time. Whenever we had an initiative player in the booth. Last round. And we'll go ahead and take a sneak peek at the other match while it's going on. We have Dredge versus VV combo. Do apologize for the glare that's on the right side. Some now it looks like a Landrun proxy of Bazaar at Baghdad. The names are going to be incorrect because we are just taking a sneak peek while our main match is inside board. Looks like there's a Mana Crypt in play. We're taking some damage off of that. Looks like I see a few lands, a couple of Moxen. That is the namesake of the deck. That is a VV. Icarus going to be, has a trigger. With that trigger on the stack, he's going to be activating Bazaar Baghdad. Just going to dredge 5. It is a prize Malgo going into the yards. That'll come back at the end step. It has several more Bazaar Baghdads. It's going to be a Creeping Chill trigger. That trigger will go on the stack, but it won't quite resolve yet until he draws a second card or dredges another card. Looks like he'll be just taking a natural draw for that second draw of Bazaar Baghdad. He'll have to discard 3. Discards those 2 cards plus a Force Negation. So it'll drain for 3, go from 26 to 1. Still has a Sicker trigger. Probably Exile a Grief from the graveyard. Does so. Does he find another Creepy Chill for the win? Does not. So he'll just be attacking for 4. Looks like we have a Sink and Disturber to bounce the Narcomoeba. VV will ping for 1. It'll go up to a 1-4, and it'll block the Icarus profitably. There's a couple creatures being put into play tap. Now we'll go ahead and go back over to our other match, our main match, while they're finished. Sideboards have been finished and they're in mulligan process. Looks like they're still resolving those mulligans, so we'll go ahead and swap back again. I am personally interested in seeing how this match ends, and it looks like Dredge player does end up taking the win. All right. And that is Sushi on Dredge from table 6, beating Sully out, or beating Sully in game 1 on VV combo. Now Charlotte's going to be on the play here this time. We did have a turn 1 Vexing Bauble from Ross, and that did slow the game down exponentially. He won't have the pleasure of being able to do that this time. He could theoretically maybe have a turn 1 Archon effect of the first spell that Charlotte casts gets countered unless he pays 1. But we'll see what Ross is able to put together. It appears that Charlotte has decided to keep 7. Turn 1 Tundra into Ancestral Recall at your upkeep. Draws 3 cards. Looks like a couple of white cards. Ross now gets to draw his card for turn. Let's see what he gets to do. Lotus Petal. See if that elicits a response from Charlotte. Black Lotus. That might certainly elicit a response. Ross does not have a turn 1 Cavern Soul, so whatever spell he casts can be Force of Will, which we can see out of Charlotte's hand that he has a Force of Will and a blue card. Looks like a Mockingbird. Looks like this will be a White Plume Adventurer. And that wasn't a Black Lotus, that was a Mock Sapphire, I apologize. And that was Force Pitch a Mockingbird. And he passes back. Ross is wondering what the heck does this card do. For those of you that don't know, Mockingbird is essentially a copycat creature, so it's a 1 blue and X, and it's naturally a 1/1 bird. You may have it come in as a copy of any creature that's already on the battlefield, with mana value equal to the amount of mana you spent to cast it. So if there's a 2-drop on the field, you could sink 2 mana into it, a blue and a 1 of any color, and having it come in as a copy of that 2-drop, and so on. And it's a bird in addition to its other types with flying. Looks like we do have a Vexing Bauble from Ross. So there will be no more mocks to cast unless that Vexing Bauble is removed from the field. Have an Urza Saga from Charlotte. I'm assuming that it has a counter on it because has used it to spend mana. And there'll be attack for 1 from the Guide of Souls. It does indeed have a counter. Looks like that's an Anointed Peacekeeper from Ross. Don't see another mana source though. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and crack the bauble. Draw a card. Appears he has failed to find another mana source, and he already sees the writing on the wall. He says he's full. No, thank you. I want to go to game 3. Well, this match has finished before the other matches even finished their mulligan process. Or this game is finished already faster before the other game finished their mulligan process. Ross is very similar to me, where if I see the writing on the wall, I don't really see a point in sitting there and playing it out for a very long time to run or runner outs. It would require an extreme amount of luck for Ross to have won that game. Both matches are still going through their mulligan processes and their sideboards, so we will just watch our main match for now. Ross will be on the play for this game. Let's see what he's able to put together. He has not chosen to sideboard any cards differently from games 2 and 3. Charlotte is replacing 2 cards. Looks like Consign to Memory was one of those cards that he decided to take out. See if Ross is able to keep 7 cards here. Does have a Cavernous Soul in that opener hand, but it doesn't look like it had any mana acceleration. See if Charlotte's able to keep 7 here. Looks like he's chosen to do so. So I have a mulligan to 6 from Ross, and it keeps 7 from Charlotte. I do see a Black Lotus, a land, a Swords to Plowshare,
Looks like a Moxon. It's hard to tell what that very back card is. It's like Ross is very interested in keeping this hand. Decides to lead out with Chrome Mox. Exiling Swords of Plowshares. Cast a Mox Sapphire. Cast another Chrome Mox. Seems like he did announce Chrome Mox first. Looks like this might have listened to Mindbreak Trap. And Ross has to pass. Looks like he has no cards left in hand. That was, I have 6 cards and I'm going to use all of them. I have a Black Lotus from Charlotte. Ancestral Recall. After a Tundra Search. Ross's hand was very much all in or all out. And it looks like our other match has already finished as well, or at least they're going to game 3. I believe the Dredge player had the mulligan to Oblivion and didn't have enough. I just couldn't find a Bizarre Baghdad. See if Ross is able to draw some. He does draw an Anointed Peacekeeper. This will likely elicit a response from Charlotte. Nope, he allows it to resolve. There are 3 Mockingbirds in his hand. Swords of Plowshare, a Force Negation, a Sink into Stupor, and a Wasteland. Now, Anointed Peacekeeper, it being different than Elite Spellbinder, it does not exile the card. He just chooses a card name, and that spell will cost 2 more to cast. So if he chooses Mockingbird, every single one of them would cost 3 or more to cast. Could also choose Force Negation, or Sink into Stupor, or Swords of Plowshares. We'll see what he decides to name. Notably, Mockingbird doesn't require you to pay more mana in order to be able to copy a 3-drop. It only cares about the amount of mana spent to cast it. And he opts to not write down the cards in Charlotte's hand. See if Charlotte drew a land. He did. Drew a Strip Mine. See what Ross is able to draw here. If he did draw land, he likely may still just go and play it into Strip Mine and force it. Doesn't have too much going on anyway. Charlotte draws a Wasteland now. Decides to buy back Lyris, cast Lyris with Black Lotus, and cast Black Lotus from the graveyard. Cast a Mockingbird, copying Anointed Peacekeeper, and he can name any card. If I was a gambling man, I would probably say Seize a Dungeoneer. I must have you know that I am a gambling man. Fortunately, it doesn't look like we get to see what card. Draws an Archon. That is pretty good. It does make it to where Charlotte's not going to be able to double spell. Notably doesn't die to a force. Anointed Peacekeeper down. Fortunately, he didn't see that. Probably just named Lyris because that was a companion and would make it cost 5, but I can see why he decided to probably name Mockingbird if I was to take a guess. Decides to cast Mockingbird, naming Archon. So now, both of them, any non-basic lands they play will be coming in the tap. We will be playing Slow Magic here. Fortunately, Charlotte does have this kind of loop where any creature that Ross plays, Charlotte can just copy it with Mockingbird. So if he plays an initiative creature, Charlotte can also just take the initiative. Charlotte does have a Time Walk. Does elect to go ahead and strip mine the basic planes. Cast Black Lotus for his 1 spell for the turn. And passes. See if Ross is able to do something whenever it comes back to him. Charlotte plays a non-basic land for turn, unless that was already in play. That may have already been in play. I think he was considering whether he's going to use it for mana. Alexa Swords the Archon, so now any of his non-basic lands will be coming into play untapped now. Except for Meticulous Archive. Steel can only play 1 spell a turn because of his own Archon. Black Lotus Castagiani. The mana floating. Does still have an Archon. He can't. He has an Archon in play. One moment. Alright, we're back, folks. We made sure to get that cleared up. However, it does look like Ross just went in and conceded anyway. So Charlotte did end up receiving a warning for that because he
did an action that wasn't legal. We're going to go ahead and transition back over to the other side. So Charlotte did end up taking that game 2-1. And then I believe we are in game 3 over here on this side. And we have Sully on VV Combo, and we have Sushi on Dredge. So the names that they elected to go by. This is John C. and Mike S. for anybody interested. We have Dredge versus VV Combo. Looks like we have an upkeep Icarus triggers. We're gonna dredge 4. See if we can find some more black cards. And this will likely also grab a Stinkweed Imp for the second spell. Dredge 5. It's gonna trigger Narcomoeba. The Narcomoeba is gonna come into play. And that'll trigger the Prize Amalgam for the end step. Looks like with all that on the stack, it appears Sully has decided to activate a chromatic or Soul Guide Lantern. It looks like it is foreign language, so it's a little bit harder for me to tell. We have a Noxious Revival targeting something, but that does not resolve with the Mental Misstep. So we do have a very full exile for Sushi. We have a Flame of Anor, we have a Wizard, so he's able to draw 2 and deal 5 damage to a creature. Stocko finds a couple of cards. And those of you wondering, that is an Emery that's in play. And Emery is a Merfolk Wizard. Again, I do want to apologize for the glare that's on the player's right side. That's why we do have this match as our backup match. Looks like we do have a Brain Freeze from a Merchant Scroll.
could be dangerous depending on the number of creeping chills that Sushi is running. Unless Sully has a response to those, he might have another Soul Guide Lantern. Or some other effect like that. Looks like he's opting to target himself with the first Brain Freeze. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So storm count is 8. 1,024 cards. I'm guessing that is an underworld breach that is in play that's making it where Sully is able to cast all these spells. That's what that red spell in play is. And that will be game 3 going to Sully. And that'll do us for this round, folks. We'll be back with round 4. We still got about 10 minutes left in the round. We'll be back with that round. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, so we have Charlotte Legacy League from last round. We have them back on the same side. And then we have VV Combo on our left side. So both of these folks were in the booth last round, and they just random number generator decided that they should be in the booth again this round. And then we have Charlotte on Azorius mid-range on our right side. And then in our backup match, let's see, there it is. In our backup match, we have Edward Bonar playing against Gabe Hoppy. Alright, looks like we do finally have a start here. We have a turn 1 Volcanic Island into a Soul Rink. Turn 1 Urza Saga from Charlotte. Mox Pearl. And a pass. So Gataxian Probe sees a couple of lands, Days, and a Mockingbird. Looks like that's multiple Tundras. Second person in a row that has to read Mockingbird to see what this card does. For those of you that don't know, Mockingbird is a copycat card. For whatever the amount of mana you spend into it and copy a creature with that mana value. We do have a VV in play. Also, for those of you that don't know what VV does, it's blue, red, and 1 for a 0/4. For every time you cast a non-creature spell, you can put a counter on it. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then you can pay 0 and add mana in any combination of blue and red equal to her power. Now that is an Astral Legion's Planisphere that just now got cast. And that looks like that's going to be a Daze countering it. Astral Legion Planisphere is also from Final Fantasy, so we have a couple of Final Fantasy cards from Sully here in our vintage format. For those of you that don't know what Astral Legion's Planisphere does, I can look at the Oracle text for you. Pretty sure I know what it is, but we're going to double check anyway. So as job select, so that means when it enters battlefield, it's going to create a 1/1 colorless hero token and attach to it. Equipped creature is a wizard in addition to its other types and has whenever you cast a non-creature spell and whenever you draw your third card each turn, put a counter on this creature. And you can pay 2 to equip it to something else. Does often make a construct token, searches up a skull clamp, and plays a Mockingbird to copy the construct token. So it wouldn't have the token subtype, but it would be a construct. So those are currently 4/4s. They do get walled by the VV. That's currently a 2/5 or a 2/6. 2/6. So it looks like that is a Pyroblast, but Mockingbird is a copy of the construct. It's a bird and with flying, but it's not blue. So it would be colorless, so it wouldn't die to the Pyroblast. So it looks like we do have a rewind here, and that's just a thank you for understanding and not calling a judge on me. That is an Emery. So it's going to mill 4, and then later on he can tap that Emery to target an artifact in his graveyard, and he can then cast that artifact from his graveyard that turn. Passes it back to Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte could have just let Pyroblast resolve, and it just would not have destroyed anything. Looks like that is Ocelot Pride, and then using Skull Clamp to crack on the Ocelot Pride immediately to draw 2 cards. It's for 4. 4 in the air. Although it's no longer blue, it does have flying. And he equips the Skull Clamp to the construct, making it a 5/3. Grabs a Thundering Falls. Bids an artifact. Looks like a bauble. Does a Mishra's Bauble. Activates targeting Astral Legion's Planisphere. Cast Planisphere, so you'll now have a hero token. See if he has one. I hope if he's playing with the card that he has a hero token. He does. Also foreign. That is a Merchant Scroll. It's going to trigger both the Planisphere and the VV to deal 1 damage and to put a counter on the hero. Looks like that's going to elicit a response from Charlotte. At the very least, a fetch. It looks like that the Flusterstorm he's putting on the stack. He's doing the more uncommon path of putting the spell on the stack and then paying the cost later. A little bit of shortcutting. VV did have the mana to be able to pay for the Fluster, so Ancestral will still resolve. Or Merchant Skull will still resolve to be able to search up the Ancestral, and Ancestral being able to draw 3. Trigger the Planisphere, because he'll draw his 3rd card for the turn. Mox Ruby. Looks like this is a Pyroblast. No, that's an Underworld Breach. My apologies. This Underworld Breach entering play. We do have a Mishra's Bauble, several Moxen. I can imagine that this game will end very quickly. Notably, VV has already been activated. It's a Mox Sapphire. They are very large wizards. That is currently a 9/13 VV and a 8/8 hero wizard. Does attack and blocks with a contract token. You'll draw 2 cards. The creature died. Because of it being equipped with Skull Clamp. See what Charlotte's able to piece together. As of right now, looks like the writing could be on the wall. I do see a bunch of lands in Charlotte's hand. That might be a Sword Splasher all the way in the back, but I at least see 4 lands in his hand. Was it a Johnny? That was the one card that was not a land in his hand. Johnny Nakatl Pariah. And that's going to elicit a counter spell from Sully. Force of Will, pitch a blue card. And Charlotte said I had enough. Alright, so game 1 will go to Sully on VV combo.
All right, and while we wait on this game for sideboard, we will go ahead and take a peek at our other match. We have Edward Bonar again on Oath of Druids versus Gabe Hoppy. Both of these people have already been in the booth. Gabe Hoppy's on Dredge, and we're just playing against Oath. And it looks like Dredge just now took down that game. So both of them will be going to sideboarding. So we'll just go ahead and go back to our main match since both of them will be a sideboard. Let's see how long these matches take. Let's see how long these sideboards take. Notably, out of sideboards for possible options for both of these folks. For Sully, out of his VV combo deck, he does have 3 Pyroblast, a couple of Rending Volleys, Consigned to Memory, Hercule's Recall. He has he has Soul. That might just be it. That might be all that he brings in. He also has a Lightning Bolt in the sideboard. That could also be an option. And then we'll take a look at what Charlotte has. Looks like there's a couple of consigned memories. There are a lot of Moxen and artifacts on VV side, so VV combo. So, excuse me, goodness gracious. There are a couple of consigned memories on Sully's side, so there could be options. I could see even Stony Silence coming in. There's 2 Stony Silence in a sideboard. There's a Mind Break Trap. That certainly could be coming in. There's also a Rest in Peace. I definitely see that being an option wanting to come in. And another copy of Swords and Plowshares. So Charlotte has several different options of what he could want to bring in. See what he decides. And it does look like that other match did wrap up, and it looks like Dredge took it down for Gabe Hoppy. So this will just be the one match that we'll be watching today. Or watching for this round, I'm sorry. So how's everybody's day going? Everybody enjoying playing some vintage? Or watching some vintage being played? Maybe y'all could tell us where everybody's tuning in from. So far, I haven't seen any goblins. Especially, I have not seen any in the undefeated bracket. Or if there are, I just haven't got out there to look at them. Unfortunately, just the random number generator that I've had, it has pulled him in here twice, but he's been on backup both times, so it's been a little difficult to. I try to keep it as random as possible. I try to be as unbiased as possible, so that way it doesn't appear. I want to make it to where it's all random. See how this game turns out. No, sorry about that, folks. I had to step away. Unfortunately, being the only person inside the booth, I having to take care of things. Uh, anytime I need to step away, that there's just nobody in here to commentate. Sorry about that, folks. So I can confirm the Dredge player did win in the other match. And I'm just coming in on this match. Looks like we have an attack from Ocelot Pride. Okay, never mind. It looks like Zorius took down that game. It'll be going to game 3 for VV Combo. They'll be on the play. Yesterday we at least had 2 folks to be able to manage having someone in the booth at all times. But I am here on my own today. Alright, so it looks like the players are going to take a brief bathroom break, so they're going to get a little bit of a time extension for that. So there is going to be a little bit of a pause, so just bear with us, folks. And we'll get back to the commentating as soon as they are back.
All right, folks. Looks like we're shuffling up. Back for game three. And Charlotte is having to take a mulligan. Looks like Sully has decided to keep 7. See if Charlotte's able to keep 6 here. And he is. See, and we can see what he has. VV combo would be going down to 18 as he casts a Gataxian Probe. Looks like we have a Consigned to Memory, a Lorien Revealed, a Wasteland, a Voice of Victory, a Force Negation, and that might be a Spell Pierce. Thunder falls into Mox Emerald, bends a Planisphere. Got a turn 1 Wasteland. I'm surprised it didn't get used immediately, so that indicates that he really needs the mana sources. Probably the islands like the Lorien Revealed. We have a Planisphere. This will elicit a Force Negation, pitching a blue card. Pitching a Consigned to Memory. Looks like we have a Flusterstorm in response from the VV combo deck. Does resolve. Then we have Force of Will pitching another blue card. Then we have an Island Cycle, and we know that he has a Voice of Victory in hand. That'll be the last card that he has. Looks like that was an island that was drawn for turn and a Voice of Victory. And then he opts to Wasteland the Volcanic Island. Got another Volcanic Island anyway. Looks like that is an Emery. It's going to cost 2. Milling Mox Jet, a land, a Force of Will, and a mountain. Passes the turn. Oh. Perhaps not. Okay, it is pass. Tax for 3 altogether, effectively. We go to 14.
Sorry, folks, I had to step away again. So it looks like we do have Lotus Petal that it's able to be looped with the Emery. We have a couple of Astral Agent Planispheres in play. It looks like a second one was cast whenever I stepped out. Using some of that mana in the graveyard, probably to cast. Looks like a Dig Through Time is about to be cast if that many cards are getting exiled. That is what it is. So you get to look at the top 7, put 2 of those cards in his hand. That is a Flame of Venor. Like it looks like it's going to be dealing 5 and probably drawing 2. And if he hasn't drawn 3, it's going to put more counters on these guys because he's drawing his 3rd card for the turn. Alright, and that's going to be game 3 going to VV Combo. We have about 13 minutes left in the round, folks. So we will be back at round 5. And we look forward to seeing y'all then. And hope that, that we can bring some good magic for you folks. Thank you. We got, and then we have another person joining us in the booth. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm Brian, and I did horrible today.
Brian also played in the vintage format today. Didn't go too well, so he's joining me here at least for a few rounds. We got Joe Brennan on Esper Saga. We got Matt on Raker Shops, and then on our backup camera, we are going to have Sean Mahoney on Mono 8 Initiative, and then we got Ryan Bartley on Mono Blue Deck.
It's Chamil Shops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he knows what's going on here. But we're letting all guns resolve for right now. Of course, you got Joe with the Trump companion symbol for Luris. Gotta love to see it.
I know it's like his bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anytime that there were big events anywhere, he always insisted on wearing a MAGA hat. It's always been fun.
Good roll from Joe.
Yeah, that's an 11 and an 11. We got to roll off. 4. And 4. Oh man.
This is the real match.
Uh-oh. The 1 in 36. The other 1 in 36.
Well, that's actually insane.
That's crazy. What an insane sequence of rolls. So tell us, how did Vintage treat you today? You say you didn't do too hot. What was going on?
I did an audible because I didn't want to think too much to play Combo Dredge. My wife's deck, she unfortunately couldn't make it. And instead of Beseech, and then I just went 1-3. I never kept more than 3, that kind of thing. And
unfortunately, yeah, because you were playing Bazaar today, right?
Yeah,
Bazaar Dredge.
Yeah, Combo Dredge. It's a fun deck, but you live and die by the Bazaar. So
exactly.
It happens.
I'm a big fan of playing Bazaar. Before I was on Cradle Vine, and then I played Dredge for the Trios event. Thankfully for me, I got to keep 7 way more often than I usually would be able to, and they ended up working out in our favor. Looks like we do have a mulligan coming from Matt, and it appears that Joe's going to be keeping 7. I do see at least a Wasteland and maybe a Tundra in there.
Yeah. Is there a way to make this bigger on our end?
I'm not sure. Like I said,
I believe there is, and I don't want to mess with their settings though. It's very hard to see the tiny little screen.
I am as technologically unsavvy as possible.
Esper Saga. So I wonder if this is just going to be like vanilla missionary saga,
yeah. So we could go ahead and take a look at
exactly.
We could go ahead and take a look at Joe's list. So Joe, he's running 4 Frogs, 3 Orcish Bowmasters, a couple of Lavinia, and 1 Snapcaster Mace for the Creature Suite. And then we got a Demonic Tutor, Gataxian Probe, a lot of the limited cards, Gataxian Probe, Lorien Reveal, Prismatic Ending, Stock Up, Time Walk, Treasure Cruise, and then we got a playset of Force of Wills, 3 Force Negations, 3 Spell Pierce, 3 Swords of Plowshares.
Okay, so we're on like
just
almost stock Esper Saga or Esper Luris.
Just very stock. No main board Nihil spell bombs like there were yesterday. Whenever there was a bunch of Reanimator going around, he does have a couple on the sideboard, and then it looks like we have a turn 1 Mishra's Workshop, Patchwork Automaton into a Key and a Mox Pearl.
Not a bad start. Oh, we got more gas coming.
Looks like another key, so that's going to go up and become a 4/4 Patchwork Automaton, and it does have Ward 2, so that's going to be a little difficult for Joe to deal with.
Yeah, what's his removal suite? I imagine just swords.
Let's see here. So he has 3 Swords to Plowshares, and that's it.
3 is a little shocking.
Oh, he has a Prismatic Ending as well.
Oh, okay.
But that's also just that would require him to spend 2 mana for the mana value of the card, and then 2 more for the ward,
which is like really steep, especially on a deck like Esper Luris, which you're not running a ton of mana, like extra mana rocks, right? You're running. He's probably on color Moxen and Lotus, and that's it.
He's actually on 4 He's on all of the on color Moxen, Jet, Pearl, Sapphire, and Black Lotus, and then he's running 18 lands.
Okay.
So he's running 22 mana sources altogether.
Yeah, so he may not be able to get a removal spell kind of early enough here.
And it looks like he already bent the prismatic ending, so he only has 3 swords left.
Oh, well, that'll do
He
it.
does have a Psychic Frog that can act as a removal spell if he just dumps his hand.
Which is wild that it's often the correct play.
Right.
Right, that's insane.
Yeah, being able to dump your hand, make it a big old Psychic Frog, sometimes it ends up winning games a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see what we have here from Matt. Looks like we have another tap of the Mystery Workshop. Is that a Stone Cold Serpent?
It's a Scrawling Crawler.
Scrawling Crawler, okay.
Yeah. As far as I remember, I believe his Raker Shops list is pretty stock as well. Nothing too spicy in there. I think we're at a point though where this automaton's bigger than this frog can be. At least
I
to
think
kill.
Joe only has 4 cards in hands. He might have 5, but even
Yeah.
at that point, it would still only be a 5/6, and still wouldn't even be able to block profitably.
Yeah. Like save yourself the 6.
You might have to just take the damage on this turn. Looks like we have a land from Matt.
And actually, Scrawling Crawler is pretty brutal with frog too. Right, because you're gonna be if you swing with the frog, you draw the card. You're getting a little extra damage in there. Oh, and we're going unblockable.
And for those of you at home that don't know what Scrawling Crawler does, it's a 3-mana 3/2. At the beginning of your upkeep, each player draws a card, and then whenever an opponent draws a card, that player loses a life. So every time he's going to draw a card, like he was saying, every time he draws a card off of Psychic Frog, if he just lets him in for the damage, it's going to cost him even more life.
Yeah.
So they draw for the turn, does ping Joe down to 12.
I mean, this is a pretty. So what I think is crazy is that for Raker Shops, this was a pretty okay start. I don't think it was particularly explosive.
Right, yeah, this wasn't even a I'm going to win on turn 1 or turn 2
Yeah.
start. This was, I'm just going to put a big fat creature into play.
And actually, what I think is really notable is Joe may not even realize that he's on Raker.
Right, he may think that he's just on regular shops.
Yeah. I don't know that changes the sideboard plan a ton, but he might. Yeah, Joe's in the tank here. Okay, we got a Wasteland.
There's a Wasteland on the Ancient Tomb.
Interesting. Is he hoping not to be able to do any more unblockable?
Yeah, because like as of right now, unless he draws another mana source off the top of his deck, which Raker Shops does run a lot of, he won't be able to make anything unblockable again.
Okay, so we have Crawler on the stack, it looks like.
Maybe a Bowmaster? That's what it is.
Bowmaster. Okay. Oh, he's going to try to kill it, I think. I think he pinged the Crawler.
Right. Yeah, and because it's a 3/2, they'll both draw a card, and then that'll ping the Crawler again down to 2.
Okay.
What would have been interesting is, well, yeah, because it's every draw outside of the draw step, so even the normal draw step wouldn't have done anything. So you had to kill it there. Draws another workshop.
Okay. A Nettle Cyst, it looks like?
That's what it looks like, a Metal Cyst. Joe's having to read it, so.
We have a Force of Negation for the Nettle Cyst. Okay. I mean, you just swing in here.
Yeah,
Like
I
Joe has a
don't-
ton of turns of blocks, but
Yeah, I don't see a world where you're supposed to hold back the Patchwork Automaton. I think you're still just supposed to apply pressure.
although it does look like the plan or the move to Wasteland, the Ancient Tomb paid off here, right? 'Cause-
Right. It couldn't be made unblockable this turn.
Yeah, because this went from a 2-turn clock to many turn clock here, 3, 4. That's a lot of time for Esperluris to kind of dig itself out of any
Right.
hole.
Yeah. If he's able to somehow either buy Luris out of the sideboard, or if he's able to piece something together here, He's got a lot of turns to be able to turn the clock. Looks like he's just going to attack for 2, go and burn a card into Saga Frog, discarding a land,
Okay.
possibly indicating he has another land in hand, or he's just fine with just staying on 2 lands.
Maybe another Bowmaster?
Could be. If there is another Bowmaster, this card could
Well,
turn
actually,
really
you would
dirty.
swing, I would imagine, if you had another
If you had
Bow-
second Bowmaster, you might attack with the first one.
Yeah. At least I would. I guess that's why I'm here and not.
That is the Urza Saga coming into play, the 1/0 that he's able to have. And that's a null rod. So those Manifold Keys and those Mox are not going to be able to be activated anymore.
Is this game 2 then?
It's got to be. I can't imagine a world where the Patchwork Automaton is going to be able to outrace anything that's going on here.
I guess my question is this game 2 though?
No, this is game 1.
And he has a null rod in the main board?
What look? He sure does. He has a 1/0 copy of Null Rod in the main board.
Wow, that is brutal.
Drawing that against the shop's deck definitely has
I
got to
would,
feel good.
if I'm being honest, if I was game 1 and my opponent drops a null rod,
You might be calling a judge.
I'm calling a judge. Guaranteed. I'm like, judge, there's no way. That's brutal. Oh, we have a Saga, though, on the other side. Although no way to really generate.
He can't make any construct tokens. Joe feels like it really looks like Joe's in a really winning position here. It doesn't have any more blockers to just throw at the Patchwork Automaton, but he can just make a construct token and just block that way.
Yeah, which buys him still more time to draw with the frog and get his way out of this mess.
He might be trying to decide if it's worth it to try to dump some cards in this frog. Right now, he's currently on an 8-turn clock, discarding 2 cards, making it a 4-turn clock.
Interesting. Well, that probably actually buys him the time he needs. Make a Saga, make
Yeah.
another Saga.
So he gets to draw a card. Is that a Swords of Plowshare I just
I
now saw?
didn't see what it was. I think he just swords here instead of making
But I
the
don't
conch.
think I see a White Source on the board unless he has a Tundra. It looks like he's discarding, or he's just going to go ahead and play the Wasteland and just discard it immediately to get rid of that Urza Saga.
I mean, I think that's the correct play.
I agree. See what Matt's able to put together here. I think you have to force Joe's hand. I don't think you can just lead the Patchwork Automaton back to block. I think you have to attack here.
He don't even block, right? He's just gonna fly the frog.
Right. But yeah, well, to leave it back to block, like any
Saga.
construct tokens or
Yeah.
whatever, you just have to apply pressure. Just force Joe to block.
I guess this would be an easier way to know if we knew how many cards were in Joe's hand right now.
He
was
has
it
2.
2. Okay, so you can make the frog 3 bigger, so it's a 7.
He wouldn't
Make
be
it
able to one-shot next turn.
He would make a construct. Make a construct on the just trigger.
Oh,
grab.
sure.
So I think Matt might be
That'd
dead
be
here.
2, 3, 6 power, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're right.
Yeah. And we get the construct. Let's see if we get there. The main board null rod's insane. Very good, clearly.
It's definitely made this match way more one-sided than it could have been.
Yeah, I think he drew already, presumably. Yeah, Matt's
So
doing the
those will
math.
be 4 construct tokens. That'll be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 on board without him having to discard anything. And grabs a Vexing Bauble. All right,
Yeah,
that'll
Matt
do it.
calls
That'll
it.
be game 1.
One up. Oh, you got it. You control us?
Yeah. Well, while these guys are going to sideboard, we'll go ahead and take a peek over at our other game. Notably, the overlay won't be correct for this match. And it looks like this matchup, so this is table 10.
So it looks like we have Chameel Shops and then a mono white initiative.
That's right, that would be correct.
I was taking a little sneak peek. Well,
Yeah, we got
a white plume.
We got Sean Elm against Ryan Bartley.
So Ryan's on the left, Sean's on the right, and I believe we just had a white plume come into play.
There it is, a white plume, and we got that big old undercity
That's
sewer
so
token.
funny.
Just in case.
Is it in half a sleeve?
No, it's in a full sleeve. It's
Oh, but I'm saying it
laminated.
sticks out.
It's laminated.
Oh, okay. So it looks like it sticks out of his sleeve. That's so funny. What is this card on the board? Is it a
Is that a
Thunder
mo-
Trap or a Mockingbird?
That looks like a Mockingbird, which that's not the first time we've seen a Mockingbird in play today, folks.
Yeah, I heard there was a confusion with the Pyroblast earlier in the
Yeah,
Mocking-
so there was a Pyroblast in play, or there was a Mockingbird in play that was a copy of a construct token, and so we at first thought here in the chat we thought it was a homie move, but instead he had asked his opponent if the Mockingbird was a blue creature, and he said yes. And then whenever he targeted it with Pyroblast, he was like, "Oh, actually, let's go ahead and call the judge." A Zord Beastmaster, which actually that is what it is.
Yeah.
A Zord Beastbinder. So this is even being played in standard in some Dimir mid-range list. It's a 2-mana 1/3 with Vigilance. A Zord Beastbinder can't be blocked by creatures power 2 or greater. Whenever it attacks up to one target artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent control loses all abilities until your next turn. If it's a creature, it becomes a 2 base power toughness 2/2 until your next turn.
Interesting. And he was able to take the initiative with it.
Right, because he was able to probably the White Plume Adventure couldn't block it.
Yeah. That's a little interesting tech. I mean, this deck list is full of just like cards you're not expecting in Vintage.
We've seen a couple of those today. We've seen a couple of Final Fantasy cards. We've seen Astral Legion Planisphere in play. We've seen we've seen a VV.
VV checks out. That one.
VV it makes sense. The Astral Legion Planisphere was definitely a nice chef's kiss.
Okay, we have a Chalice on something.
Chalice on 0, and we have
No,
no.
he
It's going to
paid.
be coming in at 1,
Yeah.
and then we have an Archon of America. So from now on, nobody's going to be able to cast more than one spell. Looks like he still has the initiative, so he's going to be
The
opting
beatdown
to put
plan.
some counters on the Azor Beastmaster, notably because it doesn't say power greater than it just says power 2 or greater, so it can become a 3/5 and still be able to attack profitably.
Oh, he decided to switch. He's doing Scry.
Okay.
I think that's probably the correct play because he's now is it a May clause on the
Yeah, so it's up to.
up to okay. So he doesn't have to turn these guys into
He doesn't have to turn them into 2/2s.
okay. We have a Saga out.
As soon as our main match, as soon as they get ready for their match, we'll switch back over there, folks. But right now, we're still checking this out.
I do believe that.
Looks like he decided to go ahead and turn both of those creatures into 2/2s,
Oh, they lose abilities.
and they lose all their abilities.
And I do believe technically that it's the. Is it Sean was on initiative? Was it his name?
Yeah. So
I believe he's up 1 round, so I think this is game 2.
okay.
And we're resolving mulligans on the main match.
All right. Looks
Right.
like they are starting back, so we're going to go ahead and go back over here. We've got Matt leading off for the Black Lotus.
That's a magic card.
It's a very pretty magic card too. I'm certainly jealous. Looks like it might be the same kind of lead that we had last game. He has a Patchwork Automaton in hand.
And I believe a Scrawling Crawler as well. Oh, it was Patchwork is what I saw. I'm sorry.
Is that an Imperial Seal or
On
a tutor? Maybe a tutor of some kind. I see a black card in his hand. That is a Tolarian Academy.
if I had to guess, it would be a Dismember.
Oh, that's a Soul Rank. Okay, that's not even a black card.
Oh, is that what you were thinking?
That's what
it
I
was?
thought it was a black card. So it looks like we have Glaring Fleshraker and another Automaton.
Yeah.
So imagine this is going to be Fleshraker. It's going to float 1/2 mana. So he has 1 colorless floating or 1 blue, depending on which one he decided.
Yeah. And it looks like he tried to bait out probably
A counter magic.
a counter magic. Which is kind of a risky bait though, because if he counters the
Soul-
Lotus,
Yeah, if he counters the Lotus, this turn becomes a lot slower if your only mana source is going to be
Yeah.
in Solarian Academy. That is Trump on a card.
yeah, Joe Brennan's bit is he likes to have Trump on his stuff. He is passionate about it. We'll say it that way. Wow, that's a start.
And that's another Patchwork Automaton, and that's going to
Trigger the flesh.
That's going to trigger the Fleshraker, make a servo, and both of those are going to shoot Joe for 2, or shoot Joe for 1. So he's going to go to 17 altogether.
Okay, there we go.
There we are. That's a great turn 1 start for Matt. He's got 4/4 play, a 1/1.
Ton of mana next turn.
Yeah, he's gonna have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana at the very least.
Make stuff unblockable.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mana. 9 mana. Alright, so that's a dead flesh raker.
Okay. I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
Like the chance of him just going off, especially if Joe doesn't have a ton of force magic, which I can't really tell.
I'm assuming since he'll let a lot of that resolve, he doesn't.
Yeah. Like you just lose the game right there. That's pretty good too.
That's a trawler. Now we got 5, 6, 7 coming in.
Wow.
Going to 10. It's a crazy start for Matt. This very easily could be game 3.
I mean, he's in top deck mode, I think, right now too, right? So, I mean, as a vintage player, that always scares me.
Absolutely.
Because like, you just get the wrong half of the deck, and you're like, oh, Mox. I guess this is not that bad to get a bunch of Moxes, right? You make them bigger.
Yeah, for Matt, it almost feels like anything that he draws could certainly be a good thing. And then for Joe, it's
Please
looking
draw
a little terrifying.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's able to draw here. We're able to play to be able to get him out of this situation, because otherwise he's looking at lethal attack next turn.
I believe so.
This might be an Orcish Bowmaster. It's a Psychic Frog. So that thing can block effectively either one of these creatures. I believe Joe has 5 cards in hand. Let's see what card Matt drew.
He can make something unblockable. Oh, they draw from the crawler.
Yep.
So they draw again.
So Matt gets 2 draws. That's an Ancient Tomb, and it looks like another artifact.
A Manifold Key, I think.
So it is a Manifold Key.
Yeah.
So this game is going to be over.
You play it, make it unblockable, and swing in.
That's
it's
a Grim
a monolith.
Okay. That's going to trigger both of these guys again.
I believe it's still over unless Brennan has a
He has to have removal spell for
the crawler.
Yeah. Just make the bigger guy unblockable.
He plays a conservative.
I was about to say, I'm
Ooh.
unsure why he...
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
okay.
All
I was
right.
going to say, I think he had it there no matter almost what.
All right, so while they're going to sideboard for game 3 and resolving mulligans, we'll go ahead and take a sneak peek over at our other match. Still, looks like they're still in the same game.
Yeah, so he was able to turn off the 2 initiative creatures. I was taking a peek. And then with that, he was able to get out a 1 ring, and it looks like he's had a few activations of it at this point. And it looks like they're in a bit of a stalemate. I think Ryan keeps on turning the White Plume and the Archon into two nerds that don't do anything.
Yeah, because they can't really attack profitably into these 1/3s.
Yeah. Is it a Force Will's Exile? I think this is Exile Pile. Okay, but I'm not exactly sure. I saw
Force Pitch of Force at one point.
I did see a judge come by, and there was something going on.
And that might still be what's happening now.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Which, if there was a judge call, the judge might come in here and pop in and tell us what was going on.
Yeah. Interesting. Or one of them's in the tank.
Could be that too. There is a Chalice the Void on 1 in play. It's hard to tell what that other card is. There is
Here
a
we go.
Really large
We have a Meek Stone. Might Stone? Is that what it's called?
Might Stone and Meek Stone.
Yeah. Well, really good here because you can kill one of these 2/2s.
Right. And most likely killing the Archon.
Yeah. Okay, Workshop.
I see a couple of Mox in hand. There's a Mox Pearl.
And a Mystical Tutor. I'm gonna be honest, depending what this Cavern's on, what just
It
happened?
got countered by Chalice. That looked like a Mana Vault.
Oh. I don't know if I would have dumped my hand with the Mana Vault. I would at least pretend to bluff I have a force.
Right.
Oh, he gets the Menace
He
skeleton.
Gets a skeleton.
I think Ryan's in a really good spot here. Yeah, with the yeah, there's no way constructs that big. They're mono white just folds to that.
Feels like this is going to be a lethal attack here soon.
I will say that if he does go to the throne, does he have anything in his deck to even get?
Let's see. Let me go back to.
I think you were on the list just now. I think.
Was that his list?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Creatures. Oh,
He has an
Masticore.
Argentum Masticore.
Pretty good thing to get on the.
Right. Which I wonder if he has like an extra Azure Beast color in the sideboard. He does. Okay, so that's where the second copy is. Because he only has one in the main deck.
And we can actually go back to the.
We can go back to our main match.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a turn 1 Undercity Sewers, keep the card on top, Mox Jet. We have a Wasteland playing out of Mana Vault.
No, I think it's a City of Traders.
Oh, that is a City of Traders, you're right. And then we have a Consign to Memory countering that.
Yep.
Well, no, Force of Will, pitch, Consign to Memory. Force of Negation, sorry. I'll eventually get it.
Yeah,
right.
we'll get there. It's a magic card. That
It is
does.
a Force card, it's blue. We have a Mox Sapphire for a Grim Monolith with the remaining mana. And then Cassie got a Glaring Fleshraker.
That's, I mean,
I think I see a Nettlecyst in Matt's hand as well.
he really needs the tops.
Psychic Frog,
Wasteland. Ooh. Is it a Mox Jet? Yes.
Yeah.
And that gets him into a Nettlecyst trigger.
Glaring Fleshraker, make a spawn. He has enough mana to cast the Nettlecyst now.
I think you do. You just have the threat.
Yeah, you just need a body in play.
Yeah, okay.
And you just get to replace the spawn token anyway.
Yeah, it's, in that regards, quote, free.
Notably, the germ is black, so it won't ping with Glaring Fleshraker.
We got a world leader's, I believe that's Dick Cheney token.
Love the token.
Are we doing something with this Eldrazi spawn? Spinning the top?
Spinning a top.
Oh, we might be game here.
If he finds another top, it could very easily be over.
Automaton.
I think I see a One Ring in that pile.
Can't really cast it. It goes on 2 cards left?
He has 1 card in hand. Oh, Joe has 2.
I guess depending on what those 2 are, but this seems like a pretty rough spot. Because once a Fleshraker starts doing the stuff with the top, even if it's once a turn, it's super annoying.
Yeah, you have to answer the Fleshraker almost immediately.
Now he's gonna be able to draw. And when you're, a deck like Esperluris, almost anything you draw is gas.
Right.
Or a Mox. When is Wizards going to be releasing the World Leader's Secret Lair? Probably never. As fun as that would be.
As long as they include Il Jong-un. Kim Jong-un.
Just want to make sure you get your...
We need representation from all across the world.
I'm sure this is exactly what the the group wants for commentary. Talk about world leaders. Like, oh no, we're going off the deep end. Okay, so what do we have? It looks like Joe swung with the frog, drew a card, or discarded something to the frog. But what did he just?
Well,
Why does it have a token on it, but there's nothing in the graveyard? Oh, he jumped it afterwards.
sure, you're right. Looks like he pitched. Is that a blue elemental blast?
Force the will.
Force
It's
the
the
will?
judge promo.
Ah, too rich for my blood.
And then we have a
Swordstill Flasher on the Fleshraker.
Yeah,
Nice.
it had to. Is that a Meticulous Archive? I guess so. The full art ones look so hard to tell what they are. And then with a camera, you're like, okay.
So as of right now, there's an Undercity Sewer in play, and we got a Tundra.
Yeah. I mean, there's still the threat of this Nettlecyst being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 5/5 currently.
That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
I guess you spin the top here at this point, like swing in, spin the top.
It does look like our other match is already completed, so we'll just be watching this match.
That might be sideboarding.
That is a dismember on the Psychic Frog. Joe's making sure life totals are correct before he moves forward. And he only has one card in hand that he can discard. So the
That's a
Psychic Frog does
very
die.
good dismember.
Yeah, so from now on, the ball is in Matt's court, and Joe's on the back foot again. Should be an easy attack here. 16-11. See what Joe's able to piece together.
Yeah, with no frog, that makes it.
Makes it really tough.
Yeah. Spin the top. One root.
So we see the one.
Another
ring,
dismember.
Dismember. Oh, that's tough. That almost kind of locks up the game for Matt.
Yeah, because even if he buys Luris and tries to buy himself a turn, you just go like, I'm going to kill Luris, and you're kind of locked out there.
Yeah. Matt untaps Dick Cheney.
he took the dismember. What do we? The suspense.
Yeah, it's something that's not dismember that he's going to be casting here. So whatever's been in his hand.
What could it? Like in this position, I think I just keep the dismember up rather than trying to risk.
Spending any mana for spells.
Oh, maybe no.
Patchwork Automaton.
Yeah, maybe that
Also
one.
put another threat into play.
Yeah.
Okay. And that does grow the Nettlecyst token, so it'll be a 6/6 now.
Mhm.
So it turns into a 2-turn clock.
And Nettlecyst has the equipped cost. Is it 2 or 3?
3.
Oh, just far enough.
I'll double check that, make sure I'm not lying.
Right, because if it's 2, you kind of like whatever. He snaps the Snapcaster in. Wow, that's a very good. We had Snapcaster into
Okay, I lied. It is equip cost of 2.
swords, so that's not as detrimental for Matt here, right? You just equip it.
Yeah, you could just equip to the Patchwork, and it'll have Ward 2.
Yeah.
Looks like that is a Snapcaster Mage on the Swords Plowshares.
Yeah. That is an insane thing to have in your hand there.
Exactly. It's a very pretty Snapcaster Mage, too.
It's the Innistrad remastered foil.
Yeah. It's not the alternate version of the Judge promo, where it's a whole
No.
different guy
Or the
and race.
or the Hatsune Miku.
Yeah.
I feel like in these kind of events, you play like the Hatsune Miku just to make. What did he? Bowmastered,
Okay, that does a pretty good job of.
turning this game around.
He did have the mana to pay to kill the Patchwork Automaton.
Yeah. Spin the top. Ooh. Time Vault and Manifold Key?
That could lock the game up if it resolves.
I don't think Joe has anything in hand.
Joe had, like you said, I don't think he has anything in hand. So if he can draw this Time Vault and be able to cast it,
What is going on?
Matt has the win on top of his deck. just has to find a way to get there. He opts to go and replace Sensei's Divining Top with the top card of his deck.
Interesting.
I imagine
It has to be
it would
key.
have been key,
And you
it was.
untap the.
Untap the Grand Monolith on your next turn.
Okay. Well, then you're still a turn delayed on the Vault Key win.
Right, because you have top right now, and then you can activate. Maybe you could like play top, use key to untap the top. I don't know. We'll see how he tries to piece this together.
And then see if Joe's top decks continue to be amazing.
Right. He's drawn very well.
He does have a prismatic ending in the deck, which doesn't stop like on obviously sorcery speed, but
Right.
because he has to turn delayed to do this, it could end up.
Which it looks like he drew an Urza Saga for turn. And he's going to go ahead and add Laris.
Okay, that's
So
nothing
Matt
in the graveyard.
could pull the win out right here in this turn.
A little sneaky
Right.
Vault Key. Well, I don't think it's this turn. You have to play the top.
He has to. He probably has to win this turn. Otherwise, that Laris will be coming down.
But it doesn't get anything back.
He has a Psychic Frog in the graveyard.
But that's one turn too late still.
You're right.
Or I think. Right?
There's the top.
Okay.
He activates. So you get pinged again from Marcus Bowmasters. Draws the Time Vault. Opts to untap the Grim Monolith.
I think it's the way you have to do this turn.
Uses the Grim Monolith for 3 mana. Cast Time Vault.
Make a
Got 1
construct.
mana floating.
If we make a construct, right, that is a 2/2. You can make it a 3/3, 4, 5, 7 damage.
Yeah, you would have 7. There's a world where if he draws Time Walk this turn,
Yeah.
Joe could win. It's tight match.
Yeah, this is really close, and it's kind of swingy in a way, right? Like, Joe looked like he was kind of dead in the water there. Let's see what the top deck is. Uh-oh. He didn't make a construct, notably, at the end
Well,
of the
so
turn.
he was tapped because he used it to pay for Laris. He'll still have 1 counter.
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Draws a Vexing Bauble.
Good, we're going to dig.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pitch it immediately because he sees the writing on the wall. Can he do it?
That's a lot of thinking.
I didn't see a windmill.
Maybe hit your opponent with the Ancestral. Ping him for the... I mean, would that get there, actually?
If Matt
3.
was to get all the way down,
Yeah, no, it wouldn't get there.
coming in for 6, goes to 7.
No.
Draws the Oh, is that a Fragmentize?
It is a Fragmentize.
Sick draw. Brutal.
That...
That was played very, very well by Joe.
I mean, at that point, that's just your deck being cooperative. Like, there's only so much you can do in that situation.
There
and-
is one Fragmentize
yeah.
in that side.
I do love that card in this.
In
list.
this, yeah.
It's very good.
Knowing what his outs were and drew to his outs. Well done, Joe.
And now he's gonna have this Luris loop. If for whatever reason, Matt's able to somewhat stabilize things, which I doubt. He'll have the Luris loop with the Vexing Bauble, and you're just in a situation where you're not coming back from that.
I don't know what Matt could do here now.
One ring. Get protection.
1, 2, so you can untap. The One Ring could, and we do know that there was a One Ring on top of his deck at some point.
Yeah, we know there's a Bauble or a Sensei's Top in his hand.
Right.
And I think it looks like another Nettle Cyst.
And that's probably the one ring right on top of his deck.
So if you go there's not enough mana to do both.
No. No, because you only have access to 4 mana altogether. You use the key to untap the Grim Monolith. You have 4 mana. You can't play both the top to draw the ring and have the mana left over to cast the ring.
Yeah. How much time do we have in round? Oh, it's right behind
7
us.
minutes. 8 minutes.
Yeah, 8 minutes. Yeah, this is over within 8 minutes, one way or another.
We had one of our matches earlier today. Game 1 took over 30 minutes.
Jeez.
Does opt to go ahead and play out the top and the Nettle Cyst. Or you just play...
No, he's just the top, spinning the top.
Okay, interesting.
You can't draw from the top though; you'll die.
Yeah. Does Matt see the writing on the wall?
Glaring Flesh Raker top gets you blockers, but no mana. So Joe swings here, puts him to 3.
Well, currently he, yeah, because he blocks the 3-power creature. Yep.
Puts him to 3. You have a Flesh Raker. You maybe make some constructs out of it.
Maybe.
Right, because what you'll be able to do is you go draw with the top. No, because you'll have to use the key to untap the monolith to do this. Because in my head I was thinking you draw with the top, untap it, draw with the top, so you can play a bunch of little Flesh Raker guys, and you can just muck up the board. I just don't think that's happening here.
Not sure if I certainly don't see a line where Matt's able to get out of this.
I think it is involving having the Flesh Raker to muck up the board.
Yeah.
I think it's the only way possibly to do this, and even then, very unlikely.
And he's already put the cards back, so there's not really a way for him to change his mind. Yeah, spend more mana to be able to fix it again. Opts to just pass. Can Joe find a kill here?
Well, seeing how he's pulled top deck so far, it's just ancestral to get the cool win. He's floating a mana. Okay. So he's pretty confident that this board as is going to get there. Oh, is that a... I think the army token's on 4.
It's a 3-3.
It's a
right
3-3.
now.
Ah, that's right. Okay, it's a 3-3.
Grabs Black Lotus so he can loop it with Luris.
Yeah. Respectable.
Gitaxian Probe, I want to see what you have.
See if we have a win.
Dismember Worm Coil Engine.
Oh, Worm Coil could have been.
That could have been a really good play last turn. Don't think he had the mana to do so, though.
No, I don't think he's on the top either has the mana to do it.
Yeah. Plays Luris. Does see that Dismember can be cast, but he'd go to 3 to do that, and he would just die.
Yeah.
Off to cast Psychic Frog from the graveyard and just go ahead and swing out.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. Just get threats on the board.
And he goes to 1.
Let's see.
Can Matt do it?
I'm very positive he can. If he does, though, that would be an amazing win.
Very likely seeing Joe here upward to 5-0.
See?
And he already knows what card's on top, so he doesn't have to...
Think about it too much.
Yeah, he doesn't have to act like he doesn't know what's going on. If it's a 1 rink, he's probably going to have to untap the Grim Monolith.
Here you go.
Then cast it.
Yeah. We're untapping the monolith.
5 mana.
It's a 1 ring.
4 mana. Okay.
Buy himself a turn.
Gets protection. Very needed.
Can't
Can't
tap it.
even activate it because you die.
Yeah.
Because you'll die on your upkeep.
He could draw with the top at least now.
He could.
Kind of puts you in the same spot though with like, yeah, I'm stuck.
Yeah, because then you have a top on top of your deck.
Yeah.
So is the next card that he put below the 1 ring, is it good enough to get him out of this situation? Looks like we're in the tank here.
He's trying to remember. He's like, what did I put on top of my deck? What's the? I didn't think it would matter.
I didn't think I would get this far.
Yeah. I've definitely had situations like that where you like on the play turn 1 just dump your hand, but after like the 3rd spell, I really didn't expect to get this far. I was expecting a counter spell and
Oh, that's an ancestral recall.
Oh,
Can
do
no
it.
longer target Matt.
I
Could
would
have done it on his upkeep.
I would have done it. I would have done it. You know what's in his hand? Like there's nothing he's getting that's gonna stop this. I'm actually so disappointed.
Looks like Joe did not want to be cute this time.
Sure.
Cast a Vexing Bauble from the graveyard. And a Null Rod.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Oh,
you-
okay, just go ahead, just concede, Matt. That's
All of your permanents on the board cannot do anything. He said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and draw a card anyway, and I'll die on my own terms. Gets a bird counter.
Joe's like, you better get that bird encounter.
Draws a card. Orc Army's going to ping itself. Alright, that's the GG's. Joe Brennan improving to 5-0. Matt Mitchell falling to 4-1.
That was
That was a good game.
yeah, those were some top decks. Those were some top decks.
Matt was definitely in the lead there for a long time. And
Yeah.
Joe,
But it was very back and forth,
yeah.
right? Which was good. I think that Wasteland, one of the best wastelands. Ring protection can't target.
Yeah, so
Well,
he,
yeah.
he never targeted Matt.
Yeah.
Matt died to his own 1 ring.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably be back pretty soon here, within 10
Yeah.
minutes tops, I would imagine. I
Yeah,
can't...
so we'll be back here soon. And once next round starts, round 6, stay tuned, folks. Appreciate you tuning in.
All right, folks, here we go. We're back for round 6, the penultimate round. And this one, we got a good one for you, folks. We got Kyle. He's going to be on Mono White Initiative. We got Andrew C. He's on Demir Besieged Storm. Should be a pretty good game. It's likely going to be one-sided, one way or the other.
Yeah. I've played both these decks a crazy amount, and lately I've been on Beseech a lot, and I feel like it's either I lose instantly,
Or you win instantly.
or I kill something, win instantly. Right? It's like one of the two. But usually with the Beseech Storm, you do have to get through a hate piece of some kind. Now, I don't know his list. I know we could pull it up, but if I had to guess, he probably has one Chain of Vapor in the main, and that's like it to deal with any hate. And by hate, I mean it's initiative. The whole deck hates. So,
yeah, let's see here. Let's get it pulled up.
so Lorien stock up 2 Beseeches.
There is one Chain of Vapor.
Oh, Dark Petition. Oh, this is a funky list. Because lately it's been either 3 Beseeches and you're all in on Beseech, or there's been a big push for the Dark Petition Storm list.
Okay.
Where like 4 dark, like the full package, right?
Right.
And the no Beseeches. It looks like he just said, I'm not sure. Like we're doing both.
Doing a little bit of each.
Yeah.
It looks like it's working out for him. He's currently 5-1.
Yeah, hard to argue
He
with
wins
that.
this round. Now, I did look and see. So there's currently 4 5-0s right now.
And they all drew.
And they all drew.
So I think
And
they're all
then
locked.
There are 15 X1s.
I think all the X ones have to play it out.
So they probably have to play it out this round and next
Yes.
round. And then the XOs will be able to just double draw. And they will actually be the bottom part of the top A bracket.
Yeah.
But it should definitely be really interesting.
So actually, if you are a X1 going into the last round, you could play it out, I think. And even if you lost, you're still in. Because you'd be the highest.
You could be the highest X2 because there will be an X2 that makes it. Are you saying XO or X2?
I'm saying if you're going X01, so you draw like Gabe Hoppy drew, right? He's 5-0.
Oh, sure.
And then goes to the next round, decides to play it, so he doesn't want to be bottom.
Seeding.
Yes.
So you're not bottom of the bracket.
Yeah. If you really wanted to angle shoot that bad, like.
Right.
All right, so we start with the Anointed Peacekeeper, which is not fun if you are a Beseech player. And Beseech has what? Lorien, Ancestral, stock up, get rid of the Crypt, I would imagine, or name the Crypt at least.
Yeah, make that cost 2. Yeah, Lorien Neville, Ancestral Recall, stock up.
Or do you do the Ancestral? That's actually a really hard. Because if you do Ancestral, I'm just going to go right Crypt, cast
Yeah,
Ancestral.
Crypt and cast Ancestral.
And-
So it's probably got to be Crypt.
And I didn't see any pregame Chancellors.
No, I didn't either.
Okay. Or do you name the? There's 2 different fetch lands. Never mind.
Yeah, Polluted Delta, and Flooded Strand. Just passes. So I guess it was Mana Crypt. And then probably added upkeep. We're going to see an Ancestral Recall.
Yep. Grabbing the basic, disciplined player.
I can't ever. I'm never disciplined. I'm risking it every time.
I think against initiative, there's no way. Right.
Right.
He's gonna kill it. So, and especially in a list like this where everything's triple black pip.
Right.
Like you
Yeah.
just, I just need a Cabal Ritual as well. Dude, he has a funky list. But it is the one Chain of Vapor to get rid of something.
Yeah. All right. See if we're taking any damage. Most folks usually use the odd I take damage, even I'm good. And he rolled a 6, and he didn't take any damage, so he is going the custom route. I did see an upkeep Ancestral.
I'm a madman. I go odd safe. And every time I roll odds, my opponents like start writing it down. I'm like, no.
No, I said safe.
Yeah. Of course he's inside. Like, what did he get? Nothing too crazy.
Now I did see. Now that I have a friend, he has a dice that has 00333.
Oof.
Oh, that's a Void Mirror. Oh, that could just be GG as already.
That is a lot of tech lately in the initiative list. Like borderline standard now is just you have Void Mirrors.
I'm not quite sure Andrew could win through that. It would take a lot.
You can win with Dark Petition still. Right, because it makes black.
Right, it would still be difficult, but you can.
Yeah. Or you Chain of Vapor it.
Right.
Yeah, right, so.
There is a Mana Vault. You can cast a stock up on this turn.
And I believe that's a chain of vapor.
Did he draw the chain?
In the far right of his hand, I think is a chain.
Looks like he did draw that a part of his exceptional recall.
Weird. Good cards are good.
Good cards are good.
Okay, so I think you chain at the end step if you want to go for it.
Yeah. And you're reminding his opponent that he has a mana crypt. He is going to take damage this time. Oh, just kidding. I guess he called odd this time. Okay, all right.
Oh, he's going the moto route.
He just swap back and forth.
Uh-oh.
Oh, is that a Vexy bubble I saw?
I did see it. That is really brutal. We have no forces in hand. Stock ups, Lorien.
I don't see I see a stock up, Lorien revealed, and a chain of vapor for blue cards. Okay, he's opting instead to cast a 4-mana Witch Enchanter on that mana vault.
I think I'm okay with that.
I think I am too. It's going to be interesting to see if he has another mana source, which would be difficult because that would mean that he would have exactly one mana source in a Vexing Bauble. Just don't see a world where he can respond to this.
I guess he's wondering, do I chain it, sack my own land, bounce the... Because I don't know why you would look at the Void...
Oh, chain the mana vault
Yeah.
and then copy it.
Yeah. But that seems pretty suboptimal. Unless... Does he have a land in his hand? No, right? Because if you do that, you could... I
Yeah,
guess...
it looks like he has a fetch all the way in the back. Or a Tundra.
No, I think that's the crypt. This is the bigger screen. It tells us. The tendrils in hand. Yeah, you get rid of it. Is that a Yogwill? Yogwill gets in there. I think you chain a vapor the Peacekeeper. Or
So the Peacekeeper making the mana crypt cost 2 would actually mean that colored mana was spent to cast the mana crypt. So
yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. So you kind of, it's a nombo a bit there, right?
Right.
That is slightly unintuitive if you're...
Does elect to go ahead and bounce the Void Mirror.
Interesting.
Andrew, not having any non-land permanents, can't use the copy of it. Draws an Urza Saga for turn.
So he has a fetch. So I think you just stock up, I guess. Like regardless of what land you're playing.
Feels like if you've spent the time to go and bounce Void Mirror, you have to put the mana crypt in play. Maybe spend 2, cast a mana crypt, and then use that mana to cast a stock up.
See, because in my head I go stock up. Oh, you can do that. That works too. So you get both.
Yeah.
That'd be the play. Because then you could stock up, try to get a force of some kind to deal with this Void Mirror when it comes down. But then there's that Vexing Bubble in his hand still.
Right, which Andrew doesn't know about.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Looks like he elects to just go ahead and cast the stock up. Interesting choice.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Feels like a really unintuitive line. He could have just played out the mana crypt for 2 and then played the stock up.
Helps is also construct tokens pretty soon here. That's the biggest screen. What does he get? Vamp, Beseech,
Dark Red. Looks like he's grabbing Dark Red for sure. He's already added it to his hand, so he definitely can't even make that.
No, he didn't.
Well, he didn't add it, but it
Touched.
It did touch the hand.
I think he's going to try to go for it.
That looks like a Beseech as well. Beseech and Dark Red.
Yeah, and you have the Saga as a target.
Yeah, for the bargain.
Yeah. Does he have Shieldred at all.
Not in the main deck, that looks like.
No.
He doesn't have a single creature in the main deck.
Yeah.
Out of the side, not even only Jailer as a creature and
The
whole
whole
creature
creatures?
out of the sideboard for creatures.
So I'm trying to think of what's your out
He
here
does have a portal to Phyrexia in the sideboard
for Tinker.
for Tinker.
I'm trying to think like what do you besiege if you're gonna besiege here and bargain? What are you grabbing? Does he have a One Ring?
No. Maybe Bolas. Well, that's not even. That's 4. I don't know. That's tough. It's kind of like made this a really awkward situation not playing that Mana Crypt this turn.
I think so because if he had the Mana Crypt, he could maybe then next turn like you beseech. I guess it doesn't matter because it's going to be locked out of
Being able to cast
Yes.
a 0 drop.
from anything from beseech even.
Oh yeah, because of the Void Mirror.
Yeah, or the Vex, either one, right? So, because otherwise, right, you'd be like, oh, I'm gonna be able to besiege for a Time Bolt, right, and then try to stock up because you have the mana from
Right.
the, but he's not gonna be able to do that. In worst case, like we said, it makes your Saga bigger.
And you're really in the tank on this stock up.
I do think it's one of those situations where all those cards are actually good that he could do with a stock up.
Yeah, because you got a Vamp Tutor as well.
Yeah.
And then, man, it's a tough choice for sure.
Like knowing what he knows, I actually think I would have gone Vamp Tutor in Besiege or Dark Rit or something.
Yeah.
And then go Vamp Tutor, Yogg Will, right? Try to get that Chain of Vapor out again.
Right.
Something like that.
It's like Kyle Dodge is taking any damage from the Mana Crypt again.
Oh, who knows what he's calling?
Yeah. And we don't know because we've seen him roll even on even, and he'll not take any damage. Does finally cast that Vexing Bubble that's been in his hand this whole time, and Void Mirror.
How
This
does...
feels like he had he used Mana Crypt's cast.
Okay.
This feels like it's got to be game over. Andrew's got to see the writing on the wall. So many lock pieces.
I mean, I think he might get there with the Saga.
Making Saga tokens?
Yeah. Right? Because we have the Nambo with the Crypt. Oh, that's a problem.
Yeah, because now he gets to spend mana to cast the Crypt.
And he at least gets a 2/2 out of it.
It looks like he drew a Moxen for turn.
Yeah, that's a problem. That sucks. But you can take one more hit and then have constructs that are big enough to just deal with it. But then you have to have a Crypt out, which I don't know if he's as lucky as Kyle is with his rolls to live through it.
Yeah, he is an 8, so he can only take so many Crypt hits.
Well, even like if you take a hit back here, you'd be at 5. You take one
Yeah.
Crypt. But with a deck like Beseech, like you said, you played it a lot. You need one turn. Like that's it.
One turn and it's over.
Yeah.
Just get one slide opening. You just have to find the line. Sometimes the lines are very convoluted. And sometimes the lines are super easy. And it's like, oh, okay, just kill you.
I definitely, that happens a lot. I definitely think there was for sure a line here of playing the Crypt, getting there. I definitely think there was an opening here for him to maybe make something happen.
There definitely was whenever there wasn't a Void Mirror in play.
Yeah, when he went for the stock up.
Yeah, when he went for the just hard cast stock up, I feel like there was a much better thing that he could have done that turn.
Yeah.
Rereading Vexing Bubble, rereading Void Mirror.
He might be realizing he can cast something though.
Yeah, he might.
What are the heroes?
If he really puts the pieces together, he can probably realize that spending 2 mana on Mana Crypt gets through both of those 8 pieces.
Yeah. We have a judge call. It looks like on the second game.
That's what it looks like. It looks like Hart has stepped away from the table. We got Hart and Salim playing out over there.
Are they locals out here? Or?
Salim is a local on the backup stream.
Okay. And then the two guys in the mainstream, Kyle and Andrew. I don't think I recognize.
I don't recognize either of their names.
Kyle is.
Salim, he's
I
somebody
don't know.
that I've actually like cubed with quite a few times just this year alone.
Oh wow.
That's how I get to dabble in the vintage format more often than not is by playing some cube.
This is something that I will say as a Besiege player, I do feel bad about sometimes, is how much in the tank I have to go to eventually
so much time gets burned.
to eventually just and I feel like I'm a pretty fast player, and I feel like a lot of you have to be a fairly fast player to play this deck because like you will go to time quite often just
By
thinking,
how much time are you thinking?
yeah, and then you end up just being like, I'll stock up, and you're like, dude, what?
Or whenever he was in the middle of that stock up, it
Yeah.
probably took him 2 or 3 minutes just to resolve that one spell.
Oh, if I no, I think it took him like 5. We're at 20 minutes into the round already.
Wow. And we're still in game 1.
Yeah. Against Mono White Initiative, one of the fastest decks.
Oh man, looks like he is getting ready to go ahead and count out Storm. He cast the Mox Jet to go ahead and just get Storm up to 1.
Okay.
Got countered. Now we have a Dark Ritual adding 3 black mana.
Hopefully he taps the Saga before he does the.
Before he tries to bargain it away.
Yeah. And he goes, "Oh, wait, I want to tap it." I mean, no. Or at least on Moto it doesn't let you.
No, because bargain is a part of the cost.
Yeah.
So you can't respond to the cost.
Exactly. He's looking for a Yogwill line here.
That's what it looks like. Taking a real long look at the graveyard, trying to see what all he can do. He does have a Dark Ritual and an Ancestral Recall.
The problem is you're at 6 mana, right? And if you beseech, you can't cast it for the bargain cost.
Right.
Right, so you're just going to have to hard cast it. So you're really at 2 mana net here. Now he could Yogg now, do it all again, and maybe get there. And if he's really trying to storm off, has he already played the Jet?
Yes.
He did, okay. So yeah, he's definitely trying
Yeah,
to do
Storm is currently at 2. What the dice is right in front of the mana crit for. Right in the middle of the nice yellow color.
I was about to say, I was like, I can't see that at all. He's at Storm 2, okay.
And you're in the tank again.
Did you do the Mana Crypt again? No, okay, so you go Mana Crypt, get rid of it. Storm 4. Or 3, right? Storm 3.
Well, he has to cast a mana crypt for 2. If anointed Peacekeeper's on mana crypt.
I think you just let it. Oh, you can't even cast it.
You can't even cast
I see
it
what
for
you're saying.
0. You have to spend 2 mana to cast it.
That's fine. It still gives you another beseech, I guess.
Yeah, it
I
gives
see
you
what
a
you're saying.
bargain.
But you lose a colored pip doing that.
Right.
Now, do you need the storm count?
Looks like he has elected to finally cast a spell. Might be Beseech here.
I'm pretty
Although-
confident the line involves using Yoggle right now.
See if Andrew agrees. Our other match is already going to either game 2 or game 3.
Yeah,
It's
they're
hard to tell.
flying.
They're playing much faster Magic than what's happening on our screen.
So at what point, and I'm not trying to bash Andrew at all, but at what point do you go, this is maybe slow play?
If you're caught, I would have already asked the judge to come and sit down.
Really?
Yeah, because we're probably on between the past 2 turns. Andrew has taken up at least 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There is a line of like you have to respect your opponent's time and the rest of the turn of its time.
Yeah, agreed. I definitely think last turn probably wouldn't have said anything. Right, like I get it. You're in the tank. It's a tough turn. This turn, while I agree, it's a super tough turn. We're at a point of like, hey, we
It's
got to
almost
finish
to the
this.
point where I want to send in a judge and have them come and sit down because this is a really long turn sequence. Ever since this Dark Ritual's been cast, there's been several minutes passed. Dark Ritual was the last action that's been taken here.
Dark Ritual Storm 2. Yogg will save one of the black pips floating. Go Mox.
There's currently 26 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
This is a 24-minute game.
So if we go, sorry, 2 Storm. We go Yogg,
Mm-hmm.
Dark Rit, Mox. He's at what, 18?
Come on, Andrew. Let's cast a spell, buddy.
I think he had it right there. I actually think you do use the crypt here only to get the storm up.
We appreciate your feedback, Hate Industry. We'll take note of it, and we'll make changes next year. Let's just be happy that we actually get to see some paper vintage.
True. All right, it looks like we're officially going to go get a judge to move things along here. Yeah, Nishai, I agree. This is a very complicated line, and I do think there's a line here that works, but this is taking too long.
All right, I'd go ahead and say Goodness gracious. All right, we do have. I went ahead and asked the judge to come and sit in there. And I guess the judge's presence was certainly enough to get him to start making some actions.
So what did he end up doing? I actually missed it. Yogg-Will, it looks like?
It looks like a Yogg-Will was cast. Moxiet's already exiled. Dark Crystal's about to be exiled. Thank you, Mr. Gazillion, for the love. We love some vintage.
He's actually a very good vintage player. He's done a really ton of work with the RTS crew and their events.
Okay.
He's a Dredge fanatic.
I'm a big Bazaar fan myself, so I've played a couple different Bazaar decks over the time. Really wish, the more people that we could have, the better. We ended up having
huge.
101 players today.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was not expecting. Like, I knew it was gonna be big, but I was like, maybe he breaks 100. Like,
we're getting to the point where we might have to stretch out to a venue next year. It's sad because we've been using Game HQ as our home for several years, ever since 2000.
Would vote a brewery. 100%. I'm telling you, the vibes are awesome when you do it in a place like that. It does make setting up a camera a little annoying.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we only have one person that's been working on the camera this whole time, and I am not technologically savvy enough to figure this mess out myself. That's for sure. And yesterday we had 144 for Legacy yesterday. It was
nuts.
Huge turnout. And then we had, for our trios event, we had 44 teams of 3, which that comes out to like 132 folks.
It was awesome.
It was great.
Team Trios is a blast. It's like my favorite event.
Yeah,
to play.
I love trios.
Void Mirror? What happened?
Is that a confused? Did he use the? Okay, hang on. Well, what did he use the Void Mirror to cast? I guess we'll step in real quick.
Yeah.
Did he use the Urza Saga to cast it, or?
I would run over there real quick. We're running over there as fast as we can. We're in like the room next door. I assume he uses the Saga to cast the Mana Vault.
So here's the problem, right? So the Void Mirror is not his trigger to keep track of. It's on his opponent. So if his opponent Void Mirror.
So this is like chalice checking.
Yeah, this is a trigger check.
I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to get salty people in chat. Is to,
Even though there is a Void Mirror in play, it was up to Kyle for him to catch the trigger. Because it is his card. It's not Andrew's card to keep track of the triggers.
Yeah, I guess you're in a awkward situation of like.
We have the benefit of the camera, of being able to, like, we're able to see it, we're able to catch it in real time, just like you guys at home, like you have the comfortability of not being in a very stressed tournament of having to remember all your triggers to be able to keep track of it.
Yeah, I. Chad never not calling a mistrigger a cheat.
Yeah,
I guess
that's certainly a mistrigger.
I am slightly torn on this, only because it's like if you were a spectator watching, would you call a judge for a mistrigger like that?
No.
No.
So not even
Yeah.
if it it depends. I don't know, man. It would be difficult if I was standing right over the table. No, not even that because I've been in situations. I don't. It would be way. I would be way too biased.
No,
I
yeah. So
feel
someone
like.
pointed out that it is entirely impossible that he used colored mana for it. I actually didn't see it. I'd have to watch the footage back because we were like talking at
Yeah.
the time. So I didn't notice if he used colored mana or not.
Yeah, I didn't know if he used the Urza Saga mana or if he used the black pips.
Yeah.
And you're probably not wrong. Andrew taking a very lengthy turn. We're going to speak with the judge real quick.
Yeah, we're speaking with the judge real quick. Judge might be watching. All part of the master plan. He used Saga for the Beseech, I think. Entirely possible. Like, he did read this Void Mirror and the Bauble over and over and over and over and over again. I'd be shocked if either A, he didn't know how they worked and played around it, or as people are suggesting, to play towards the angle of that. A little angle shooty as Kyle definitely wins if he gets the trigger, but that is magic. I've been on both. Yeah, I have to watch back. I don't know if does he definitely win because he had a Cabal Therapy in there, or sorry, Cabal Ritual. So he would have had the black pips he needed either way, right? Where we're talking about, I don't think he needed the mana from the Mana Vault to get there. But a little controversy for our round 6 feature match. Although we'll see what the judge says. Like we said, we had a judge come in. Trigger checks always trigger chat. I mean, yeah.
All right, so we explained the situation to the judges. They're going to be on standby to watch and make sure that there's no more slow play.
Yeah.
Because notably, as soon as the judge walked into the room, and Andrew immediately began picking up pace. So they're going to make sure that there's no more slow play, especially with there only being 18 minutes left in the round. Hopefully the initiative player, the fastest, one of the faster decks in the
fastest
format.
attack deck at least.
Yeah, hopefully he could be able to piece something together.
I mean, based on chat, I think they're gonna want Justice with like a turn 1 lockout,
Yeah.
turn 2 kill, turn 1 lockout, turn 2 kill, back to back. I don't think he had 7 cards. Yeah, maybe not. I wasn't. Like I said, at that point, I was a little.
We were already looking at other stuff. There was
Yeah.
so many other things for us to check. We definitely didn't have the time to check that either. So, and chat's also bringing up with us that they don't think that there were 7 cards in the graveyard for the Cabal Rip for the full amount of mana either.
Off Cabal, he only made 3.
You only made 3. Okay.
You only need 3 cards in the graveyard?
No, he only made.
Oh, you only
made
made 3
He
mana?
didn't, he
Okay.
didn't get the threshold.
So yeah, I think the what they're talking about is that means then he would have not had enough mana without the Mana Vault to have gone off in that situation. And there's a possibility Mana Vault was cast with a colorless source through a Void Mirror.
Yeah.
currently talking with the judge right now. Sorry, chat. All right, sorry folks, we're back. We're gonna see if looks like there was an Archon play or Archon cast, and it was countered immediately with a Force of Will. We're gonna see if Kyle is able to put something together. It doesn't look like he had a Cavernous Souls in his opening hand. We have an Anointed Peacekeeper.
What are these lands?
So those are basic planes.
From what's
Those are just like plain old J basic planes. Nothing special about them. Looks like.
Oh, dude, on the tiny screen here, I'm like,
It's really yeah. You have to look at the bigger. We have to look at the bigger screen sometimes to see the cards.
it's also vintage. I was like, what is this?
What are
Two
these-
basics?
What are these basic planes? Ugh. So he gets sees Fatal Push, Basic Island, Mana Crypt. Do we think he just named Mana Crypt again, or do we think he named Fatal Push? He did not name Mana Crypt. It might be a world where he just named Besiege. Drew Astaka.
Wow.
Oh, that is rough. We've seen it in the past 10 minutes.
Picking these planes for your vintage deck, the greatest crime. That's so funny. The greatest crime you've seen in these past 10 minutes. Ooh. Awkward.
We're not ever going to say that somebody deserves to have their Void Mirror checked. But we could certainly understand what these basic planes of play. Alright, so we have a stock up on the stack. Let's see how long this stock up takes. Last one took quite a while.
He has more mana this time, at least.
He does have much more mana available to him.
Are we shooting for what, like 5 minutes maybe? Just half the time improvement?
So he has blue card, Force of Will.
So he said it's Lorien Island, Mana Vault, Force of Will.
Is that a Besiege in the back?
I can't tell.
Or is that a Hull Breacher? That's a Hull Breacher from the sideboard, it looks like.
Yeah, like the extended art one.
I don't know why he would bring in Hull Breacher in this
That's why I'm
matchup.
really confused on what this could be. Take the initiative? Like,
That's the only thing I can think of. Stop him from drawing the card in room 4 of the Undercity?
it doesn't matter. Just go to the bottom. no idea what it was.
Yeah,
I
it's
just get-
unclear why they brought it in.
So there's a Lorien. Draw a billion. Okay, we like it.
Okay. That mana ball is tapped now, so he's gonna have to pay for it, untap it later if he doesn't want to take damage from it. So it looks like, is that a Dark Ritual?
Standings. Ooh, you guys don't have the bot.
No, we don't.
Oh my goodness. All right, I gotta talk to people.
Sorry, we are fairly new at this, folks. We are not that good yet. We'll get there.
Oh, it's like a fisheye lens. What?
I can tell y'all for sure that there are 4 Exos going into, like, and then next round they will all be Exo 1. They all drew this round.
Yeah.
And so that's why we have a couple of X1 matches. It looks like the other match is already completed. I'm not surprised in the slightest.
3 games and the time it took us to do a stock up.
Stock up and decide what to do after a Dark Ritual. Looks like we
Yeah.
do get to take the initiative with Seasoned Dungeoneer. Speed up this clock. Very short clock.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation. If you're Kyle, you almost get like slightly tilted. Where you're just like, I'm just gonna.
You have
Keep
to
going.
fight as fast as you can, and hope that your opponent doesn't try to slow play.
Especially because they're X1, and if they drew this round, I think they're out. We have so many X1s.
Yeah, so like all of the X1s are having to play it out. So we have 4 XOs and we have 15 people that are X1 this round.
Yeah.
So if all of them were to win in their matches, that would still be 8 X1s and 4 XO1s. So they're still going to have to play it out. It would be really difficult for any 19 pointers to make it in. You probably have to be a lot higher than that. You probably have to be 20 and higher.
Yeah.
I imagine the top 8 would be full of 20 and 21 pointers.
And I'll say a lot of, going in this round, there was a ton of people in the X1 bracket that had like opponent match win percentage of like 68%.
Wow. Yeah,
right, so you're just
great.
like, okay, the tiebreakers are going to be brutal too in that.
Thank you to Jordan for sharing that one. Make it a little bit easier for folks to take a peek at it if they wish.
Uh-oh.
Drew a time walk. Crazy. Uh-oh, looks like he's trying to do
Storm
something
off.
here. He has a dice on 4, so I'm
Oh, that's the
confused.
Tolarian.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
No, he paid the 4 to untap Mana Vault.
I know, chat's going to be
And Lorien
hawk
revealed.
on this. Chat's going to be like,
We're watching you, dude. We're always watching.
I could jokingly put a chess clock on this.
I imagine the amount of time taken would be much higher on Andrew's side than it would be on Kyle's. If this was Moto, Andrew
Oh,
would
I'd
have
Moto,
burned
he
it-
timed- he
he
timed
would have
out.
timed out a long time ago.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if he pays the 4 for Mana Vault again, or if he opts to take the 1.
What's that card in the far right of his hand? It's like an altar, it looks like. I have no
He
idea
is-
what it is.
Did take he's taking damage from Mana Crypt.
Okay. Or Crypto Vault. Does he have a crypto?
I'm not sure. Did he take damage for a Mana Crypt?
There's a
Oh
crypto.
no, yeah, the Crypt is right below the Jet.
Yeah.
And then he should have taken 1 for Mana Vault, unless he's paying the 4 now.
I think he's deciding. That's what he's tapping
This is a
for now.
long time to decide if you're paying 4 for a Mana Vault, sir.
Apparently there's judges sitting at the table.
Well, I think I saw them step away. Fortunately. He does take the 1 for Mana Vault.
Okay, so we got a decision.
That is a Tinker in his hand now.
I mean, at 8, you're tinkering for Portal, probably.
I imagine that's what you... Yeah, I imagine. Tinker for Portal and just go and really lock this game up.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Kyle, the writing probably is on the wall here with that draw.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he's
I
greedy.
mean, he might, yeah, like you say, he might be greedy and still try to go for a storm line here. Looks like that is what he's interested in doing. Storm count is 1, and he has 3 black mana.
All right, let's hope for some justice and a mind break trap.
Demonic Tutor
Yeah, okay.
uses the green mana and from Mox Emerald and 1 of the black sources left over.
I mean, he has so many black pips, this doesn't really matter. But I get being disciplined and be like, I'm going to use the colorless when I can.
Looks like he tutored up a Yogwell. So it looks like he is just going to go for that line of just going for the... Oh, that's a Beseech Samir.
I will say he has so much
He
mana.
could just go ahead and go for the kill this turn, right?
So you can go for the kill, and he mind breaks it, right? You have the backup of Tinker Portal. You have so
Yeah,
much
Tinker
mana,
Portal, yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Beseech is for another Beseech.
Classic. He only has 2 Beseeches, I know that. And he can't get a Dark Petition.
Nope. can only grab a 4-drop or less if you're wanting to actually be able to cast it.
So it has to be a Yogg will.
So you just look through his whole deck and see that he doesn't. He has the Yogg will in hand, so it can't be Yogg will.
Is he gonna do the mistake that I think every Besiege player's done at some point, where you bargain for a Lotus when you could have just gotten the Lotus? Yeah.
Does indeed bargain for Lotus. Oopsie poopsie.
I mean, it gives you something else in the graveyard, worst case scenario, but it is funny when that happens.
It is a 0-drop. You don't have to bargain for it. You have to opt to do so anyway. Perhaps so he could have it in the graveyard for Yago, I guess. Yeah.
I definitely think he didn't remember he had both pieces in his hand, because he went and looked at his hand and went, "Oh,
Oh, there it is. Okay. There's a Yogwell.
His opponent's still playing here. Are you doing it because you're tilted, or are you doing it because you have a mind break?"
It would be really sweet to see him mind break a second, like a.
I guess the problem is he has a force in the graveyard, correct? Oh no, that was last game.
Casting Beseech. Alright. That'll be game 2 going to Andrew with 4.5 minutes left in the round.
Yeah.
You hate to see it, you love to see it. It's unclear. We did have a judge sitting by. Looks like I'm able to see the judge on the other camera with his elbow on the table. Appreciate you all sitting in with us. We'll be back for round 7. It might just be me again.
I'll be up at least for a little bit around 7, then I gotta bounce. I have a flight to catch.
And the XO1s will certainly probably be drawing again unless they decide that they want to play for seeding, which that's something they might do.
I'll go convince one.
We look forward to seeing y'all here soon. Stay around with us, folks. All right, folks, we are back for round 7. I'm currently getting the overlay updated as we speak. In this round, we have Celine versus Tom. We'll get those deck lists for y'all real quick. We're going to have Mono Blue Raker Shots versus Esper. I'm guessing Esper Luros. And these folks are playing for a seat into the top 8. All of the X1s are having to play it out because there are 5 X1s, or 5 XO1s, and then there are exactly 8 X1s. So they're having to play it out, and whoever wins this, they'll be guaranteed they will be guaranteed the top 4 of the top 8. We did get that overlay updated. Let's see if we can get that to look a little bit better. There we are. Looks like we got a turn 1 mock jet for Celine. And a Mana Bolt. Looks like a Mishra's Workshop. That is the Landrun proxy of the Mishra's Workshop. Now it looks like that is a chromatic, or that might be an Ichor Wellspring. Yeah, that is an Ichor Wellspring that's been played. When it enters or the battlefield or is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. That was a Wasteland on the Mishra's Workshop, and then we have Tolarian Academy followed immediately to cast a Time Vault and Time Block. Let's see if he has the key. Tom does have Force of Will blue card. Another Mishra's Workshop for Salim. That's 4 mana for a Core Clan Ironworks. Or Crack Clan Ironworks. And for those of you at home that don't know what that card is, it's sacrifice an artifact, add 2 colorless mana. Tom's does seem to respect that card cannot resolve, so he force pitches a Flusterstorm. Draws another Wasteland or Strip Mine for turn. He might be more interested in try to advance his own board. Yeah, Legacy was yesterday. We had 144 players for Legacy, aka Wraith. Alright, does elect to just go ahead and play a Polluted Delta for turn. See what Salim's able to put together here. It looks like we got another 4 mana tapper for the One Ring. That's going to resolve. We got a trigger to have protection. We're going to draw a card, put a burden counter on that One Ring. And then we're tapping Tolarian Academy for 5 mana. Use 2 of it for Ichor Wellspring, draw a card. Passes back to Tom. Tom draws a force negation. Plays out Strip Mine. Plays Time Walk as an Explorer. Island for turn. Plays out Null Rod. Oh no. And Wasteland on the Solarian Academy. See if Salim is able to draw something out of this. They have to click the low power mode or close. Yeah, there we go. Psychic Frog for Tom. Salim appears to be kind of locked out from this main board's Null Rod. It's going to be a little difficult. It does remind Tom that trigger needs to be put on Urza Saga. Takes one, draws a card. Got a scrap trawler for Salim. Understandable, Bespinoza. Take care. Fly safe. Appreciate you being in here. Notably, that is the same Yu-Gi-Oh card that we saw from Tom yesterday. Was used for construct tokens. Got another construct token coming in from Urza Saga. See what he searches up here. And Tom does have plenty of cards in graveyard to be able to exile to the Psychic Frog to give it flying if he so elects so. Grabs a Nihil Spell Bomb. Stop the trawler triggers. Gonna jump the frog, give it some flying. Text of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 construct token, and a Psychic Frog. Discards a card to make Psychic Frog even one a little bit stronger. Gonna be taking 6 here. Going to 18. Going to 10. Drawing a card. Fortunately, this main board null rod is definitely going to be a pain in the stuck in the mud. See if Salim's able to find an out to it. That is a one of main board null rod from Tom, and he has 2 more in the sideboard. Looks like Salim has decided that he's had enough. I'm going to go ahead and concede game 1. So while we're waiting on this match, waiting on down the sideboard, we'll go ahead and take a peek over at our other match. Again, I do apologize for anybody that's coming in that hasn't been with us all day today or yesterday. There is a bit of a glare on the right side. We've tried adjusting what we can, but the lights in the room just seem to not want to cooperate with us. And once we started streaming, there wasn't really a way for us to fix it anymore. Can't really touch it. Looks like we have an attack from Alaris for 3. And this is Ryan Bartley on, I want to say, one of them is on Paradoxical Outcome, the other one is on Ancestral, just on Asper Alaris. I will double check that for you. Ryan Bartley is on Mono Blue Shops, and Matthew Mowry, who's on our right, is on Paradoxical Outcome. You're right, Shamil. And these folks are in the same spot. Whoever wins this match will be in the top 8. No, so the other list is just Esper Luris mid-range. Tom is not on a Paradoxical Outcome. I could look and see. I don't think so, but I could look and see. The Paradoxical Outcome deck is not on a main board. No, so whenever we swap I don't have the technological know-how to be able to update the names mid-transition every time that we're taking a peek at the other match. I just go ahead and fix it. I fix it whenever we permanently switch over to somebody. I am by myself again, so I just well, this is the last round of the Swiss round. Thank you. And we'll have a top 8 after this. We had 4 XO1s going into this round. They all drew, so they'll all be at 20 points with a record of 502. And then we have exactly 8 X1s, and they're all 5-1, and they're all having to play it out. Yes, that's correct. Which, funny enough, I didn't even know that was the name of the program until Beth Spinoza was in here, and he told me that's what the name of the program was. I do see it in the name of the program now. I'm just a commentator, and somebody else came and set up the program. I know enough to be able to stumble my way through this. So I have a turn 1 Mox Opal, a Mox Pearl, and a Caracas from Salim. if that's a Caracas. That might be an Inventor's Fair. And then, oh my goodness, we have a turn 1 null rod from Tom. Brandon is competing. Brandon does love him some vintage. Celine does run 2 Argenta Mastercores in the sideboard. Now we have Orcish Bowmasters with a Yu-Gi-Oh! Orc token this time instead of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Construct. The more health, the better. It is unclear what that Disruptor Flute is naming. Well, looks like it doesn't even get to name anything, it just gets consigned. I feel like these early null rods are definitely going to be crippling for Salim. It's going to be really tough for him to fight back from these. Maybe he'll be able to pull something out together. That is an Argenta Mastercore, and it is exactly what he needs, but Tom does have the Forest Blue card. Forest Pit Force. I do see a Tinker in Salim's hand. I would be interested to see what he decides to tinker up. But he doesn't have any blue mana. Wasteland on the Inventor's Fair to prevent the life gain. Alright, Slave said that he's had enough. Alright, we'll go ahead and take a peek at our other games. That's going to be 2-0 for Tom. Congratulations on your top 8, Tom. Sorry, Celine, that you couldn't make it. We're going to go ahead and take a peek at our other game, and I'll try to get these names deck list updated. Just bear with me. I don't know the record, so I'm going to have to go ahead and change that to just clean don't know. I do know at least one of them is on. Let's see here. This was table 6. So it looks like we have. I want to say that's a Vexing Bobble, but it's a little hard to tell. Looks like we do have a judge call in here. It's hard to know what that card is. Yeah, if there's a negation in play, it just gets counter to the force. All right, have no fear, folks. We have judge on hand, making sure that we understand that that is a Vexing Bobble in play, and you cannot force negation. You can certainly go on the stack, but it will be counter to the Vexing Bobble. All right, good. We got it figured out. Do want to apologize again. There is going to be a glare on the right side. Looks like that's a Black Lotus. Sacrificing for maybe a stock up. Recast the Vexing Bobble. See what we can have here from that. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's going to be a Thunder Trap Trainer. We're just going to let him look at the top four, build and not creature non-link card, put it into his hand. I believe that's an Ancestral Recall that got revealed. Urza Saga ticket up to 2. We do have still have 20 minutes left in this round. Get in for 3. That's a Demono Tutor. Resolves. I'm guessing that's a transmute artifact that's in Ryan's hand. See what Matt's able to do here. Sorry, folks, having to get that the other iPad plugged in. Bobble's got to go back to hand. See if Matt can pop off this turn. Pesky Bobble making its way vintage can't be vintage. Mox Ruby gets countered by something? Time Vault. Alright, well, it looks like that's a concession. And Matt on Luris PO is going to take the win. Well, folks, we still got
16 minutes left in the round. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and try to get Matt in here for an interview and see if he's actually taking a talk with us. He'll be the first person we've interviewed all day today. But that's just because there's been so little time left in the rounds every round. We got enough time this time. See if we can get him in here. So just give us 1 second, and we'll be right back, all right? All right, folks, we got Matt Mowry in here. Why don't you go ahead and tell us where you travel from, Matt?
I'm from Maine, originally from Brunswick, Maine. Ed Bonar was a good friend of mine back in high school and college. Got me to come out for my first Landrun event, first in-paper vintage event as well.
So, folks, we got somebody coming all the way from Maine. Surely, if you could make the plans to be able to come out here to Oklahoma, surely you can too. So, how has your deck felt today? You've been on PO. How's that feeling?
It's been incredible. I lost round 1 today, completely on my own. Made some pretty bad play mistakes. Wasn't mana efficient. Since then, I've lost 1 game in 6 rounds, and I'm feeling really, really good on it.
Awesome. What is the deck that you've seen the most today?
The deck that I've seen the most, there's been a lot of other paradoxical outcome decks. Luris is everywhere in the room. I've run into a mono white deck, a USA Luris deck. It's been a pretty good variety, but Luris and PO seem to be the main crux of the format right now.
Okay, so if there's a card outside of like Power 9, if there's a card that like you just really, really want to see in your opening 7, what card would you love to see that just like, okay, I feel like I can do something with this game?
Oh man, that's a good question. I would probably say Stock Up.
Okay.
Stock Up goes well with everything. It can find you Force with a counter spell. It can find both pieces of my combo. I've had times where it's found, the key and a Moxen to play it at the same time. Stock Up is sometimes better than Paradoxical Outcome itself.
Well, that's definitely some good words to talk about stock up, because notably it wasn't very played very much yesterday at all. But in this format, because you have so many free mana sources, it is a lot easier to pay for that 2 generic mana. Stock up is certainly a lot easier to cast in this format than it is in Legacy, and it also is doing a lot of work in Standard, Pioneer. There's a reason it's an $8-9 uncommon right now from Ether Drift. And nobody really wants to open Ether Drift because there's not too much else going on.
I love foils. I wish I would have gotten foils when I had the chance, but those are on the back burner for now.
I'm sure they're a little too expensive at the moment. But hey, maybe with prizes that you win today, congratulations on your top 8, Matt. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time. Appreciate you taking your time to sit with us, and good luck to you in the top 8, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see y'all in the top 8. Thank y'all for sticking with us. We'll see you around. In third place, we have Tom Hertfelder on Esper Mid-Range. Fourth place, we have Matthew Mowry on Esper Paradoxical Outcome with Loris. In fifth place, we have Mike Molisali Masi on Is It VV Combo. In sixth place, we have Joe Brennan on Esper Saga for Loris. Seventh place, we have Gabe Hoppy on Colorless Dredge. And in eighth place, we have Tyler Regals on Jeskai Loris. We're going to have on the main feature match the 2-7 seed. I'm going to go ahead and put that over there. I still got to fix the overlay for it. On the right side, we have our second place Charlotte Legacy League on Azorius. And then on the left side, we have Gabe Hoppy on Dredge. They are on the different package where they are playing Dread Return, trying to put in a Thassa's Oracle into play. So it is a little bit different. It is still playing the traditional Dredge route. But it has the backup of being able to win if your deck is completely empty. Yeah, this is the quarterfinals. I was still updating the overlay. I'm sorry. I am just one man. No, Charlotte is indeed on Azorius mid-range. Playing cards like Luris's Companion, playing like Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, Voice of Victories, things of that nature. We've seen him on camera a couple times today. Nice to see you in Montolio. Appreciate that. Yes, I am doing well. 13 hours yesterday of streaming was a little longer than I would have liked, and then today we're only looking at 7.5 hours, but we do have a whole top 8 to play out. Hopefully it won't be too long today. Well, Sully is on our backup match, and he's playing against Matt Mowry, who we saw last round as well. Looks like Dredge is going to be mulling to 5 here. We had a powder. It looks like exiled a couple of hollow ones, but Sully is in our backup match against Matt Mowry. VV combo against that Esper Paradoxical Outcome. Looks like a couple of grease are also gone with that serum powder hand. Looks like we have a mulligan to 4 for Dredge.
Got a mulligan to 3 for Gabe. Is one of the dangers of playing with a card such as Bizarre Baghdad. Sometimes you do just have rough mulligans. Does he have a Bizarre Baghdad in that pile? Looks like that's a yes. I do see it all the way in the back there. He has to keep 3 of these cards. I imagine it's got to be a Dredger. Maybe Mind Break Trap. It could be tough. He has to decide if he wants to keep a second Dredger or if he wants to keep the Mind Break Trap. Looks like he is going to go ahead and put the Chalice back. And the Mind Break Trap. He is having a mold of 3, so he doesn't get to keep too much else besides Bizarre. It looked like a Bizarre Baghdad, a Stinkweed Imp. And a Golgari Thug. I must have... Okay, I am so sorry. I messed up these rankings. So, Gabe is 7th place and Charlotte is 2nd. I will fix that for you now. So we have a turn 1 Skull Clamp and a Mockingbird. Clamping the Mockingbird. For those of you who don't know what Mockingbird does, it is a copycat creature essentially. So you can spend it blue and X, copy any creature to put it into play. Couple of Narcovias put into play, go with that Icarid. Drew a second Bizarre. Oh my goodness. Dredge 5. Dredge 5 again for another Stinkweed Imp. This game could be over already. Being able to dredge that many cards. And then we get a Cabal Therapy, sacrifice an Archiviva. See what he decides to cast. It's going to put a Poxwalker into play. Shows him Swords to Plowshares, a couple of lands, Lorien Revealed, and a Mockingbird. Uses Cabal Therapy on Swords to Plowshares. That's all of the removal that Charlotte has. This could be over already. I do see that he has a Dread Return, so he could be seeing a flashback of Dread Return targeting something here. Now, looks like they're going to go ahead and just call that over. And I believe that target was for a Grizzlebrand, for those of you that were wondering. I will double check, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It was for a Grizzlebrand. There are 2 in the deck. So game 1 goes to Gabe. So I'll go ahead and update that.
that a little. And then while we're waiting on the sideboard of this match, we'll take a peek at our other matchup. The overlay is going to be incorrect, but it's going to be Solly on VV Combo versus Matt Mowry on Esper Paradoxal Outcome. There is going to be a little bit of glare on the right side. I want to clarify that now. That glare has been like that all day. That's why we're using this as our backup side instead of our main. This is open deck list for the top 8. I do want to let everybody know that. It was not open deck list during the main event or during the Swiss rounds, but during top 8 we have elected to go ahead. We have done open deck lists just like we have done in the past, especially with us introducing streaming into the mix. It makes it to where it's a lot easier for you to be able to go and look back at people's deck list and be able to see what they played, see what cards they had in their sideboard. Just to make it fair for everybody, we're just going to go ahead and just keep it nice and simple and just let everybody be able to view each other's deck list. You're able to look at it during sideboards and during the opening before the game starts in game 1. Can't make any notes about it. Can't consult those. You can make notes, but you can't consult those notes during the game. Very similar to using outside information. That's exactly what the role would fall under. So Matt on the right side, hard casting at Luris. I'm going to buy back a Manifold Key. There is a Vexing Bauble in play from Sully's side. Looks like he's going to go and crack the Bauble, draw a card. So we're still in the sideboard process for our main match for Gabe versus Charlotte. So we're still taking a peek at our backup match.
Yeah.
Looks like Flame of Honor was used on that Luris. Just go ahead and kill it down. Alright, so it looks like, yeah, we're still in sideboard process for our main match. So these rounds are untimed, so they get to take the time that they otherwise wouldn't be able to during normal Swiss rounds. Looks like that's a Sensei's Divining Top for Charlotte, or from Matt Mowry. All the way from Maine. I'm going to play a land for turn, use that Tolarian Academy to cast. Looks like a stock up. Is indeed what it is. He's going to get to look at the top 5 cards of the library, put 2 of them in his hand. See what he finds with those 2 cards. Got fetch down 19 for Sully. I got a Snapcaster Mage coming from Matt for an Ancestral Recall. Response to that fetch. And that fetch will be for Thundered Fall, so we can surveil 1 into the graveyard if he doesn't like it. This is our 4th and 5th place matchup. He does indeed like the card, so he keeps it, draws it. And that is a VV for Final Fantasy. The abilities, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a counter on it. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then you can pay 0, add any amount of mana, blue and red, equal to VV's power. You can only do this once per turn and only on your turn. Does look like we finally finished up our sideboarding process. We're going to go ahead and back to our main match. See what our mulligans look like. Does appear Charlotte's going to be going down to 6. We can already see the very first card of Gabe's hand is a Bizarre Baghdad, so he certainly will not be going below 7 this match. And that was a win with a mulligan to 3 from Gabe. Let's remember that. If I remember right, somebody was even saying in chat that they didn't feel any sympathy for them for having a mull to 3, and you can certainly understand why. See if Gabe can go ahead and close the gates and get back to our other match. Charlotte going down to 6 here. Alright, looks like we had turn 1 Soul Guide Lantern for a mental misstep. Got our Bizarre Baghdad, and we see that Gabe has a second Bizarre Baghdad in hand. Discard Stinkweed Imp, Cabal Therapy, and another card. Grief, Pitch of Creeping Chill, and we know that one of the last cards in his hand is a second Bizarre Baghdad. Oh man. He does have Wasteland, regular land. We get to see the other cards. Containment Priest, and another white card. I imagine if you're in Gabe's seat, it's got to be Containment Priest. And if you're in Charlotte's seat, it feels like the righty's got to be on the wall. Charlotte seems to be a little upset. Certainly see why. Charlotte's going to play the Wasteland, cast a Time Walk, use it as an Explorer, play the fetch land that we know about, see if he drew another card. It's going to Wasteland the Bizarre. Certainly is going to feel the pain whenever a second Bizarre comes out of Gabe's hand for the last card, one of the last 2 cards he has. No, because actually, you're right. We're going to see if we can pause things. Hang on one moment. All right, so clear up everything. So there was a Bridge from Below in Gabe's graveyard. Using the Bridge from Below token, he just shortcutted and sacrificed the token of Cabal Therapy. I'm sure Charlotte appreciated
him shortcutting and certainly not wanting to drag this match out much longer than what it certainly appears to be. Yeah, we had the invisible zombie, and it was there, and then it wasn't. It may have been a sorcery speed, but it was certainly instantaneous. All right, see what Charlotte's able to grab before he just probably throws in the towel. So at the upkeep, we're going to dredge 5. I do see another Ichor that got put in the graveyard. We're going to dredge 5 again. Looks like a Dread Return was put in the graveyard. He's going to discard those 2 Stinkweed Imps and a Narcomoeba from hand. And then for our natural draw for the turn, or so still in our upkeep, we're going to trigger this 1 Ichrid, getting rid of the Shambling Shell. And then natural draw, we're going to dredge away Stinkweed Imp, putting a Golgari Grave Troll into the graveyard. Attack for 4. And then if there's any prized amalgams in the graveyard, it's going to trigger those. Looks like we have another Cabal Therapy sacrificing a Narcomoeba. It's going to trigger the 2 Bridge of Blows in the graveyard. Hey, Gary. Yeah, covered just fine today. A lot faster than yesterday. We're starting top 8. A lot faster than 7 p.m. Central Time. It's 5:49 here now. We've had a couple of interesting decks, and definitely love to have Dredge on the scene. Big fan of Bizarre Baghdad. See if Charlotte's able to find an answer here. We do have 8 power in play, but we have several Ichorids in the graveyard. He's going to go ahead and cast Mockingbird, copying a zombie. That's going to be a 2/2 flying zombie bird. Yeah, me too, Gary. 13 hours of streaming was certainly a long time. We're at a much smaller time of only 8 hours right now. So we're going to put a couple Ichorids into play, exiling 2 Griefs. And then we're going to dredge 6 for a natural draw, putting another Cabal Therapy in the graveyard and a Poxwalker. And we're going to be attacking for 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So even if he blocks the 3/1, he's still going to be taking 8, 9, 10, 11. He drew his swords, so he gets the swords away in Ichrid. Trade with a zombie, get it off the field. Take 6. And because he's having a creature die, that means all of the Bridge from Belows are going to be exiled from Gabe's graveyard. And then he's going to sacrifice the Ichrid in play to be able to Cabal Therapy, the last card in Charlotte's hand, put a Poxwalker into play. Magic card off the top. Does he do it? He's going to peel it like a poker card. He didn't windmill slam it immediately. Is he keeping a solid suspense? Is it over, Charlotte? Skull Clamp. Alright, well that means that game 2 is going to go to Gabe. Congratulations, Gabe, on your top 4. Now we're going to go ahead and move over to our other match. And I'll go ahead and try to get that overlay updated. Looks like we have on the left side.
The mic's not on in there, right?
bear with me. I am a very slow typer, so I am slowly trying to get this stuff updated.
They're still on game one.
Okay, thank you. It appears that they are still in game one, so it looks like we'll get a full match to view here. I'm guessing they were just BRO, just bro. Maybe Brothers War. Maybe he was trying to talk about like one of the past Magic sets. You're welcome. So to be clear, so that is a VV from Final Fantasy in play on the left side and the Nimri. But it looks like there's a lot of permanents in play on Matt's side. That's a Mana Vault, a Mox Opal, Sensei's Divining Top. The glare on the right side on this side of the table is a little hard to try to parse through, so I'm trying to parse for you guys if I can. That is a Lord of the Rings basic land, map land. Very nice. This is still game one. So we have a Sensei's Divining Top activation with PO on the stack. It looks like game one is going to go ahead and go to Paradoxical Outcome. Matt Mallory. That is what it looks like. You can see the paradoxical outcome on the stack. So Sully gets me on the play for this one. See what kind of cards that they're bringing in out of sideboard. So taking a look at Mike's sideboard, we'll go ahead and just let rattle off what he has here. He's got 3 Pyroblasts, a couple of Rending Volleys, 1 Consign to Memory, 1 Force Negation, 1 Harkle's Recall, 1 Lightning Bolt, 1 Basic Mountain, 1 Pithy Needle, 1 Ravenous Trap, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Steel Sabotage, and a Tormod's Crypt. Imagine the Pyroblast will probably be coming in this matchup. Maybe a Consign to Memory, maybe not. Certainly Force Negation, and certainly Harkle's Recall probably doesn't help here, but he might bring that in anyway if he's able to stick a Vexing Bauble. Probably Steel Sabotage as well. And then for Matt Mowry, he's got 3 Swords of Plowshares out of the sideboard, 2 Containment Priest, 2 Steel Sabotage, 1 Flusterstorm, 1 Force Negation, 1 Harkle's Recall, 1 Mindbreak Trap, 1 Pithy Needle, 1 Seal of Cleansing, and 1 Soul Guide Lantern. I imagine the Soul Guide Lantern will probably be coming in. I imagine Pithy Needle, maybe. Not sure what it would name. It may not make it. I could see Flusterstorm and probably the 3 Swords of Plowshares. Any number of those cards I can see coming in. I have no idea what would be coming out. I don't know these players' decks well enough to know what they would be bringing in or taking out. There was a Creeping Chill exiled to Grief. No, that's fair. So I guess let's get some votes in chat. Which would y'all prefer to see? Would y'all prefer to see Dredge again as our main match? Would y'all prefer to see the winner of this match, whoever it may be, whether it be Sully or Luris PO with Matt? Which one would y'all be more curious to see as our main match next round? This is my first time asking, but I figured I'd give y'all a chance to have an opinion. Gary says Dredge. That's fair. Dredge usually does win fast or lose fast. It's usually the style of decks I like to play. Love to know if I'm going to be winning or losing early in the round, so that I have plenty of time to be able to use the remaining time to be able to either go use the restroom or go get a snack or do anything other than just be stuck sitting in a chair all day, especially for these longer events. Looks like we have a mulligan to 6 from Sully and a mulligan to 6 from Matt. See if we're able to find a keepable 6 for Sully. And he does. We'll see if Matt's able to find a keepable 6. That looks like he does. It's a Mox Pearl into a Soul Ring. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a little bit of some computer messing up. Unfortunately, I know nothing about how to fix this. So that is a stock up being cast from Sully's side. I apologize for the delays, for the glitches that are happening on screen. I know nothing about how to fix that. I have a few mocks in for Matt. Goodness gracious. Let me see if I can try to figure out what's going on. The glitches are happening on our side too. It's not just on the stream. We're trying to see if we can restart the camera. Alright, we gotta restart it back up and see if I can try to clear out. Try to see if we can probably figure out what's going on here. Alright, we've got it going again. Brandon Watson to the rescue. So it looks like we had a paradoxical outcome cast. Got to draw 3 cards. 3 Moxen. Looks like we got a force pitch a blue card on something. Or no, he shocked in a sink at his stupor. Okay, I got you. Matt going to 16 from the fetch. We have 2 mana tapped for something. Like that's a Tundra that he searched up. If I was to take a guess, it might be Snapcaster Mage, or it might, I don't know, maybe not. Is that a Displacer kitten? It's hard, really hard to tell with the glare. I'm so sorry, folks. See what Matt's able to put together here. Okay, you're right. It was Merchant Scroll for recall. Okay. Tapping the Sapphire, casting Ancestral Recall. That's a Pyroblast. And we have Flusterstorm. Storm was 3, or Storm was 2, so we would have counter, let's be 3. Tolarian Academy from Matt. That'll be making 3 mana when it's tapped. We've seen quite a few Flusterstorms cast today. Alright, 1, 2, 3. This might be a stock up if I was to be a gambling man. It is Loris. I am be 3 mana Time Walk. Alright. So the extra turn. We do have Luris in play. I don't think he has any permanents in the graveyard right now. I believe this is just a 3-2 beater at the moment. Any non-land permanents, I should say. For 4 mana. Let's stock up. Let's look at the top 2. Put 2 of those in his hand. see what Matt has here. Looks like that's a Snapcaster. Alright. Victory goes to Matt on Lura's PO. Sully goes ahead and just scoops it up. So, two of your top four right there, Matt and Gabe, going in the top four. They are on opposite sides of the bracket, so they will not be playing each other until the finals. They both make it. So we will try to see if we can get another match going here soon. I will be back as soon as we can get somebody on stream. Thank you, folks.
All right, folks. Getting ready to go to our top four. This time we have Tyler Regals, which we had him on stream earlier today. And I believe that he's on Esper Luris as well. We're going to double check that just to make sure. He is on Jeskai Luris. And he is the 8th seed. He did beat out Andrew, who was the 1st seed on Beseech Storm. You can tell they're looking over at each other's deck lists. And he's going to be playing against Matt, who's on Luris PO. Because 1st seed will play against the 4th and 5th seed. Gabe was the 2nd seed that we saw play earlier. And he'll be playing the winner of a match that is still currently ongoing. And Joe Brennan against Tom Hartfeld. So they're going to look over each other's deck list, and then we'll get ready to get started. I will step away real quickly while they're looking over each other's deck list, and we'll try and get this going. Thank y'all. We have Tyler all the way from Wyoming and Matt all the way from Maine. Got folks that traveled up from all over trying to come play some vintage Magic and paper. Should be a good game. No, I'm just silly goose, and I forgot to turn my mic back on. So Matt's going to be starting off on the play. Looks like he's going to be keeping 7. And we get to see Gataxi Probe, see what Tyler kept this hand. Looks like we have a Mental Misstep, Mock Sapphire, Force of Will, Lorien Revealed, Ancestral Recall, Stock Up ×2. That might, oh, that's a Flame of Anor, not a Lorien Revealed. See what Matt's able to put together here. Mox Emerald. And passes. Tyler, being a gentleman, leaving his hand up. Mox Sapphire starts to turn off, and Black Lotus is our draw for the turn. Oh my goodness. And it's going to lead into a stock up. So you have Mishra's Bauble, Mox Emerald, Polluted Delta, Chrome Mox, and a blue card. Look like a Flusterstorm. Black Lotus, certainly a great draw there. Ancestral Recall. Imagine this is going to elicit a response from Matt. It does not. Does he draw a land source? He drew Paradoxical Outcome, a couple other cards. Plays a land for turn, so picking up his cards, bringing those back, making sure that those are good. Stock up Flame of Anor, Force of Will, Mental Misstep in hand. Tyler is having one of those classical vintage starts with starting off 3 of the 4 pieces of power. We know that he has Mental Misstep and a Force of Will and blue card backup. Has a Paradoxical Outcome. So I guess it should be a little more clear that this is going to be Jeskai PO versus Esper PO. Or it might just be Jeskai versus Jeskai. I'd have to look at the deck list a little bit more closely. Passes it over to Matt. Mr. Rainforest. Crack, go find an island. Finds an underground sea. Snapcaster Mage, targeting Gataxian Probe. He is going to pay the 2 life, going to 14. You'll see Flusterstorm, Paradoxical Outcome, Flame of Anor, Thunder Trap Trainer, Stock Up, Force of Will, Mental Misstep. What a hand, folks. What a hand. Making sure that you write down any of the new cards. Flusterstorm, Paradoxical Outcome, Thunder Trap Trainer. He has a full grip.
Guess the three new cards that you draw off Ancestral. I'm going to step away while I try to get the names of the players who are in the other top 4 masters currently sitting down at our other camera. I'll be right back, folks. All right, so the winner of our other match, Gabe Hoppy, he's going to be playing against Joe Brennan in our backup match from the top 4. All right, that's Thunder Trap Trainer coming from Tyler. I guess look at the top 4. Does see a 4th year Lingus. Opts to not take it, instead takes the Mana Crypt. Cast the Mana Crypt, plays Meticulous Archive. See a stock up coming from Matt. So today, what kind of the opposite would have happened yesterday, where we had first, second, third, and fourth all win their top 8 matches. Today, Matt is the only top seed that won his match. We had 6th, 7th, and 8th all win theirs. But that could be indicative because all 4 of 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places were 502 records. They all were 5-0 and then double drew into the top 8. So they all had 20 points, or they all were, my apologies. Yeah, so they were all 602? No, it was 502, so they were all 17 pointers. And the rest of these were 18 pointers with a record of 6-1. Because they were all 5-1 and all had to play it out. They could not risk drawing. There were a total of exactly eight people with a 5-1 record going into the last round. So you had 4 people with 18 points and 4 people with 17 points. Rolls even, doesn't take any damage or Mana Crypt. Most folks typically opt for the odd take damage. Mox Emerald for Tyler. 3, 4 mana. Paradoxical outcome. Magic target all 4, and it does. See what kind of response Matt has for this. May not have one. He's really low on cards. Tyler trying to get us all while we're waiting on Matt to make his decision. Matt from Maine, Tyler from Wyoming. It's going to list it a Force of Will pitchable card. And we have Force of Will pitch the Flame of Anor from Tyler. Does mean that this Paradox Law outcome is going to resolve. Pick up these 4 cards, draw 4 cards. Draws another Mox, a Soul Ring, a Time Walk. Oh my goodness, folks. Mox, Mana Crit. Tap the Mox Emerald, cast the Soul Ring. We're going to cast the Thunder Trap Trainer with Offspring. So get to dig 4 cards deep twice. So you get Taxion Probe, Chrome Mox, grabs Mox Opal, apologies. And another top 4. Grabs Flusterstorm. Plays Mox Opal. Think that's another Thunder Trap Trainer in Tyler's hand. Cast Time Walk. That says it's good. We're going to take damage this time, going down to 11 from the Mana Crypt. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana, Paradoxical Outcome, float 4. And Matt said he's had enough. Game 1 goes to Tyler. And while we are waiting on them to finish sideboarding, we're going to go and take a peek at our other matchup. It's going to be Dredge versus Esper Luris. And that is Joe Brennan on the right side with a cowboy hat. So thankfully, the hat actually helps a little bit with the glare on that side, but it is a little rough. Joe's going to contemplating whether he wants to buy back Luris or not. Decides to say go. We do have a couple Icarus in the graveyard for Gabe. Looks like Dread Return is already gone from his graveyard. Countered by a Spell Pierce from Joe. Decides to Dredge 3 from Shambling Shell. Milling over Narcomoeba, Hollow One, and Bridge from below. Narcomoeba trigger. Joe wants to make sure that he understands that that is a Bridge from below. I was really thinking about this Narcomoeba trigger. He has 2 cards in hand. For anybody just joining, the overlay is not getting fixed. Looks like he's going to take a natural. That's a Lavinia from Joe. See what Gabe can piece together. He's going to go ahead and bring in Nicorate, exiling Garif. Takes another natural draw. Tax for 4. Joe said, okay, I'll take it. Cabal Therapy, flashback, sacrificing Icarid. It will be countered because he has Lavinia in play. Gets a creature from, gets a 2/2 zombie. Buys back Laris. Donald Trump gets to set to the side. Passes back over to Tyler. Or back over to Gabe, I apologize. Take it 4 down to 9. I believe you're correct. There have been several turns passed, but we're going to double check and confirm with the judge. We're going to go ahead and transition over to the other screen while we're getting that matter resolved. All right, so we did go ahead and inform the judges. They do agree that it doesn't seem like it would have changed too much, other than Cabal Therapy would have still been in the graveyard instead of in exile. But there have been several turns pass because they were playing so quickly. So it's kind of in a too late to change situation. But they will keep a close eye on those calls from now on. All right, this time we got Matt on the play against Tyler. Looks like he's keeping 7, and Tyler's mulling down to 6. Looks like that other match did conclude, and I believe Joe won game 1. Alright, we have a turn 1 Mox Ruby from Matt. Tolarian Academy. Got a Manifold Key. Mox Pearl and a Polluted Delta from Tyler. Letting him look at how cool his Mox Pearl is. Yes, it is real. Tyler going to 19. Grabbing a Tundra. Looks like we have a pump fake for a trainer from Tyler. Passes back to Matt. At the upkeep, we're going to get an Ancestral Recall. Target Tyler. Tyler putting that card all the way out there because he knows that there's about to be a stack. Draws a Mana Vault, Paradoxical Outcome, and Black Lotus. Oh my gosh, what an Ancestral Recall. Drawing 3 powerful cards. Tundra for Matt. Float 2 mana. Just kidding. 2 mana the other way. Time Vault. Tyler says no thank you. I'm going to go ahead and force a will pitch a stock up. Going 18. You have 2 mana on the coming in for Flusterstorm. Targeting the Force of Will. And he says Time Vault resolves. And we have Keeve, Time Vault. Take an extra turn. He said, I would like to take all the turns, please. And game 2 goes to Matt. While we're waiting on them to sideboard, we could transition and take a peek over here, but it looks like they're kind of in the same process. So we'll just sit patiently waiting on our main match. So we're going to game 3. We'll be right back as soon as this match starts, folks.
our main match has started, so we're going to go ahead and go over there. Tyler starting off game one with a Contaction Probe. We see Black Lotus, Mox Ruby, Mox Jet, Paradoxical Outcome, Time Vault, and Flusterstorm. Notably, that Mox Jet is a Landrun proxy Mox Jet. Very fashionable and pretty. And he does have the Underground Sea with the Flusterstorm to back up all of these spells. We have a turn 1 stock up from Tyler. Very popular card this weekend in Vintage. Not so much in Legacy, but definitely in Vintage. We had a conversation with Matt earlier, and he said it was probably the best card that he liked to see in his opening hand outside of Power 9. Mox Emerald, Mox Opal. Mox Ruby, Mox Jet, Black Lotus. Storm count 3, so if Tyler does have any responses, it's going to pay a lot of mana for Flusterstorm. I agree, Gary. Outside of Ether Dress, the only card, Stockcut's really the only card that's really of interest out of that set. Maybe some Marauding Makos for those that are trying to play some Vengevine in Modern, or some discard decks in Standard. But outside of that, those are really the only 2 cards of interest. Tyler still trying to decide if he wants his Black Lotus to resolve. Or it might be Matt trying to decide how he wants to structure this turn. Yeah, I guess you're right. Catcher Most possibly has not made nearly as much impact as Stock Up has, but has done a bit of magic. It does a bit in Magic. He goes in and casts the Time Vault. Tyler has to decide now if he wants to let that resolve, or if he's okay with that being a possible another win con for Matt again. He says that's okay. Rolling for Mana Crypt. No damage. Draws a land. One, two, three. Imagine this is Stock Up here. And it is. Stock Up number 2 for Tyler. Looks at a Mox Jet, Force of Will, Paradoxical Outcome, Misty Rainforest, and an artifact of some kind.
Mox yet not being amongst the cards that he kept. Unless he's saving it for another turn. See if Matt's able to pull something out of his hat. Get another victory. Black Lotus going to the bin. Likely for 3 blue mana. Looks like a paradoxical outcome, probably for 3. Matt has yet to decide. Looks like that is indeed what it is. Looks like another paradoxical outcome. May not be. It's a little hard to know what that card is. It may not be a paradoxical outcome. I know that he had 4 mana at one point. Oh, sure. Okay. A very weird art emergent scroll. Got it. We have a stock up coming from Matt. Tyler does have Force Blue card. He might be interested in forcing this. Force pitching Mental Mist up. No, from what we understand, he searched up a Force Will. I have a Flusterstorm coming from Matt. We have a fetch from Tyler. Looks like we have a Sink and a Stupor in response. So I'll bounce that back to Matt's hand. And he'll be passing back to Tyler. He will take damage this time, going to 13. Looks like that's paradoxical outcome for 4. And that's going to be a Force Will pitching paradoxical outcome from Matt. It's the Force Will that he tutored up earlier. See what Matt's able to put together here. Tyler's down to 1 card. He's down to 2. And there's that Sokka that he got bounced back to hand. I think I saw Mana Vault and the Tibonic Tutor. I did not get to see the other 3 cards. It looks like our other match is finished. I think Joe may have won. I could be wrong. Or we'll get an update on that as soon as we can. It's definitely between Joe or Gabe. So we're going to have a buy Luris, play Luris from Tyler. What can Matt do? Yes, that is a demonic tutor. Vexing Bubble from Tyler. We do still have this Time Vault in play, but if Matt can get one more mana source, which he did, he could Demonic Tutor for Manifold Key and put the game over, and Matt could be the winner here if Tyler doesn't have a response. And Tyler only has 1 card left, and he can't force while Vexing Bobble's in play. He's completely tapped out. Gonna show him the key. And that should be GG. Stock up coming from Matt. Suppose Tyler's gonna make him go ahead and play it out, but this should be GG for Matt. All right. There we go. Matt for the W going into the finals. Congratulations to Matt. Back-to-back game wins with Time Vault, Manifold Key. And we'll try to go ahead and get this finals match fired up here in a second. Stick around, stay with us.
All right, Matt's going to be playing against Joe Brennan. Should be a good match. Joe on Esper Luris. Joe versus Matt in the finals. All right, they're going to go ahead and give everybody a little bit of a break, a couple minute break, so that they can stretch their legs, use the restroom real quick. We'll be back with our finals. Give us a few moments, folks. Stick around.
All right, folks, we're getting ready to launch our finals match. You got Matt Mowry on Luris PO. You got Joe Brennan on Esper Luris. Matt's going to be the higher seed, the 4 seed. He was the only one out of the top 4 that was able to stick around through the top 8. And they, of course, they get to look at each other's deck list. It is open deck list, and they get to take a little bit of time to study each other, and they get to see what win cons the other one has. And I have in the booth with me, I have a couple of folks with me. Edward Bonar, say hi, Ed.
Hey guys.
And it's Ryan, right?
It's Ryan,
Ryan
yes.
Chimzar. Ryan, say hi.
Howdy.
And we will be here for the finals, trying to commentate, trying to bring some light to it. We got somebody saying hi, Ed. I'm watching.
Hey guys.
Spencer.
Oh, Spencer. Yes. Hey, what's up, buddy?
And we'll take a bit. And did either of y'all play in the vintage event today?
Sure did. Got dream crushed in the last round.
Yeah, we had you in the booth a couple times.
Yep.
And I take it you were X1 and didn't get to get your win at the end. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I a couple things, but it was a long day. Made some plays that I think were the higher percentage, and then they just had the out. So it is what it is. I'm here to have fun regardless. So as long as I didn't lose to Spencer, that's all I care about, really. So.
We got Log T1 say hi, Ed, and we also have Gary saying hi, hey, Ed, from yesterday.
Yes, thank you, Austin and Gary. I appreciate it. Hope you guys had a good one.
What about you, Ryan?
Ryan.
Yeah.
I had Spencer's name in my mind. How about you, Ryan? Did you play vintage today?
Yes, I did.
And how did that go?
It went well. After I had made my mistakes early on and dropped 2 matches, then I won out and ended up with 18th. So I was
Just shy.
Just bubble,
just
huh?
shy.
Just bubble.
But I was happy with how I ended. That tends to be how I play these tournaments. I'll start slow and end hot, but it's very fun to be having the opportunity to play vintage. And this is my 6th Oklahoma Landrun, so
Yeah.
it's been
The first one was actually mine and Ryan's birthday.
yes, yeah, we have the same birthday.
Yep,
and that's-
October 17th.
We met because I was looking for a time walk to play my deck, and Ed happened to have one I could access. And by golly, when he learned we had the same birthday, he was like, "Well,
best
the
friends immediately."
match made in heaven."
Yeah,
So
yeah. That first year, for those of you that don't know, our first year we didn't do proxies, so I lent out tons of workshops, bazaars. Like I had extra pieces of power to lend out, and it was a heck of a year. So, and that was what we capped at 40 the first year. And what did we have for vintage today?
over 100.
Over 100. That is
101.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we're getting close to shuffling up and starting. Awesome.
Yeah, it looks like they finally finished looking over each other's deck list. Both of them are going to reveal Luris.
I hope so.
They are both Luris decks, and we got Joe Brennan with the Donald Trump companion, and Matt Mowry with doesn't seem to have a companion thing on him, but that's all right. We got Matt from Maine.
Yeah.
See if he can take down the long-standing vintage
Eternal Weekend champion, Joe Brennan.
Yeah, this will be some great magic.
Funny story while they're shuffling up, guys. Actually,
That is Matt Mowry, by the way.
what?
Somebody asked if it was Matt Murray. It is Matt.
Oh,
Murray.
no, it's Matt Mowry. Yeah, we are not cool enough to have Mr. Murray. Just kidding, of course. But while they're shuffling up, a quick story. So, before I started playing Magic, I was playing my freshman year of college playing football. I broke my thumb. And so my buddy, I couldn't play Xbox anymore. Some of my nerdier friends taught me Magic, and I fell in love with it. All my energy went to that. And Matt, who went to high school with me in Brunswick, Maine, we reconnected in Bangor, Maine, which is about 2 hours north, and we just re-hit it back off. And he actually taught me how to play competitive Magic. And he convinced me to play, to buy into Legacy Goblins, and I just fell in love with Eternal Magic. And this last year, I convinced him to get into Vintage, and this is his first land run. And look, he's in the finals. Let's see if he can take it down. About a month ago, he wasn't even sure if he'd be making it, so I'm glad I convinced him anyways.
Yeah, it was awesome. He's one of the only people we've had in the booth today, and it's great to see him here. He gets to be on the play. He gets to decide if he wants to keep 7. Looks like we do have a demonic tutor. Got a couple of lands. Hard to see what else he has in hand. He doesn't have it peeled out enough.
Sorry, folks. I had to take care of something.
Looks like we have a keep
Okay, so
7
let's
from
start.
both players. We got a mock sapphire from Matt.
Players smartly taking their time.
Yep.
Got force pitch
Aggressive.
and brainstorm, force negation. It's going to exile that sapphire.
Very.
Mox Pearl. Surprised that wasn't a bait spell. Got Manifold Key.
Okay.
Okay.
That's part of one of his really only win conditions in his deck.
Got Meticulous Archive looking to surveil 1, see if he wants to keep that on top or not.
If you take a look at Matt's list, there's not much he actually does to win the game. Time Vault is part of it for sure.
Is that a probe?
That is a Gataxian
Well,
probe. He gets to see 2 Paradoxical Outcomes and a Demonic Tutor.
Demonic
from Matt.
Tutor.
Oh.
Not a strong
So it
hand
looks,
in this position.
yeah. So it looks like actually that at least in the short term that force on the mock sapphires might be paying off, or at least for a few turns for Joe. For those of you that haven't had too many experiences playing Joe in the finals, he is known for making some pretty aggressive plays, and it usually turns out in his favor. So far it seems to be doing the same here.
Yeah, forcing that sapphire actually seems to be the correct line.
It
Matt
definitely
drew-
worked out if it wasn't correct. It worked out
Yeah.
regardless.
Drew Misty Rainforest. It doesn't really have anything to do. Could go search up an underground and see a Demonic Tutor or something,
being
but he
patient.
opts to just pass. Especially with no protection, no counter magic. Doesn't want that Demonic Tutor getting countered.
Yeah.
See another Tundra from Joe.
It seems that Matt's deck is built to really just, if he's passing turns, he's happy. If the turns just keep going, he's going to be in a fine place. As long as he keeps moving forward. He has already used his archive, though. I think he only has 1 in his deck.
I imagine this has got to be for an underground sea, and it
Underground
is.
sea.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's really is that last card that he just drew. Is it a force? Fluster?
Three mana, decides to
Oh.
buy Luris.
Okay.
Passes on to Joe.
I'm okay with that.
We do see a sword splasher in Joe's hand. He passes back. A little hard to see what else he has. It's like we drew a land from Matt the way that he was just now posturing. It's either a land or a cheaper spell.
Joe conveniently didn't have a land last turn, so that is something to take into account.
Yeah, the good thing for Joe, it looks like he has 2 Tundras in play, so no black. But the good thing for Joe is that his deck can function on little mana, unlike Matt. Matt just needs as much as possible.
Oh,
Oh, and there's a
Tolarian
Tolarian. Luckily, that only counts for 2 right now, but he can turn some of those POs into divinations if he wants to.
at least start working forces out.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like I don't know if you force that at that point, but
Yeah, it's a tough call.
yeah, for sure. Especially because Matt definitely seems to be struggling now, so I could see it either way. It being Joe, I just assumed he's going to make the correct play
Urza
regardless.
Saga off the top for Joe. It's a great top deck.
Oh my gosh, that is an Urza
Especially
Saga.
whenever you're in these past ghost type situations.
Yes,
Matt's
yeah, I
gonna
think
have to put
yep,
pressure.
yep. Matt's definitely going to have to start cracking
Yeah.
some POs, and that looks like
Le-
that's what it is.
Yeah.
PO for 2. Draw a couple cards.
See, the pro play is to untap the pearl first, and then just more game actions. Is
Yeah.
that a Fluster Storm?
That is a Fluster
Doesn't
Storm for us,
surprise.
too.
And so, how much does Matt have open? Just the one land?
Just one.
One
Okay,
land.
yes, that's gonna get it. Yep, and then now Matt probably should sorcery speed the other one, depending on his hand, of course. But
Yep. There there is something
Oh.
to be said about getting a Volt.
Maybe. Is this
Might be
demonic
casting
tutor
demonic,
time?
Yeah,
Yep.
it might be
okay.
demonic tutor time. The only issue is Joe knows about it.
Yep. Caden, what do you think he's gotten to demonic tutor for? You think he's just going to go
It has
straight
to
for
be
the time vault?
It's got to be time vault. Lock this game up before Joe gets to draw too many more cards.
Yep.
Especially if you have Force Blue card. We know that he has Paradoxical Outcome, so if he's drawing Force in any of these cards,
Yep.
that Tolarian Academy can just cast the Time Vault, and he has one to be able to activate the key. If it's not going to be Time Vault, then it's got to be Stock Up. It's probably one of the two options I would take, or maybe
Or
even
System.
Ancestral.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking a man of Crypt might not be terrible either for the same reason, but I can see just going for it with the vault.
Yeah, there it
It
is.
is.
And there it is. Yep.
Got Spell
Ooh,
Pierce.
Spell
Yep.
Pierce.
Dang.
That is a. See, that's. What a.
Yep, and keep in mind too. Earlier he played a Flusterstorm, so Joe playing his counter spells correctly. Oh, is that the Force?
Does
Yep.
have the
Force
force.
Fist to PO.
Yep.
See if Joe has
And that
third.
nope, that's the
Oh,
game. Good
wow.
job.
Wow.
Game one goes to Matt.
What a game one.
Right. Yeah. So finishing up that thought though, Joe could have spell pierced instead of flustered on that PO. So good heads up play for that. It definitely would have worked out if Matt didn't find the Force Blue card.
Yep.
That probably would have that probably would have been backbreaking enough to have those sagas take over from there. Which one's this one?
That's a very quick win for Matt.
Yes.
Because again, looking at his deck list, that is his win condition. And
yeah.
he just found it. He had
Yep.
he had the key.
Well,
right
demonic
off the bat.
tutor is definitely a good way to help do that.
But I mean, to have half of it to start is
Sure.
pretty crazy. So that was a pretty nice draw from Matt. Because he didn't resolve with stock up or anything in that game.
No.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't have to dig at all.
Matt did not resolve much that game.
No.
But he resolved what matters. And you know what? He is one game away from his first paper vintage event ever and being crowned Landrun champion at the same time.
It wouldn't.
Amazing.
It wouldn't be a vintage finals if there wasn't a vintage game. That was very much being vintaged right there.
For sure. You know, and for all those guys that are out there saying that they're not interested in this format because there's no interaction and it's a turn one, I hope this coverage has definitely helped show that
Turn
there
three.
there is a lot of interaction had, lots of spells cast.
Technically, a lot more turns than turn one at that point. So
Sure. So I'm looking at Joe's sideboard, and since players do know what the other one's playing, I'm not even sure what he's bringing in. I could see still sabotages. I doubt he's gonna want to bring in Urkel's Recall. Doesn't make any sense. I doubt Needle out of his deck. That's not what this is for. Although you can name Time Vault or a Saga if they have the advantage on you. But realistically, it's probably Mindbreak Trap and Force Negation and potentially the Flusterstorm. I don't think the Steel Sabotages are for this particular matchup.
The only reason you bring in the Hercules is if you see that he's so low on win conditions, and you just wanted to eliminate constructs.
Yep.
That would be the only
Yep.
reason. But the problem is, it's pretty weak in a lot of situations, and he's. See, does he have POs? Is Joe playing POs?
Joe is not playing any.
Oh, no,
no, he's playing a
so-
full set.
So
of
there is something to be said that there might be some plays where he could use his Hercules.
Well, this is
bounce
Matt's.
box
This
and-
is Matt's list. Let me look at
Matt,
Joe's.
yeah, Matt has the. Well, that's another thing too. Is you could interact with
Joe's
Matt's
not.
mods.
Joe's not playing any
Yeah,
paradox.
if you bring in
his
Hercules,
is
you
just
could,
the
you
control
could
list.
counter a PO with a Hercule effectively. So that I don't know if that's something he's going to want to do. That might not make it made him be a card that's just
Right.
not good enough. But if you're just kind of scraping to find things to bring in, you could consider it. It is.
Yeah, I think his deck's kind of already pre-built for this.
And that was Matt's sideboard that we were looking at, by the way.
Oh,
My
okay. Mass play.
apologies.
At Joe's sideboard, he's got 3 Containment Priests, 2 Nihil Spell Bombs, Consign to Memory, Deafening Silence, Dismember, Fatal Push, Fragmentize, Grafdigger's Cage, Null Rod, Swords to Plowshares, and the Tabernacle of Pendle Veil.
Well, that Fragmentize and that Null Rod's definitely coming.
Yeah.
Both of those cards.
Null Rod seems pretty insane in this matchup.
We've already seen in this top 8 of Joe using, or at least today, Joe bringing in that Fragmentize, and we've seen him win a game just because he was able to cast that Fragmentize.
Oof. Spicy.
Yeah, Containment Priest isn't really for this matchup, but definitely the Null Rod
Yeah,
and
Null
the
Rod would be in.
Fragmentize.
Windmill slam in.
I can even see argument for Fatal Push if he wanted a Fatal Push on Loris.
I'd probably play the Dismember first, just because you're guaranteed. But you certainly don't care about the Thundertrap trainers. They just don't. They don't matter usually. Usually you want just one piece of removal maybe for the Luris, and that's a maybe. Is Joe's is he playing swords? Probably. I think he is.
I
think
believe he was playing some of the main board.
That said, he may take the swords out.
Yeah, he's
I
playing
would
3
assume.
Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah, I would assume you just
I
take
would
the
assume
swords
the
out.
swords are gone.
Yeah, so I wouldn't bring in Dismember. Like, I'm thinking with builds that I would build where I don't have removal in the main, and then I'd maybe have one piece of removal maximum for Luris, but just so you have some outs. But yeah, this Joe's already looking at his opening hand. I think I see a Wasteland. I think I see a Force of Will. I think I see a Spell Pierce. Seems like a pretty decent hand. Just having counter magic. Is that maybe a Ponder? Pretty glary. I do appreciate that he's given us a decent, a little bit of a look, so we can.
Matt
kinda
is
see
going
what's
down
in.
to 6, notably. Joe looks like he's fine with keeping 7.
Yeah, I think I
Yeah,
would
if
be
Matt's
too.
if Matt's mulliganing, the Joe's definitely kept his hand.
Yeah, because Joe will be on the play for this game.
Yes.
Thankfully, in this format, there is no question about whoever's going to be on the play. There's no 8-rack shenanigans or dredge shenanigans.
Man on 5. I wish I was able to see maybe what he had. It seemed like that when he paused for a bit. I don't know if that was just like a pretend or if he just doesn't have the appropriate amount of mana to cast his spells. Because with Joe playing an Esper Luris list, there's definitely not like a sideboard card that he's trying to mulligan to for sure. So. So what are some 5-card hands you think, besides the obvious ones, would be looking pretty good for Matt here?
Well, Matt was telling me earlier that like the one card that he really loves to see in his opening hand outside of Power 9 was Stock Up. Stock Up has been a very important card for Matt today, and if he's able to find a hand that can cast Stock Up, especially on turn 1, I imagine that'll be a hand that he'll be happy with.
It's definitely like when you mulligan to 5 and see a recall and you're happy about it because it unmulligans you. Stock Up definitely gets you closer to that unmulligan, especially if you can get a Soul Ring or a Mana Crypt to help go with it.
Stock Up is one of those cards that it's right at the right power level where it's not power, but it sure affects the game.
It certainly feels like it when you cast it.
It's one of those where it's like you feel like you have to force it, and but then your opponent still has their power in deck, so it's kind of like, this isn't killing you, but it's
Sure.
definitely giving you a huge advantage. And in Vintage, what you can actually hit with Stock Up is insane. Oh,
And
there's the
spell pierce
aggressive
from Joe.
I don't think that's aggressive
It's
at all.
probably
That's
not
just what you
aggressive because
do.
it makes it
But
where you can't pay 2 anymore.
Well, and when you're that low on
okay,
cards,
it looks like Matt kept multiple fast mana. That's definitely a good start because a couple mana rocks and a PO could definitely dig you out of this,
Yep.
or a Stock Up like we said.
Yep. It's probably what he was trying to go towards.
Right.
Drew a land for Joe. Looks like there is at least a soul ring in his hand. That's what it looks like anyway.
Yeah, Austin makes a good point too. Any land mocks and the trainers. I mean, at the New York Stacks Exchange event I was at earlier, I definitely felt it when my opponents went on with a Mox Land trainer and found it a Nor or whatever. It definitely adds up quickly for sure. So thank you for pointing that out.
Plays out the wasteland. Ooh, that's very.
It's a basic. It's a basic line.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Basic
From
land.
Lord of the
Wow.
Rings. This is one of those
It's a good-
special foils.
Good
Yep.
draw by Matt, making him not vulnerable to the wasteland. Joe
Mock
still doesn't
Sapphire
have
from Joe.
black mana. Oh, there he does now. Misty Rainforest.
He bought him too, and since he was on the draw, he got to draw a card back up to 6.
Time Walk. Okay. This isn't a crazy Time Walk because he's not getting any extra attacks or anything. He will get to Surveil. So that is something. I assume he has Undercity Sewers, but maybe he's just meticulous archive.
Can we tell how many cards Matt has now?
I think that's an Undercity Sewer. I don't remember that printing.
Yeah, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is he's taken 2 turns.
This really shows the power of the Surveillance. They've just been such a.
Or 3 turns because they both
Amazing
missed
addition.
a land drop.
Okay.
Yep, Ben's a Wasteland.
Yeah, I've been trying to look at more at the chat, so I missed a cycle of turns.
Okay. He's got a lot of mana.
So the head judge is in with them as well. So I would imagine that Matt put 2 cards back.
Okay, so we pass back. There's a Bowmaster.
Okay. Yeah, that's huge because Matt's one of the decks that actually still draws cards in this format. A lot of them kind of just gave it up and went to stock up.
We did. I mean, I literally would take out Brainstorm.
Yeah,
multiple
I don't even
times.
play that card anymore
It's
either.
it's just not playable.
Yeah, maybe that's a bit too strong, but certainly
I mean-
stock up looks better off the top.
Yeah, well, it's not playable in a lot of matchups.
Yeah.
Against the Bowmaster, it really sucks.
Ooh, okay, that's the swords going. Okay, that's good news for Matt for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, and off the Pearl too, so he still doesn't have to crack his fetches.
Yeah.
That's really, really nice. Riding those, not using the fetch lands yet. Just watching that wasteland sitting right on the table. A lot of weight man over there for Joe. Oh, got
And
Looks
another
like-
land.
Yeah,
Goodness
can we
gracious.
confirm how many cards Joe has? It looks like he's just flooding out.
Yeah, that's with the Surveil.
Yeah, he
Right.
doesn't have his hand. Okay, he has 2 cards in hand.
Okay.
Two cards in hand.
Yeah, let's
I
see
think-
if Matt can
I
capitalize.
think there's a Force still in his hand, which he can hardcast now, so he can get
Right.
value out of it. But it doesn't feel good to have this much mana usually. Okay, well now there's a wasteland of a land, but at this point, there's just the damage is done. He has 5 mana. Wasteland's not super effective here.
Can't see a world where he goes ahead and tries to buy Loris and just stall for even more time. He has the mana to be able to do so without having to crack any fetches.
True, I could see that. Oh, was that a merchant scroll?
It is a merchant scroll.
Oh, okay. Is this merchant scroll really just for ancestral in his deck, or is there something else that he might be?
Well,
It
there's
could be- it
POs,
could be
but he's
for
definitely not
paradox.
getting one of
Oh,
those.
yeah.
Not in this board state. Which I was gonna say, I hope his hand's not just full of POs at this point, because that would be a terrible draw.
I'd be really PO'd at that.
So it's probably ancestral here, but it's then
Unless he has something important to resolve, he might get a force. And what is that?
It can't be gotten. That was a stock
Oh.
up.
Yep, yep.
That is not searchable by miss.
It's all right. Matt is new to this format,
Fair enough.
contradictory to him being in the finals.
Funny how it can
Sometimes it's
happen.
better to be lucky than good.
That's right. I got to work on that.
Yeah, that's what I've been told at least.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not the first time that he's tried doing that today, because
Oh, I doubt it.
There we go. There's the ancestral.
there we are.
There we go. He figured it out.
He figured it out.
Now, unfortunately, there's not really a thing Joe would do end of turn for him to like try to bait him to use his mana first. Also, it's the recall's face up now at this point, so Joe will know to prepare for it moving forward. So at this point, do you just jam it and see what he has, or just kind of wait?
I think I just go ahead and just jam it and just force Joe's hand.
See, I think I'm more in the play of waiting, and
Yeah.
depending on how much permission I have in my hand.
I think I wait just because
Okay,
you want
it
to
seems
wait.
like Matt agrees.
You want to waste the mana.
Yeah.
Let's him
You don't
draw,
want Joe
so
to be
he
able to
doesn't do it
get-
as
use
his
his
upkeep.
Right. Yeah, Matt's definitely been more efficient in the mana race currently.
And the thing is, Joe can take off as many turns as he wants because Matt is not rushing to win the game here. So even a 1-1 beating down every turn, right now Joe's fine to just wait. So trying to jam an ancestral into that.
Do finally buy Luris.
That's interesting. That must mean that Joe certainly has a blue card to go with his force.
Yeah.
He's he's being patient with his wasteland. He's not blowing up the tundra, which I think is correct now because he has 5 lands over 5 mana over there. I think the wasteland is pretty much now for Tolarian Academy or Urza Saga. Unless for some reason Matt gets really greedy and searches for a tundra and that looks like a meticulous archive. So because Matt is Matt purely white blue? Doesn't have black, does he?
Matt, he cast a demonic tutor. I
Okay,
hope
so he
has
does have black. So he'll have to be careful because if he searches for an underground sea, I might get wastelanded now.
How many underground seas does Matt play?
Let me look.
Ooh, another Bowmaster. Interesting. And I do like tapping the
Matt
wasteland.
plays 2 underground seas.
Okay, so 2. But and I'm guessing, is it just for 2 cards? Is it just for demonic and for vampiric?
I don't think he plays
Or
vampire.
is it just for
He
demonic?
does play Vampire.
Okay.
Okay, so he's playing, demonic vampiric. So, not a huge loss. But again, he can just sit there with that fetch. The issue is that Joe actually has attackers. And Matt will be forced to do something at some point.
I do want to say whenever it was turn 4 to the answer in the chat, I want to say he cast a demonic tutor, so that may be an extra card that y'all might be thinking that he had extra.
True.
Yeah, the head judge is literally right next to them watching the entire time, so I can't imagine shenanigans is going on. Also, Joe's a very experienced player, and I highly doubt he would let that get missed as well.
That's true.
Just knowing how Joe is.
So he's still not going towards a Luris. Okay, I have Snapcaster, is that what that is? I think that's a Snapcaster.
That's a Snapcaster.
Yeah, just the glare is kind of weird. So he's Snapcastering, targeting Swords to Plowshares. Okay. I like this play. Currently, it trades for a Orc token.
And the Orc token, I think, is a 2 now,
yeah.
right? Yeah, because the
2
second
power.
one. Yep.
Obviously, it puts Matt in a situation where he probably is kind of needs to counter a Bowmaster if there's another. But again, how many Bowmasters is Joe playing? Because we've already seen 2. We've already 2 have been exiled. Which is probably good for Matt.
He's playing 3.
He's playing 3. So there's one more Bowmaster, but I think he's in a pretty good spot with his Snapcaster. Oh, he's taking 2 out of a...
He's taking 3 off a stink
Let
up
me
to
add
Super
that.
Shock.
Okay.
And
And now he's firing off the Ancestral. Okay.
Yep.
Does elicit
there we
a
go.
force.
And he's having to
Force.
pitch.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like Matt's patience is at least helping him get some card advantage. at the
Yep.
worst.
Yep. I see. I see. That's why he sorts the bowmaster. Okay. Well, and now that he has access to Snapcaster, POs are a lot better.
To answer your question, Spencer, Matt is not playing Flame of Vanilla.
Okay.
Okay, takes the block. Okay, that's yep.
Yeah, Matt's just on the Esper time ball. He's not on like the 4th or
Yeah, he's not on the chess guy.
Yeah, he's not. Yeah, right.
And there's the Luris from Joe. This is the power of Luris.
Is that 3 mana? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right.
So Matt has 1 card in hand.
One card.
Draws the second. A lot of mana to work with. It has to do something with it. We might see a Luris by here. Oh no, we have. Is this a stock up? Oh, he rips a stock up off the top.
Very strong.
That is a very nice.
And it's
draw.
resolved. Does Joe have 1 card left?
It's 1 card.
Okay.
1 mana. Well, 3 mana. Okay.
And he pitched the Spell Pierce to that 4th of will, so it makes me wonder what that last card is that's in his hand.
How much mana does Matt have? It's hard to.
He has access to 4 more mana.
Okay.
In addition to the 3 he used to cast the stock.
Right. Okay. So it could still be something like a
Or
Fluster
he has
Storm.
3 mana, sorry, 6 mana.
Okay.
I was confusing the stock up with land.
So we chose 2. And stock up never gets old. The more I see it cast, the more it's just powerful card.
Yeah, we were looking over Matt's list, and his number of win cons are actually really low. He has 2 Thunder Trap Trainer and an Urza Saga, and
And
Time
then,
Vault.
and
That
then
was
Time
it.
Vault Key. Yeah.
Time Vault Key. So unless it was
I
really
guess the
confusing.
Luris itself, of course, too.
Yeah, in Luris, so maybe like enough removal spells to kill creatures that an opponent
He
controls.
is playing a lot.
But
Snapcaster, I guess Snapcaster is a win condition if you call
in
it that.
Snapcaster Mage, but yeah, there was no like just obvious win con in the deck. Maybe if his opponents actually made him play out his his Time Vault Key, maybe there could have been a world where you wait and see what if he's able to win. But
So he finally gets the Underground Sea. He must be casting a demonic because
He already
this is
cast
his
a
turn.
demonic this turn, didn't he? Or this game?
yeah, he's already cast.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
the same game. Yeah.
He Yogg wills.
There we go. Oh, he's been telling. Oh, Matt, between rounds, he's been telling me that this card has been insane for him.
Yes, Yogg will.
Kind of a flashback from the past. Breach's big brother, if you will.
Oh, it's still good. It's still very,
yeah.
very good. I was playing it today.
There's that mock trigger they got countered earlier.
Yep. Oh,
And a
an
box opal.
Oh
Yep.
my! Another stock up coming, or are we getting
Oh.
Ancestral probably?
I would imagine the Ancestral.
Yeah,
would
I'd
come
start with
first.
Ancestral certainly.
Yeah.
Oof, what a card. Exiling those Bowmasters really mattered because there was nothing for Luris to bring back on Joe's side. Interesting.
I'd like to
Oh.
cast Merchant Scroll.
It's going Merchant Scroll.
Maybe he's getting a Force of Will to protect.
I can see that.
Okay, yeah.
He doesn't have 4 mana up after this, right? So I don't think it's.
No,
He
he
has
only has
1.
1 mana left.
So he must be up. He's getting a Force of Will to
Okay,
protect
awesome. Yep.
protect his Ancestral.
And that makes sense.
Now Joe still could have a Fluster Storm.
Right.
So this could end badly.
Yeah.
But-
Okay, and he's passing. Oh, yeah, Joe untapped, right? So he's passing.
That's what that's what it's got to mean, but that means that he
Didn't
opted to not cast the Ancestral from his graveyard. Interesting.
Yeah, we didn't miss that, right? He didn't cast it, we just didn't see it.
No.
Interesting. I hope he didn't think he can cast it later and maybe play around a Fluster Storm. Just a little mental
Hopefully
misstep.
not.
Yeah, just a little mental misstep. We've all been there. Hopefully that's not the case.
There's a
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm.
And does Joe have any fetch lands in play currently? It's hard for me to tell.
No.
he does not.
Okay, so this is a risky brainstorm, or could be.
Kinda
You have to cast it right. I'm just
Yeah.
saying this could lock him out for a few turns.
Still lurising, but yeah. What's he doing? Doing something. Vexing Bobble. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, that'll help him draw through
It
his
could
brainstorm.
force the Force of Will out of Matt's hand, but he only has 2 cards. Who knows? We'll see. Looks like Matt has elected to just let it resolve.
I was gonna say, is Joe hellbent at this point?
The
He has 1
prob-
card left.
Okay.
The problem if he forces it, he just plays it again with Luris. So force is a really bad
Right,
play.
okay.
Yeah.
But is
Cracks
he
the
doing
ball.
that? Oh, he's scrapping. I was like, yeah. Don't you cannot force there. But that's just it. It's a good card for Joe because he is able to
Recast it with Luris.
draw 2 off of it.
For sure.
And
Oh,
the run.
oh.
Okay, which means Joe's not
Whoa.
interested in cracking that
bobble
bobble
anymore.
anymore.
See, there's the null rod that we were talking about.
Yep.
That is a powerful card.
Now Matt can still draw a bunch of cards off of a PO, but he has that board to deal with if he wants to do much else after.
And he still has to deal with the Luris. He's certainly not taking infinite turns right now. Joe is currently F6'd. So it's really up to Matt.
He's picking up some mana.
Is this another stock up? Yes, it
Yep.
is. Stock up. Interested to see what he's looking for now. Is it? I mean, are you looking? Ursa Saga's not great here because Joe has a wasteland.
So he does run a main board and Chain of Vapor. And he also has Sink into Stupor, but it's already in play.
True. He's already used his Yogwill.
It'd be interesting to see if he brought in the Hercules recall. That would be another out to this.
Yeah.
I think traditionally, if this was in Swiss, I don't believe that they would, but with Matt knowing what Joe could bring in against him, I could see him bringing that in.
Yeah. That is the power of seeing your opponent's deck list.
Yeah, it's a completely different format at that point.
Another thing he could be looking for is Tolarian Academy, because that really helps mitigate the.
It helps the short term, but he can't resolve his Moxen afterwards. So
True.
he gets the one time basically.
And I think he's played 3 stock ups this game. So he's not. Again, he's used a lot of his deck. Now it might be something where he's looking for a Thunder Trap trainer to possibly
kicked Joe
Jabotic Tutor.
to possibly be able to Swordsing it. Interesting. Well, that was the opening for it. The problem is Joe still has frogs in
So
his
were we
deck.
wrong earlier? So Demonic Tutor was from the first game?
It had to
It had to
have
have
been.
been. Yeah, okay. No, it was because
Yes,
Demonic
it
Tutor
was.
for the Time Vault.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Yep, no
That's my
worries.
fault. I thought that was the same game.
No.
I mean, I wish I could run 2 Demonic Tutors in my deck.
Definitely
the classic
does.
upside down Moxen to remind yourself that it's turned off. Smartly not attacking the mana base over there from Joe because none of Matt's lands are doing anything. Matt still has his PO or has his Luris hanging out over there. So that is something, yep. And so maybe that's just it. Maybe Matt was waiting to cast Ancestral off of a Snapcaster.
That
That's a
definitely
good
could have
point.
been a
That's a
line.
good point.
That could be a
Yeah.
line. And at this, and then in this
I-
board state, it is definitely a better situation for that.
Yeah, maybe he had a 1 mana piece of interaction for Joe is why he waited on the recall.
Yeah. And knowing that it's not dead if because of Luris.
Yeah, correct. It is one hell of a line. I know I'd be tempted to just fire it off with Force of Will protection.
Certainly. But that's just it. It seems that Matt's deck is rewarded for being patient.
And also playing less win cons definitely helps get into these scenarios. Is that a Thunder Trap?
No, that is the Luris.
That's
Oh, that's the Luris.
So
I'm
Luris
sorry. It looked
hard
blue from here.
casts Force of Will against the Luris.
It's a
With
Flusterstorm.
a Flusterstorm
Yes.
backup. Whoa.
And that might have been what Matt's been carrying this whole time.
Interesting. See, and this is where if Joe sided out removal,
Yeah.
this isn't a this. This is when you need removal.
Yep. Yeah, when you're on plan D of the match on turn 12, it's when you start regretting if you boarded out all your swords.
Notably, Matt did not board out his swords and plowshares, and he left them in.
Oh,
Well, he's-
Joe would have
Joe
been the
has
one
the
to
frog.
decide
Joe's a
them out.
Lavinia deck, so that seems correct to me.
And Joe has not seen many of his creatures. He has drawn a lot of lands this game.
Oh, yes. That seems to be the theme of this year's Landrun.
A lot of land.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm taking a look at the graveyard. Yep, there's recall in there. There's Snapcaster in there, and that's I think what Joe is worried about is that playing Snapcaster out. Ooh, there's a frog, but playing the Snapcaster for Ancestral will be pretty good. This frog, I think Joe only has one card in hand though, so the frog won't be able to block Luris this turn.
Well,
Like,
Well,
can,
it's a two.
if you wanted off
Well,
the
he
field.
can,
it's a
but
two,
I
yeah.
guess he could.
I'd-
I would sacrifice the frog probably. So he probably
I was
can't.
gonna say.
So
Yeah.
he's probably not attacking with Luris.
Yep.
but-
It looks like here comes that Snapcaster.
Snapcaster certainly is probably.
Yep.
Is it ancestral or it might be
Target's demonic
Oh, it's
tutor.
demonic tutor.
Interesting.
Well, if Matt still has chain, which I would assume he does, that could be a target.
Chain would be very good.
Yep, if he has another PO or something. But open deck list, I can't imagine Matt boarded out the chain of Vapor.
The only issue with Chain, I mean, I guess you have to bounce the Vexing Bauble.
Well, remember, he has Snap, so if he has the PO, he can re-snap.
True.
Is that Hercules recall?
I think it might be.
It's hard to tell what card that is.
Yeah, the foil,
Oh, or maybe that's Chain.
I think it's chain because he's targeting.
Is it? Okay, he's
Yeah.
hit two
Yeah.
for
Oh
it.
no!
Oh,
Oh, no!
no.
It's the Fragmentize.
Oh,
Is that what it is, or is no? Is it?
is
or
there a
is it, or
seal?
no? Maybe there's a seal.
Oh,
of
is there a
cleansing.
seal
seal?
cleansing?
Okay.
Seal of cleansing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
that-
now that the Luris is gone, for Joe's side, he can't get it back.
Now Vexing Bubble can be cracked, and the Moxen are all alive.
And maybe I was getting too cute. I also don't know if Matt even has a PO, but I like the bounce the null rod and pick everything up and then bounce the bauble and continue from there. But
Yeah.
There's the time vault.
But I think
Uh-oh.
Matt's sticking with the slow
Yeah.
and steady plan.
well, I think he's about to maybe just jam it.
Well, he doesn't have mana. To
Okay.
be, or is he gonna play? He's just gonna play the
I
key.
say he
Might as
definitely.
well just go and play
Yeah,
it.
it's
If he
the
has
key.
it, does he have land to play for turn?
Here's the thing: you definitely want to lead with the key first, but the sequencing might not matter. Okay, yeah, he's basically saying, Joe, deal with me or you're dead.
Joe, can he do it from the top of his deck? He has one card in hand.
He has a
now
Vexing
two
Bauble to
cards.
crack.
Yes, he does have a Vexing Bauble to crack. That's a good point. It looks like he's.
Oh, he's probably done.
I'm gonna jump the frog to try and draw a card.
Yep.
Okay, smirked.
Yep. Yeah, this way, in case Matt has a Force of Will, his Bauble's protecting. So that's definitely the last
Very
use he's going to do.
Can he find Fragmentize?
Okay, it looks like, yep, we're in desperation mode now. He's cracking the bauble.
There
Yep.
it goes.
So now if Matt does have a force and blue card, he can interact. He's thinking.
Is it?
Finds a pearl.
Yep.
Did he find an answer? He's gonna crack a fetch.
Taking a fetch. I believe Joe does have great cards to hit, such as Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise. But it's really if he could have found one of them.
While we're waiting at this lull to see what Joe has, I really admire the patience Matt has had. I mean, he's playing like a seasoned pro.
There's
and
the
he's
Treasure
brand new.
Cruise.
Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Awesome.
That is
Exiling all
a
seven.
huge Treasure Cruise.
That's
And
who
he
it was
has the force
force.
blue card.
Oh my.
This might be a hard
Oh.
cast force of will.
Hard cast
Yep.
Force of Will. Wow. But he still has white mana.
Yep, and he still needs to find an answer to that time vault.
Did he find fragmentize?
He's not windmill slamming it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
congratulations,
Wow.
Matt Mowry, our vintage champion of the Oklahoma Landrun #6.
And the first recipient of our artist painting that we commissioned this year. So congrats to Matt.
Wow, that thing is gorgeous too.
Yes, it is.
Being able to see that in person, oh man.
And what's the card that he won this week?
That would have been a Mox Pearl, which now he can trade in. His last piece of power he needs to own a full set is Mox Jet. Sadly, I won the Mox Jet tournament we did a while back. However, I'm sure that that'll get him pretty close to finishing his power now. So congrats to Matt Mowry for winning.
Wow.
And that, folks, that'll wrap us up for the weekend. Do we want to get Matt in here, or do we just want to go ahead and call it for the day?
Let's see if he wants to real quick.
Okay,
Again, this is his first paper event, so let's give him that option.
All right, we're gonna see if Matt wants to come in here with us. Otherwise, we'll call it an evening. He's already been in here once with us. He might want to come in again.
Oh, sorry. It looks like Matt Mowry will be joining us. He's just wrapping up. He should be in here momentarily.
If you will, just sit in this chair and I'll stand up. You can scoot over, right? No, I mean, like, you can sit over there. And we can just, if you want to sit there, we can have Matt sit here. Here. I was saying you can sit there, we can have Matt sit here. It's alright, it's still on silent.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, it's still on silent.
Hopefully he hurries up. Oh, fuck you.
Me too. I want to go cute.
last handshake. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, what's the 2 cards you put back on bottom?
Yeah, what 2 cards? Not just 1, but 2.
I have a story, but back when I used to grind, when Chase got first unprinted or unbanded Modern, I played it, and like everyone else did. And I put back 2 fetches, and not my opponent, but my opponent's friend called the judge on me, wouldn't say what was going on, and then told the judge I only put 1 card back, and I immediately said, it's 2 fetches, flipped them both over, it's 2 fetches, and the judge looked at him like he was a dumbass. Yeah, it wasn't even my opponent, it was my opponent's friend or someone behind him. She said, yeah, judge? And then after like 2 minutes waiting, because he wouldn't say what was wrong, he's like, he didn't put 2 cards back in the brainstorm? And before the judge could like say anything, I was like, I did. It's 2 fetches, flipped over. And afterwards, he apologized. And this was again when I was a grind. I said, "Go fuck yourself."
Get wrecked, nerd.
Like I said, I've definitely calmed down since I've been like, I don't give a shit anymore. Like, let's just play to have fun. But yeah, also I feel like it was warranted.
Yeah.
Come on,
Matt, I know you won.
He's
I need you to hurry the fuck up.
I'm letting him do. Yeah, which looks like I'll be sitting out actually because Nick ended up coming out.
Oh, well, sorry, man.
Let's finish this up.
Absolutely.
I bragged about us being from Maine together.
I was gonna give you a shout out.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're in the middle.
Oh,
You're
I'm in the
big boy.
middle?
Yeah, you're a big boy. All right. Ryan, can you squeeze in?
Look at us being twins.
Yeah.
All right, we're live, folks. We got Matt Mowry here. We got our champion of the vintage event.
Congratulations.
Very
Thank
first
you,
single
guys.
vintage paper. How's it feel, Matt?
Incredible, incredible. I mean, I started 01, punted my first round, beat myself up a little bit, locked in, dropped 2 games since, and that was one of the best experiences I've had. The finals match was incredible. Tried to play tight, and
You had to play a world champion if you weren't aware.
oh, I heard. I went outside for a minute, and everyone was like, "You know who you're playing against?" And they're like, "How many times has he won this?" Or
A few.
a few.
Yeah, he's pretty known in these parts.
Yep. So first tournament, definitely going to be coming back here, and
Yeah, you almost didn't.
almost didn't.
I'm glad I told you to come here anyways.
Yep. It's all his fault. Ed brought me out here. He's the one that pulled me into vintage. It's the most fun I've ever had in Magic, by far, and I play a lot of formats. And this is just an incredible moment for me.
Hey, you got me into this game competitively. I'm glad I could bring you to the better side of it for sure.
The big leagues here.
Yeah, Ryan, did you have any questions or anything?
Well, was that your own brew for a deck? Because I found it very interesting how there was barely any win conditions, and yet that worked very, very well for you all day. Tell me more about that experience.
So this deck's been an evolution. I've been playing Webcam Vintage League that Ed was kind enough to pull me into. That was my foot in the door. I'm a very big fan of the Esper deck. I was originally on Esper Tinker. Luris just gives it a lot more consistency. The Time Vault package, if you can jam it, is incredible. As you might have seen in the quarterfinals match I had, my Time Vault combo was stopped. It was exiled. The backup plan of Karnstructs or value, just being able to buy your stuff back is the real backup. But I love the card advantage. Yogg-Will felt incredible today. That was probably the card I was on the biggest flex slot. But I mean, I think we saw in that last game it gave me 3 or 4 cards worth of value for 3 mana.
Yeah, so I do know, so speaking of card advantage, I know a lot of people, Spencer, if you're still listening, is one of them, likes that 4th Aerlingus version. Have you had any experience playing with it yet?
Yep, so I played the 4th Aerlingus build. I played it on Magic Online, and my personal experience is it's a nightmare to play online in comparison to some of the other builds. It felt really powerful, but there's something about the Time Vault combo where if you just get it in play, there's not a lot that really answers it. If you can just find that one opening, whether it's
Which you definitely did twice.
Vexing
I was
Bauble.
bragging about your patience.
Yeah, it took a lot. There was, my heart was racing. I was trying to keep my nerves, but definitely the Time Vault combo is my go-to for that. I had done the Tinker build before. Always going to go back to Time Vault if I can.
Sure. So you answered what I was going to ask you next, kind of the differences. So I'm glad you did that. Caden, did you have any other questions?
Oh, just congratulations, man. Welcome in from Maine into Oklahoma. Glad you're in my home state. Glad to see you here, man.
Thank you very much. I'd like, if I can give a little bit of a shout out to my wife at home, who I think is watching right now, and my dogs, Casey, Gideon,
I was about
Gimli,
to say her name.
Johnny, our cat over there, all my friends back home in Maine, all the people that have supported me, my team, the High Table of Magic. I love you guys. You've been, you've had my back forever, and this one's for all of us, guys.
Thanks for letting him come out, especially you, Casey. I personally appreciate it. Definitely get some barbecue if you can come with him next time.
Bringing you again.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. We're going to get out of here, but thank you so much for those that stuck around and watched us play. And we should be updating Discord and the website hopefully in a few months for the next years. Stay tuned.